The existentialist culture of the late 1940s seemed very Parisian to anyone looking in from the outside, but it was also driven by a love, or at least a fascination, for all things American. Paris itself was still full of Americans, including servicemen left behind from the liberation forces as well as new arrivals. Few young Parisians could resist American clothes, American films, or American music. The fact that all of this had been banned by the occupation authorities added to its appeal, and the Zazoos had been secretly dancing to American jazz for months. The importance of American music for a whole generation is summed up in a story told by Juliette Greco. She had been arrested by the Gestapo in 1943, held in a cell, and then, to her surprise, freed again. She walked 8 miles home through wintry streets in a thin cotton dress, and as she walked, she defiantly sang an American song at the top of her voice, "Over the Rainbow." To go with the jazz, blues, and ragtime after the war, people sought out American clothes, readily available in flea markets. There was a particular craze for plaid shirts and jackets. If your 21st century time machine could take you back to a Parisian jazz club immediately after the war, you would not find yourself in a sea of existentialist black. You would be more likely to think you'd walked into a lumberjack's hoedown. An impression of the effect can be had from Jacques Becker's film Rendezvous de Jouillet, released in 1949, which features an exuberant dance scene in the Lorientez Club. As Claude Luter's band plays on the cramped stage, the check-shirt crowd leaps around on the dance floor. The sleek black turtleneck arrived afterwards, and when Americans in turn adopted that fashion, few realized they were returning a sartorial compliment. In the cinemas, meanwhile, people devoured American crime movies and, from the bouquinists along the Seine, they bought American fiction. The most popular writers were the hardest-boiled ones, James M. Cain, Dashiell Hammett, and Horace McCoy, whose despairing Depression-era novel They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Came out in French from Gallimard in 1946. Camus had emulated the style of American noir novels in The Stranger, and Sartre and Beauvoir were also fans. They loved non-genre American authors too, Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, John Steinbeck, and John Dos Passos, who was, according to Sartre, the greatest writer of the era. Many American books were translated by French publishers. Traduit de l'Américain became a favorite phrase on covers. Not all books that looked like translations were the real thing, however. A book called I Spit on Your Graves, ostensibly by Vernon Sullivan and translated by Boris Vian, was by Vian himself. Written on a kind of dare, it was a violent, sensationalist story about a black man who kills 2 white women to avenge the lynching of his brother, but is hunted down and eventually shot dead by the police. Vian made money from it, but got into trouble the following year when a man in Montparnasse strangled his girlfriend and shot himself, leaving a copy of the novel by his bed with the description of a strangling circled in ink in case anyone failed to notice the similarity. Americans, able to visit Paris as tourists for the first time in 5 years, fell in love with the city all over again as they had in the 1920s. They sat in the floor and du magots, and ventured down the cellar stairs into nightclubs. They listened to the talk of l'existentialisme and les existentialists, and passed it on to their friends back home. Cultured New Yorkers began to court the real existentialists. One by one, Sartre, Beauvoir and Camus were all invited to cross the Atlantic for visits and lecture tours. They all accepted. The first to go was Sartre. In mid-January 1945, at Camus' suggestion, he joined a delegation of invited French journalists representing Combat and Le Figaro. This was why he was away for the Brazil Latch trial. He traveled around for 2 months, meeting countless people, of whom one, Dolores Vanity, became a long-term lover. His poor English prevented him from talking as freely as he usually liked to, but he watched carefully and took notes, then wrote articles on his return. He focused on socialist questions, such as the matter of how American workers coped with the high-speed automation of American factories. At the time, few thought of technological appliances, consumerism, or automated production techniques as widespread features of modern life. Rather, they were considered distinctively American, and this added to the country's glamorous but alarming image in many European minds. Can one actually live with all that technology? What does it do to a person? Sartre observed with surprise that US workers seemed cheerful, despite being cogs in a Chaplinesque industrial machine driven to go constantly faster and faster by their bosses. The whole of America seemed to be such a machine, and Sartre wondered whether it could possibly go on like that. He returned for further visits in the late 1940s, and became more comfortable communicating with people, although his English remained limited. By Sartre's third visit, in 1948, Lionel Abel, who met him at a partisan review evening, was amazed at his loquacity in a language he barely knew. There was little Sartre could say, yet he never shut up. Albert Camus was the next to go, touring the US from March to May 1946. He traveled more nervously than Sartre, aware of being a stranger and troubled by the constant small difficulties of figuring out how things worked and what one was supposed to do. His unease made him a good observer of differences. He noted the morning fruit juices, the national scotch and soda, the anti-Semitism and the love of animals, this last extending from the gorillas in the Bronx Zoo to the protozoa of the Museum of Natural History, the funeral parlors where death and the dead are made up at top speed, die, and leave the rest to us, the barber shops where you can get a shave at 3 in the morning. He was especially impressed by the billboard in Times Square where a giant GI puffed real smoke from a Camel's cigarette. The only place that seemed comforting in its familiarity was New York's Bowery district, then a derelict zone of cheap bars and run-down hotels, with the elevated railway line running through it at second-story level, casting everything below into deep shadow. A European wants to say, finally, reality. Like Sartre watching the workers, Camus was attracted and repelled. Above all, he could not understand the apparent lack of anguish in America. Nothing was properly tragic. In 1947, Simone de Beauvoir made her journey. Unlike Sartre, she already spoke and read English. Like Camus, she was astounded at the bizarre devices and inventions. She kept a diary in which she boggled at such phenomena as the way letters were posted in her hotel. Next to the elevator on each floor was a tiny chute into which you dropped your envelope so that it fluttered down to a box at the bottom. The first time she saw the white things flashing by, she took them for hallucinations. Next she went to a newsagent and tried to work out how to buy stamps from the machines, but the coins confused her. She made many friends, however, and after coming to grips with New York she set out on a countrywide lecture tour with diversions to visit jazz clubs, and cinemas where she saw thrillings and laugh movies. While in Chicago, she met Nelson Algren, a tough guy novelist who wrote about addicts and prostitutes and the seamy side of American life. They began an affair and she fell in love. They would remain lovers for 3 years, although they were able to meet only at long intervals in the US or France. Her response to America was the now usual mixture of weariness and bliss. She was seduced. America was abundance, and infinite horizons. It was a crazy magic lantern of legendary images. It was the future, or at least one possible version of the future. A rival version was offered by the Soviet Union, which also attracted her. But the United States was undoubtedly the stronger, at the moment. It was more confident, it was wealthy, and it had the bomb. One element of American life unequivocally horrified Sartre, Beauvoir, and Camus, its racial inequalities, and not only in the South. After his first trip, Sartre wrote in Le Figaro of how black untouchables and unseeables haunted the streets, never meeting your gaze. It was as if they saw no one, and you were not supposed to see them either. A later visit inspired him to write a play about U.S. racism, The Respectful Prostitute, based on a real-life case in which 2 black men were convicted of raping 2 white prostitutes and executed, despite an insufficiency of evidence against them. Beauvoir was also shocked by her encounters, or rather the lack of them, since the two worlds rarely mixed. She walked up to Harlem by herself, defying white New Yorkers' nervous warnings that it could be dangerous for her. Other French visitors also refused to get used to the separation of spheres that seemed natural to many white Americans. When Juliette Greco had an affair with the jazz musician Miles Davis in 1949 and visited him in New York, he had to warn her that they should not go round together as openly as they did in Paris. People would call her a black man's prostitute, and her career would be ruined. Conversely, many black Americans who found themselves in Paris after the war appreciated the experience of being treated with basic human respect. They were more than respected, they were often idolized, as French youngsters so loved black American music and culture. Some decided to stay on, and a few were drawn to existentialism, finding much to recognize in its philosophy of freedom. The great example of this was Richard Wright, who had made his name in the U.S. with the novels Native Son, 1940, and Black Boy, 1945. While still in New York he met both Sartre and Camus, and he and his wife became particularly good friends with Simone de Beauvoir, who stayed with them in 1947. He wrote in his journal that year, "How those French boys and girls think and write, nothing like it exists anywhere on earth today. How keenly they feel the human plight." In return, his French visitors loved his gritty, semi-autobiographical writing about life as a black man growing up in America. Camus arranged to have his books translated for Gallimard. Sartre commissioned him to write for Les Temps Modernes. Wright managed, with difficulty, to get a visa to visit France himself, and was instantly converted. Just as the details of America had amazed the French, the peculiarities of Paris delighted Wright. The knobs were in the center of the doors. He arranged further sojourns, and eventually settled in the city. Even though the Europeans were puzzled by American ways, they loved being received so warmly. The U.S. was, and still is, a tremendously hospitable country for new ideas, and for potential celebrities too. The year after Sartre's photo appeared in Time magazine with the caption "Women Swooned," Beauvoir was hailed in the New Yorker as the prettiest existentialist you ever saw. Articles on existentialism appeared in newspapers and cultural periodicals, the New York Post, the New Yorker, Harper's Bazaar, and the Partisan Review, favorite reading of intellectuals which published essays on Sartre, Beauvoir and Camus, with translated excerpts from their works. The French exile Jean Wahl wrote Existentialism, a preface for the New Republic in October 1945. Along with the primers and prefaces came some gentle satire. In 1948, the New York Times Magazine reprinted an existentialist spoof by Paul F. Jennings from the British weekly The Spectator, called Thingness of Things. It described a philosophy of resistentialism propounded by one Pierre-Marie Ventre, dedicated to understanding why things resist and frustrate human beings at every turn, as when they trip us up underfoot, or decline to be found when lost. Ventre's slogan is "Les choses sont contre nous," things are against us. One thing about the existentialists seriously bothered American intellectuals, and that was their low taste in American culture, their love of jazz and blues, their interest in the sleazy murders of the Deep South, and their fondness for potboilers about hitmen and psychopaths. Even their more elevated choices in American fiction were suspect, since cultured Americans were less inclined to appreciate their own modern novelists than the filigree meanderings of Proust, whom Sartre abhorred. William Barrett, an early existentialist popularizer, wrote in the Partisan Review that Sartre's novels stood as grim reminders that one cannot read Steinbeck and Dos Passos as great novelists with impunity. All such books, with their banal and meaningless conversations, characters wandering in and out, bars and dance halls, were a bad influence. In the same issue, the critic F.W. Dupy concluded that the French taste for Faulkner was less a compliment to American literature than an indication of some terrible crisis in French taste and reason. A divergence also emerged in the American and French ways of thinking about existentialism. For the French in the 1940s, it tended to be seen as new, jazzy, sexy, and daring. For Americans, it evoked grimy cafes and shadowy Parisian streets, it meant old Europe. Thus, while the French press portrayed existentialists as rebellious youths with outrageous sex lives, Americans often saw them as pale, pessimistic souls, haunted by dread, despair, and anxiety à la Kierkegaard. This image stuck. Even now, especially in the English-speaking world, the word existentialist brings to mind a noir figure staring into the bottom of an espresso cup, too depressed and anguished even to flick through the pages of a dog-eared lettre lenient. One of the few to challenge this image early on was Richard Wright, who, after first meeting the existentialists, wrote to his friend Gertrude Stein that he could not understand why Americans insisted on seeing it as a gloomy philosophy. To him it meant optimism and freedom. American readers in these early years had very little original material to go on if they wanted to judge existentialism for themselves, and if they did not read French. Only a few fragments of Sartre's and Beauvoir's work had so far been translated, and these did not include either Nausea, first translated by Lloyd Alexander as The Diary of Antoine Roquentin in 1949, or Being and Nothingness, translated by Hazel Barnes in 1956. If it was hard to get accurate information about French existentialism, it was even harder to learn anything about the German thinkers who had started it all. One of the few who tried to correct this imbalance was Heidegger's former pupil and lover, Hannah Arendt, now based in the United States and working for Jewish refugee organizations. She wrote two 1946 essays, for The Nation and The Partisan Review respectively. 1. French Existentialism, unpicked some of the myths about Sartre and the others. The other, What is Existence Philosophy, tried to plant existentialism back into its German roots, summarizing the thought of Jaspers and Heidegger. But this was a difficult moment to tell people that the prettiest existentialist you ever saw and the swoon-inducing Sartre owed their ideas to Germans. Few wanted to acknowledge this fact in France, either. And Heidegger was no ordinary German. If the magician of Meßkirch could have magicked his own past away, everyone would have been happier. 8. Devastation. In which Heidegger turns and is turned against, and some awkward meetings occur. Germany in 1945 was a place where no one would want to be. Survivors, isolated soldiers, and displaced persons of all kinds roamed the cities and countryside. Refugee organizations struggled to help people get home, and occupying forces tried to impose order amid near-total loss of infrastructure. Heaps of rubble often stank of dead bodies buried inside. People searched for food, grew vegetables in makeshift allotments, and cooked on open fires. Besides those killed, around 14 to 15 million Germans had been made homeless by firebombing and general destruction. The English poet Stephen Spender, traveling the country after the war, compared the people he saw wandering through the wreckage of Cologne and other places to desert nomads who had stumbled across the ruins of a lost city. But people, especially groups of Trümmerfrauen or rubble women, did begin working to clear the stones and bricks, supervised by occupying soldiers. Displaced persons from the camps often had to wait a long time to go anywhere. Many German soldiers also remained missing, some slowly made their way home, crossing whole countries by foot. They were joined by well over 12 million ethnic Germans expelled from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and other Central and Eastern European countries. They too walked to Germany, pushing small wagons and trolleys containing their possessions. The number of people simply trudging around Europe at this time is astounding. The grandfather of a friend of mine walked home to Hungary from a prison camp in Denmark. When, in Edgar Wright's 1984 film sequence Heimat, a young man turns up in his Rhineland village having walked all the way from Turkey, the scene is not as fanciful as it might seem. But many others remain stranded in far-off places for years, with relatives having no idea where they were. Among those lost to communication in 1945 were the Heidegger's two sons, Jörg and Hermann. Both had been soldiers on the Eastern Front, and both were now in Russian POW camps. Their parents could only wait in uncertainty, not knowing whether either was alive. Since his resignation from the Freiburg rectorship in 1934, Martin Heidegger had kept fairly quiet. The same heart condition that had kept him out of active service in the First World War had continued to prevent his being called up for service of any kind through most of the Second. He taught at the university and spent as much time as possible in his Todtnauberg hut, feeling misunderstood and badly treated. A friend who saw him there in 1941, Max Kammerl, described him as having a good tan, a lostness in his eyes, and a delicate smile that is just a tiny bit crazy. With the Allies closing in by late 1944, the Nazi regime ordered the total mobilization of all Germans, including those previously exempt. Heidegger, now 55, was sent with other men to dig trenches near Alsace to ward off a French advance. This only lasted for a few weeks, but meanwhile he also took the precaution of hiding his manuscripts in safer places in case of invasion. Some were already stored in the vaults of the Messkirch Bank where his brother Fritz worked. He squirreled others away in a church tower in nearby Bayatingen. In April 1945, he even wrote to his wife about a plan to put several volumes of writing into a secret cave which would be closed up and its location recorded on a treasure map, entrusted to just a few people. If this was ever done, there is no evidence of it, but he did keep moving papers around. Heidegger's precautions were not irrational. Freiburg was badly damaged in air raids, and Tottenauberg was not large or secure enough to store much safely. He may also have feared that some items were incriminating. He kept with him only a few manuscripts, including his recent work on Friedrich Hölderlin, whom Heidegger read obsessively. The great local poet of the Danube region, born in 1770 in Laufen and suffering from bouts of insanity all his life, Hölderlin had set much of his visionary poetry in the local landscape, while also evoking an idealized image of ancient Greece, the very combination that had always fascinated Heidegger. The only other poet who would ever be so important to him was the even more disturbed George Trakl, an Austrian schizophrenic and drug addict who died aged 27 in 1914. Trakl's eerie poems are filled with hunters, young women, and strange blue beasts stepping through silent forests by moonlight. Heidegger immersed himself in both poets, and generally explored the question of how poetic language can summon forth being, and open a space for it in the world. In March 1945, the Allies arrived in Freiburg, and Heidegger moved out. He arranged for philosophers and students in his faculty to find refuge in Wildenstein, a spectacular castle perched high on a crag over the Danube near Büren, not far from Messkirch, also, incidentally, not far from the castle of Sigmaringen where the Germans had herded members of the Vichy government for a grotesque Decameron-style retreat after they fled France. Wildenstein's owners were the Prince and Princess of Sachsen-Meiningen. The princess had been Heidegger's lover. This is perhaps why Elfriede Heidegger did not join them. She was left behind in Freiburg to mind the Heidegger house in the suburb of Zeringen. When the Allies arrived, they commandeered it, so that she would share the house for some time with a refugee from Silesia and the family of a French sergeant. Illustrations credit 8.1. Meanwhile, the little band of university refugees, around 10 professors and 30 students, mostly women, had cycled through the Black Forest, with Heidegger himself catching them up later on his son's bicycle. He stayed with the princess and her husband at a nearby forester's lodge which they used as their home, while the rest of the group ascended into the fairy tale castle. Through May and June 1945, even after the French had arrived in the area, the philosophers helped to bring in hay from surrounding fields, and spent the evenings entertaining each other with lectures and piano recitals. At the end of June, they had their farewell party in the forester's lodge. Heidegger lectured them on Hölderlin. When the pleasant few months came to an end, the merry band returned home to Freiburg, no doubt ruddy-cheeked and fit. But Heidegger arrived in Freiburg to find his home full of strangers, the city under French administration, and a total ban against him teaching. His enemies had reported him as a suspected Nazi sympathizer. Heidegger had spent that Danube spring of 1945 writing several new works, including a philosophical dialogue to which he gave the date May 8, 1945, the day Germany's surrender became official. It is entitled Evening Conversation, in a prisoner of war camp in Russia, between a younger and an older man. The two characters are German inmates of the POW camp, and when the dialogue opens they have just returned from their day of forced labor in the woods. The younger man says to the older, As we were marching to our workplace this morning, out of the rustling of the expansive forest I was suddenly overcome by something healing. What is this healing thing, he wonders. The older man says it may be something inexhaustible that comes from that expanse. Their conversation continues, sounding very much like two Heideggers talking to one another. Younger man, you probably mean that the capacious, which prevails in the expanse, brings us to something freeing. Older man, I do not only mean the capaciousness in the expanse, but also that this expanse leads us out and forth. Younger man, the capaciousness of the forest swings out into a concealed distance, but at the same time swings back to us again, without ending with us. They go on trying to define the healing power, and to understand how it might free them from what the older man describes as the devastation that covers our native soil and its helplessly perplexed humans. Devastation, verwoestung, becomes the key word of their conversation. It turns out that they are not only referring to recent events, but to a devastation that has been eating at the earth for centuries and turning everything into a desert wust, a word etymologically linked to verwoestung. It has made its greatest gains in a certain workers' paradise, clearly the Soviet Union, and in a coldly calculating, technologically advanced rival land where everything remains overseeable and arranged and accounted for so as to be useful. This, of course, is the United States. Like Sartre and other Europeans in this era, Heidegger found it natural to associate it with technology and mass production. At the end of the dialogue, the younger man says that, rather than trying futilely to get over universal devastation on such a scale, the only thing to do is to wait. So there they remain, a Germanic Vladimir and Estragon, waiting in their haggard landscape. It is a typical Heideggerian document, filled with mutterings about capitalism, communism, and foreign lands that are up to no good, surely signs of what Hans Jonas called a certain blood and soil point of view. Yet it also contains images that are moving and beautiful. It can't be read without thinking of the missing Heidegger sons, lost somewhere to the east. It speaks eloquently of the ruins of Germany, and of the German state of mind amid those ruins, a mixture of post-traumatic distress, blankness, resentment, bitterness, and cautious expectancy. Having resumed his limbo life in Freiburg in the summer of 1945, Heidegger set off one November day on a clandestine drive to recover his hidden manuscripts from the countryside near Meeskirch and Lake Constance, or Bodensee. He was helped by the young French philosophy enthusiast Frédéric de Taornicki, who had called at Heidegger's house and made friends with him. German civilians were not yet permitted to travel without authorization, so Taornicki procured a driver and an official-looking piece of paper in case they were stopped. Heidegger installed himself in the back seat with an empty rucksack. They left in the middle of the night, amid storm clouds and lightning flashes. The car had gone barely 20 kilometers when one of the headlights flickered and went out. They continued, despite the difficulty of seeing the road between black trees in the heavy rain. A French patrol loomed out of the darkness, with its tricolor flag. The travelers had to stop and explain themselves. The guard scrutinized their papers, pointed out that their rear lights were also broken, then waved them on. They advanced cautiously. Twice, Heidegger asked the driver to stop in front of a house in the middle of nowhere. Both times he got out with his backpack, went in, and came out smiling with the bag loaded with documents. The second headlight began to flicker too. Taornicki tried to use his electric torch to light the way, but it was not very effective. Then the car swerved off the road and hit the embankment. Inspecting the damage, the driver announced that they had a puncture. They all got out while the driver tried to attach the spare wheel, which did not fit the car correctly. Heidegger looked on, interested. One of his favorite new philosophical topics was technology. He did not offer to help, but wagged his finger with a mischievous air and said, "Technic." He was clearly enjoying himself. Somehow the driver fixed the wheel and they moved onwards to their last stop, Bayatingen. By now it was morning, and Heidegger settled himself in to stay at the house of his friends there. The long-suffering Taornicki hitched back to Freiburg to arrange for a new car. He arrived to find Elfriede glaring at him, What had he done with her husband? Still, the consensus was that he had done well by his friend. Heidegger later recalled the favor with gratitude, and gave Taornicki an inscribed copy of his translation of the chorus from Sophocles' Antigone, with its passage on the strangeness of man. He wrote on it, "In memory of our expedition to Constance." Heidegger's good cheer did not last long, as he now had to settle in for a long wait for judgment from the Denazification Committee and the university. 4 years would pass before he was cleared to teach again, being finally declared a Mitläufer, fellow traveler, in March 1949, after which he resumed teaching from 1950. The 5 years of uncertainty were difficult, and for the first year he also had the worry about his lost sons. In early 1946, he had a complete psychological breakdown, and in February was taken into the Haus Baden sanatorium in Badenweiler to recover. It must have looked for a while as though Heidegger was going the way of his heroes Hölderlin and Schreckl. But, with treatment from psychiatrists who were already primed in his philosophical language and style of thought, he slowly improved. It helped when news came in March that the Heidegger's 2 sons were alive in Russia. A much longer wait ensued before they came home. Hermann was released in 1947, having fallen ill, but Jörg, the elder son, was still away in 1949. Heidegger left the sanatorium in spring 1946, and convalesced in the Tottenauberg hut. The journalist Stefan Szymanski, who saw him there in June 1946 and October 1947, described the silence and isolation, and noted that Heidegger greeted him wearing heavy skiing boots even though it was summer. He seemed to want nothing but to be left alone to write. At the time of Szymanski's second visit, Heidegger had not been down to Freiburg for 6 months. His living conditions were primitive, his books were few, and his only relationship to the world was a stack of writing paper. Even before the war, Heidegger's Philosophie had changed, as he gave up writing about resoluteness, being towards death, and other bracing personal demands on Dasein, and shifted to writing of the need to be attentive and receptive, to wait and to open up the themes that are woven through the prisoner of war dialogue. This change, known as Heidegger's care, or turn, was not an abrupt whirl around as the word suggests, but a slow readjustment, like that of a man in a field who gradually becomes aware of the movement of the breeze in the wheat behind him, and turns to listen. As he was turning, Heidegger paid increasing attention to language, to Hölderlin and the Greeks, and to the role of poetry in thought. He also reflected on historical developments and on the rise of what he called Machenschafft, machination, or technology, modern ways of behaving towards being, which he contrasted with older traditions. By machination he meant the making machine-like of all things, the attitude that characterizes factory automation, environmental exploitation, modern management, and war. With this attitude, we brazenly challenge the earth to give up what we want from it, instead of patiently whittling or cajoling things forth as peasant smallholders or craftsmen do. We bully things into yielding up their goods. The most brutal example is in modern mining, where a piece of land is forced to surrender its coal or oil. Moreover, we rarely use what we take at once, but instead convert it to a form of abstract energy to be held in reserve in a generator or storehouse. In the 1940s and 1950s, even matter itself would be challenged in this way, as atomic technology produced energy to be held in reserve in power plants. One might point out that a peasant who tills the land also challenges it to put forth grain, and then stores that grain. But Heidegger considered this activity quite different. As he argued in a lecture essay first drafted in the late 1940s, the question concerning technology, a farmer places the seed in the keeping of the forces of growth and watches over its increase. Or rather, this is what farmers did until modern agricultural machinery came panting and chuffing along, promising ever greater productivity. In modern challenging forth of this kind, nature's energy is not sown, tended, and harvested, it is unlocked and transformed, then stored in some different form before being distributed. Heidegger uses military images, everything is ordered to stand by, to be immediately at hand, indeed to stand there just so that it may be on call for a further ordering. It is a monstrous reversal, and for Heidegger humanity has become monstrous. Man is the terrible one, dianos in Greek, the word also featuring in the etymology of dinosaur, or terrible lizard. This was the word that Sophocles had used when he wrote his chorus about the strange or uncanny quality unique to man. This process even threatens the basic structure of intentionality, the way the mind reaches out to things as its objects. When something is placed on call or in standing reserve, says Heidegger, it loses its ability to be a proper object. It is no longer distinguished from us and cannot stand up to us. Phenomenology itself is thus threatened by modern humanity's challenging, devastating way of occupying the earth. This could lead to the ultimate disaster. If we are left alone in the midst of objectlessness, then we ourselves will lose our structure. We too will be swallowed up into a standing reserve mode of being. We will devour even ourselves. Heidegger cites the term human resources as evidence of this danger. For Heidegger, the threat of technology goes beyond the practical fears of the post-war years: machines running out of control, atom bombs exploding, radiation leaks, epidemics, chemical contamination. Instead, it is an ontological threat against reality, and against human being itself. We fear disaster, but the disaster may already be underway. There is hope, however. Heidegger reaches for his Hölderlin. But where danger is, grows the saving power also. If we pay proper attention to technology, or rather to what technology reveals about us and our being, we can gain insight into the truth of human belongingness. From this point, we may find a way forward which, Heidegger being Heidegger, turns out to mean going backwards into the origin of history, to find a long-forgotten source of renewal in the past. He continued to work on this material for years. Most of the above thoughts came together in the full version of his The Question Concerning Technology, which he delivered as a lecture in Munich in 1953, to an audience including the atomic physicist Werner Heisenberg, a man who certainly knew about the challenging forth of material energies. At the same time, Heidegger continued to rework other writings begun in the 1930s, some of which offered a more positive vision of humanity's role on the earth. One was The Origin of the Work of Art, which appeared in a revised form in his Holzwege, Off the Beaten Track, in 1950. There he drew on a notion borrowed from the medieval German mystic Meister Eckhart, Gelassenheit, which can be translated as releasement or letting be. Letting be became one of the most important concepts in the later Heidegger, denoting a hands-off way of attending to things. It sounds straightforward. What seems easier, asks Heidegger, than to let a being be just the being that it is? Yet it is not easy at all, because it is not just a matter of turning indifferently away and letting the world get on with its business. We must turn towards things, but in such a way that we don't challenge them. Instead, we allow each being to rest upon itself in its very own being. This is what modern technology does not do, but some human activities do have this character, and foremost among them is art. Heidegger writes of art as a form of poetry, which he considers the supreme human activity, but he uses the word poetry in a broad sense to mean much more than arranging words into verses. He traces it to its Greek root in poiesis, making or crafting, and he cites Hölderlin again, saying, poetically, man dwells on this earth. Poetry is a way of being. Poets and artists let things be, but they also let things come out and show themselves. They help to ease things into unconcealment, Unverborgenheit, which is Heidegger's rendition of the Greek term aletheia, usually translated as truth. This is a deeper kind of truth than the mere correspondence of a statement to reality, as when we say the cat is on the mat and point to a mat with a cat on it. Long before we can do this, both cat and mat must stand forth out of concealedness. They must unhide themselves. Enabling things to unhide themselves is what humans do, it is our distinctive contribution. We are a clearing, a Lichtung, a sort of open, bright forest glade into which beings can shyly step forward like a deer from the trees. Or perhaps one should visualize beings entering the clearing to dance, like a bowerbird in a prepared patch in the undergrowth. It would be simplistic to identify the clearing with human consciousness, but this is more or less the idea. We help things to emerge into the light by being conscious of them, and we are conscious of them poetically, which means that we pay respectful attention and allow them to show themselves as they are, rather than bending them to our will. Heidegger does not use the word consciousness here because, as with his earlier work, he is trying to make us think in a radically different way about ourselves. We are not to think of the mind as an empty cavern, or as a container filled with representations of things. We are not even supposed to think of it as firing off arrows of intentional aboutness, as in the earlier phenomenology of Brentano. Instead, Heidegger draws us into the depths of his Schwarzwald, and asks us to imagine a gap with sunlight filtering in. We remain in the forest, but we provide a relatively open spot where other beings can bask for a moment. If we did not do this, everything would remain in the thickets, hidden even to itself. To alter the metaphor, there would be no room for beings to emerge from their shell. The astronomer Carl Sagan began his 1980 television series Cosmos by saying that human beings, though made of the same stuff as the stars, are conscious and are therefore a way for the cosmos to know itself. Merleau-Ponty similarly quoted his favorite painter Cézanne as saying, "The landscape thinks itself in me, and I am its consciousness." This is something like what Heidegger thinks humanity contributes to the earth. We are not made of spiritual nothingness, we are part of being, but we also bring something unique with us. It is not much, a little open space, perhaps with a path and a bench like the one the young Heidegger used to sit on to do his homework. But through us, the miracle occurs. This is the sort of thing that enthralled me when I read Heidegger as a student, and I was most impressed by this post-turn Heidegger, difficult though he was to grasp. The more pragmatic being and time, era material about hammers and equipment was pretty good, but it didn't have this deeper, more perplexing beauty. The late Heidegger is writing a form of poetry himself, although he continues to insist, as philosophers do, that this is how things are. It is not only a literary trick. Rereading him today, half of me says, "What nonsense," while the other half is re-enchanted. Beauty aside, Heidegger's late writing can also be troubling, with its increasingly mystical notion of what it is to be human. If one speaks of a human being mainly as an open space or a clearing, or a means of letting beings be and dwelling poetically on the earth, then one doesn't seem to be talking about any recognizable person. The old Dasein has become less human than ever. It is now a forestry feature. There is glamour in thinking of oneself as a botanical or geological formation, or a space in the landscape, but can Dasein still put up a set of bookshelves? In the very period when Sartre was becoming more concerned with questions of action and involvement in the world, Heidegger was retiring almost entirely from consideration of those questions. Freedom, decision, and anxiety no longer play much of a role for him. Human beings themselves have become hard to discern, and this is particularly disturbing coming from a philosopher who had not yet convincingly dissociated himself from those who perpetrated the 20th century's worst crimes against humanity. Besides, even the keenest Heideggerians must secretly feel that, at times, he talks through his hat. An oft-cited section in The Origin of the Work of Art concerns, not a hat, but a pair of shoes. To convey what he means by art as poiesis, Heidegger describes a Van Gogh painting which he claims depicts shoes belonging to a peasant woman. He goes off on a flight of fancy about what the painting poetically brings forth: the shoe-wearer's daily trudge through furrowed earth, the field's ripening grain, the land's silence in winter, and the woman's fears of hunger and memories of the pains of childbirth. In 1968, the art critic Meyer Scapiro pointed out that the shoes were probably not a peasant's at all but Van Gogh's own. Scapiro kept investigating and, in 1994, found evidence that Van Gogh may have bought them second-hand as smart urban shoes in clean condition, only to then distress them with a long walk through the mud. He capped off his research by citing a note in Heidegger's own hand, admitting we cannot say with certainty where these shoes stand nor to whom they belong. Perhaps it doesn't matter, but it seems clear that Heidegger read a great deal into the painting with very little justification, and that what he read in was a highly romanticist notion of peasant life. It may be a personal matter, either Heidegger's thoughts on Van Gogh's painting speak to you, or they don't. To me they don't, yet there are other passages in the same essay which do move me. I always loved his description of an ancient Greek temple that seems to call forth the very earth and sky. Illustrations credit 8.2. Standing there, the building rests on the rocky ground. This resting of the work draws up out of the rock the mystery of that rock's clumsy yet spontaneous support. Standing there, the building holds its ground against the storm raging above it, and so first makes the storm itself manifest in its violence. The luster and gleam of the stone, though itself apparently glowing only by the grace of the sun, yet first brings to light the light of the day, the breadth of the sky, the darkness of the night. The temple's firm towering makes visible the invisible space of air. I'm prepared for the possibility that someone else will find this boring or even odious. But Heidegger's idea that a human architectural construction can make even the air show itself differently has stayed somewhere behind my perceptions of buildings and art ever since I first read the essay. I happily accept that it may have influenced me as a piece of literature rather than as philosophy, but, if so, it must be said that this was not Heidegger's intention. He did not expect his readers to treat his work as an aesthetic experience, or to go away like visitors from an art gallery saying, "I liked the temple, didn't think much of the shoes, though." His work was supposed to bring us to what the young Karl Jaspers had called a different thinking, a thinking that, in knowing, reminds me, awakens me, brings me to myself, transforms me. Besides, since Heidegger now saw all language as poetry, or even as the house of being, he would think it totally infradig to worry about whether a particular piece of language is best classified as poetry or philosophy. Reading the late Heidegger requires a letting go of one's own usual critical ways of thinking. Many consider this an unacceptable demand from a philosopher, even though we are willing to do it for artists. In order to appreciate Wagner's Ring Cycle or Proust's fiction, one has to subscribe temporarily to the creator's own terms of entry or not attempt it at all. The same may be true of Heidegger's late works, and I have only quoted some relatively approachable sections here. The greater difficulty may be to emerge from it intact afterwards. Heidegger himself found it hard to leave his own philosophical universe. Hans-Georg Gadamer remarked that he had seen Heidegger remain closed up in himself, seeming unhappy and unable to communicate at all until the other person came onto the way of thinking he had prepared. That is a severely limited basis for conversation. Gadamer did add, however, that he became more relaxed after formal lessons were over and everyone enjoyed a glass of fine local wine together. Several admirers who had previously followed Heidegger's path now turned away from him, appalled by both his Nazi past and the qualities of his late philosophy. Hannah Arendt wrote to Jaspers from America in 1949 describing Heidegger's post-turn lectures on Nietzsche as a quite awful form of babbling. She also disapproved of his hiding out in Tottenberg to grumble about modern civilization, safely remote from potential critics who did not bother to climb up a mountain just to reprimand him. Nobody is likely to climb 1,200 meters to make a scene, she claimed. A few people did just that, however. One was his former student Herbert Marcuse, formerly an impassioned Heideggerian and now a Marxist. He made the journey in April 1947, hoping to get an explanation and an apology from Heidegger for his Nazi involvement. He did not get either. In August, he wrote asking Heidegger again why he would not make a clear disavowal of the Nazi ideology, when so many people were waiting for just a few words from him. "Is this really the way you would like to be remembered in the history of ideas?" he asked. But Heidegger refused to oblige. He wrote on January 20, 1948 to thank Marcuse for a package he had sent, presumably of much-needed supplies, adding that he had distributed its contents only to former students who were neither in the party nor had any other connections to National Socialism. He then turned to Marcuse's questions, adding, "Your letter shows me precisely how difficult it is to converse with persons who have not been in Germany since 1933. He explained that he did not want to issue a facile statement of repudiation, because so many real Nazis had rushed to do just that in 1945, announcing their change of belief in the most loathsome way without really meaning what they said. Heidegger did not want to join his voice to theirs. One of the few ever to express sympathy for this response was Jacques Derrida, the great philosopher of deconstruction. In a talk of 1988, he turned the question of Heidegger's silence around by asking what would have happened if he had made a simple statement along the lines of "Auschwitz is the absolute horror, it is what I fundamentally condemn." Such an announcement would have satisfied expectations and closed the Heidegger file, as it were. There would be less to discuss and puzzle over. But then, said Derrida, we would feel dismissed from the duty of thinking the question through and asking what Heidegger's refusal implied for his philosophy. By remaining silent, he left us a commandment to think what he himself did not think, and for Derrida, this was more productive. Marcuse was not willing to accept such an elaborate justification, and in any case Heidegger did not try to win him over. He ended his last letter to Marcuse with what sounds like a deliberate provocation, comparing the Holocaust to the post-war expulsion of Germans from Soviet-dominated zones of Eastern Europe, a comparison made by many other Germans at the time, but also a dig at Marcuse's communist sympathies. Marcuse was so disgusted that he addressed his reply almost entirely to that point. If Heidegger was capable of presenting such an argument, did that not mean he must be considered outside of the dimension in which a conversation between men is even possible? If Heidegger could not speak or reason, Marcuse could not see a way of attempting to speak or reason with him. With that, another silence descended. Heidegger's philosophical turn also brought a critical response from his old friend Karl Jaspers, with whom he had been out of contact for years. Karl and Gertrude Jaspers had somehow managed to survive in Heidelberg throughout the war, in their cautious way, with Karl neither teaching nor publishing. It was a close thing, for it emerged later that their names were on a list of people due to be deported to concentration camps in April 1945. The U.S. Army had occupied Heidelberg in March, just in time to save them. For now, the couple continued to live in Heidelberg, although in 1948 they came to the belated conclusion that they could no longer feel comfortable in Germany, and they moved to Switzerland. In 1945, the denazification authorities at Freiburg University had approached Jaspers for his opinion on Heidegger. Should he be allowed to resume teaching at the university? Jaspers submitted a characteristically thoughtful and balanced report that December. He concluded that Heidegger was a philosopher of the greatest importance who should be given all the university support he needed to pursue his own work, but who should not yet be allowed to teach. He wrote, Heidegger's mode of thinking, which seems to me to be fundamentally unfree, dictatorial, and uncommunicative, would have a very damaging effect on students at the present time. While drafting the report, Jaspers re-established contact with Heidegger himself for the first time since before the war. Then, in 1949, he pointedly sent him a copy of his own 1946 book Die Schuldfrage, translated as The Question of German Guilt. Written in the context of the Nuremberg trials, this discussed the awkward question of how Germans should come to terms with their past and move towards the future. For Jaspers, the outcome of the various trials and denazification inquests was less important than the need for a change of heart in the Germans themselves, beginning with full acknowledgement of responsibility for what had happened, rather than turning away or making excuses as he felt many people were doing. Every German, he wrote, must ask the question, how am I guilty? Even people who had defied the Nazis or tried to help their victims still shared in some deep metaphysical guilt, he thought, for, if it happens, and if I was there, and if I survive where the other is killed, I know from a voice within myself, I am guilty of being still alive. Jaspers' inner voice calls to mind Heidegger's authentic voice of Dasein, calling from within and demanding answerability. But Heidegger was now refusing answerability and keeping his own voice to himself. He had told Marcuse that he did not want to be one of those who jabbered out excuses, while carrying on as though nothing had changed. Jaspers similarly felt that facile or hypocritical excuses were no good. but he would not accept Heidegger's silence either. The language he considered necessary was not that of ritual disavowal, but that of genuine communication. Jaspers felt that Germans had forgotten how to communicate during the 12 years of hiding and silence, and had to relearn it. This cut no ice with Heidegger, for whom communication was a long way down the list of what language could do. When he wrote back to Jaspers, he made no comment on the contents of his Schuldfrage, but reciprocated by sending Jaspers some of his own recent writings. Jaspers was repelled. Picking out Heidegger's pet phrase describing language as the house of being, he wrote back, "I bristle, because all language seems to be only a bridge to me, a bridge between people, not a shelter or home." Heidegger's next letter, in April 1950, made an even worse impression, filled with talk of the need to wait for the advent of something that would take humans over, or appropriate them. The notions of advent and appropriation were also among Heidegger's post-turn concepts. This time, it was Jaspers who fell silent in response. When he at last wrote to Heidegger again, in 1952, it was to say that the new writing style reminded him of the mystical nonsense that had made fools of people for so long. "It is pure dreaming," he said. He had already written calling Heidegger a dreaming boy in 1950. That had seemed a generous interpretation of Heidegger's failings, but now he clearly felt it was time for Heidegger to wake up. Jaspers retained his belief in the power of communication all his life, and put it into effect by doing popular radio talks and writing about current events in a way that would reach the widest audience possible. But Heidegger also addressed non-specialist audiences, especially while he was banned from teaching, since this became his only outlet. In March 1950, he delivered 2 lectures to residents and locals at the Northern Black Forest Sanatorium of Berlerho, as part of a Wednesday evening series of talks organized by the physician Gerhard Strumann, who became a friend. Strumann wrote afterwards, in enthusiastic Heideggerese, that the lectures were successful, but the Q&A sessions were unpredictable. When discussion begins, it contains the greatest responsibility and the ultimate danger. Practice is often lacking. One has to stay with the point, even if it is only a question. Heidegger kept trying. He presented early versions of his lecture on technology to, of all people, the members of the Bremen Club, mostly businessmen and shipping magnates, based in the Hanseatic town of that name. The lecture series was arranged by his friend Heinrich Wiegand Petzet, whose family lived there, and apparently it went down well. Perhaps Heidegger found it easier to get through to the general public than to philosophers, who would make more fuss if his points seemed to make no sense, rather than letting themselves be swept up in the mood of excitement. Thus, all the time that Heidegger was obstinately resisting communication, his range of influence was growing. By the time he delivered the polished version of his technology lecture in Munich in 1953, his friend Petzet was able to note that the audience, puzzled though they were, responded to its closing words with an ovation like a storm breaking from 1,000 throats that did not want to cease. He does not consider the possibility that they were applauding its being over. Even today, Jaspers, the dedicated communicator, is far less widely read than Heidegger, who has influenced architects, social theorists, critics, psychologists, artists, filmmakers, environmental activists, and innumerable students and enthusiasts, including the later deconstructionist and post-structuralist schools, which took their starting point from his late thinking. Having spent the late 1940s as an outsider and then been rehabilitated, Heidegger became the overwhelming presence in university philosophy all over the European continent from then on. One Fulbright scholar who arrived in Heidelberg to study philosophy in 1955, Calvin O'Shrag, was surprised to see courses on many other contemporary philosophers, but none on Heidegger. Later his puzzlement disappeared. As he wrote, "I quickly learned that all courses were on Heidegger." So who, in the end, was the better communicator? After their failure of mutual comprehension, Heidegger and Jaspers never met again. There was no decision to make a final break, it just happened that way. Once, when Heidegger heard that Jaspers was passing through Freiburg in 1950, He asked for his train time so he could meet him on the platform, at least to shake hands. Jaspers did not reply. They did resume a very occasional formal correspondence. When Jaspers turned 70 in 1953, Heidegger sent him greetings. Jaspers responded nostalgically, remembering their conversations back in the 1920s and early 1930s, the sound of Heidegger's voice, and his gestures. But, he added, if they met now, he would not know what to say. He told Heidegger that he regretted not having been stronger in the past, not having forced him to give a proper account of himself. I would have taken hold of you, so to speak, I would have relentlessly questioned you and made you take notice. 6.5 years later, Heidegger's own 70th birthday came around, and Jaspers sent him good wishes. He ended his brief letter with a memory of an afternoon when he was about 18, on a winter holiday on the Feldberg, a skiing resort not far from Heidegger's part of the forest. Being delicate, not a strong skier like Heidegger, he had stayed close to the hotel and moved slowly on his skis, yet had still been amazed by the mountain's beauty, finding himself enchanted in a snowstorm at sunset, watching the changing light and colors on the hills. He closed the letter in the old affectionate way, "Your Jaspers." Jaspers' skiing story casts himself as the cautious one, hesitant and skeptical, aware of the attraction of distant vistas but disinclined to venture far towards them. Heidegger, he implies, is more daring, but he may be on the wrong path, in danger, and too far gone to call back. Jaspers was being modest. In reality, he was the one whose mind ranged widely across cultures and epochs, making connections and comparisons while Heidegger never liked going far from his forest home. Another former friend who turned against Heidegger was the young man who had playfully mocked Ernst Cassirer in Davos in 1929, Emmanuel Levinas. Having moved to France before the war and acquired citizenship, Levinas had fought at the front and been captured when France fell. He was imprisoned in a unit reserved for Jewish prisoners of war in Stalag 11B, at Falling Bostel near Magdeburg. A harrowing 5 years followed, as he and his fellow inmates lived on watery soup and vegetable peelings while being worked to exhaustion chopping wood in the local forest. Their guards taunted them with the possibility that they might be shipped out to death camps at any moment. In fact, being in a POW camp probably saved Levinas' life. It gave him a degree of formal protection that he would not have had as a Jewish civilian at large, although his wife and daughter did also stay alive by hiding in a monastery in France, with help from friends. Back in his native country of Lithuania, the rest of his family did not survive. After Lithuania was occupied by Germany in 1941, all Levinas' relatives were confined to the ghetto with other Jews in their city, Kaunas. The Nazis assembled a large group one morning, among whom were Levinas' father, mother, and 2 brothers. They took them into the countryside, and machine-gunned them to death. Like Sartre during his interlude in the Stalag, Levinas wrote prolifically while he was incarcerated. He was able to receive writing paper and books, so he read Proust, Hegel, Rousseau, and Diderot. He kept notebooks out of which grew his first major work of philosophy, Existence and Existence, published in 1947. Here he developed earlier themes, including that of the ilya, there is, the amorphous, undifferentiated, impersonal being that looms over us in insomnia or exhaustion. This is Heidegger's being presented as a terrible affliction, rather than as a mystical gift to be awaited in awe. Levinas had a particular horror for what Heidegger had called the ontological difference, the distinction between beings and their being. If you take away individual beings in order to be left with pure being, Levinas felt, you end up only with something terrifying and inhuman. This was one reason why, as he wrote, his reflections, although initially inspired by the philosophy of Heidegger, are also governed by a profound need to leave the climate of that philosophy. Levinas turned away from the fog of being, and went the other way towards individual, living, human entities. In his best-known work, Totality and Infinity, published in 1961, he made the relationship of self with other the foundation of his entire philosophy, as central a concept for him as being was for Heidegger. He once said that this shift in thinking had its origin in an experience he had in the camp. Like the other prisoners, he had got used to the guards treating them without respect as they worked, as if they were inhuman objects unworthy of fellow feeling. But each evening, as they were marched back behind the barbed wire fence again, his work group would be greeted by a stray dog who had somehow found its way inside the camp. The dog would bark and fling itself around with delight at seeing them, as dogs do. Through the dog's adoring eyes, the men were reminded each day of what it meant to be acknowledged by another being, to receive the basic recognition that one living creature grants to another. As Levinas reflected on this experience, it helped to lead him to a philosophy that was essentially ethical, rather than ontological like Heidegger's. He developed his ideas from the work of Jewish theologian Martin Buber, whose I and Thou in 1923 had distinguished between my relationship with an impersonal it or them, and the direct personal encounter I have with a you. Levinas took it further: when I encounter you, we normally meet face to face, and it is through your face that you, as another person, can make ethical demands on me. This is very different from Heidegger's Mitsein or being with, which suggests a group of people standing alongside one another, shoulder to shoulder, as if in solidarity, perhaps as a unified nation or voke. For Levinas, we literally face each other, one individual at a time, and that relationship becomes one of communication and moral expectation. We do not merge, we respond to one another. Instead of being co-opted into playing some role in my personal drama of authenticity, you look me in the eyes and you remain other. You remain you. Illustrations credit 8.3. This relationship is more fundamental than the self, more fundamental than consciousness, more fundamental even than being, and it brings an unavoidable ethical obligation. Ever since Husserl, phenomenologists and existentialists had been trying to stretch the definition of existence to incorporate our social lives and relationships. Levinas did more: he turned philosophy around entirely so that these relationships were the foundation of our existence, not an extension of it. This adjustment was so radical that Levinas, like Heidegger before him, had to perform contortions with his language to avoid slipping back into old ways of thought. His writing became more and more tortuous over the years, but this priority of the ethical relationship to the other remained at its center. As he grew older, his children made a joke of his most famous ideas. When his grandchildren fought over the biggest portions at the dinner table, someone would say of the one who got the lion's share, and thus who had obviously not prioritized the demands of others, he doesn't practice grandpa's philosophy. It took courage to crack jokes with Levinas. As he went on, he became a formidable figure, prone to snapping at any others he encountered at conferences or in classes who asked stupid questions or seemed to misunderstand him. In this, if nothing else, he still had something in common with his former mentor. Other thinkers took radical ethical turns during the war years. The most extreme was Simone Weil, who actually tried to live by the principle of putting other people's ethical demands first. Having returned to France after her travels through Germany in 1932, she had worked in a factory so as to experience the degrading nature of such work for herself. When France fell in 1940, her family fled to Marseilles, against her protests, and later to the US and to Britain. Even in exile, Weil made extraordinary sacrifices. If there were people in the world who could not sleep in a bed, she would not do so either, so she slept on the floor. Some people lacked food, so she stopped eating almost entirely. She wondered in her journal whether one day someone might develop a form of human chlorophyll, so people could live on sunlight alone. Illustrations credit 8.4. After a few years of self-starvation, Weil fell ill from tuberculosis complicated by malnutrition. She died in Middlesex Hospital on August 2, 1943, of heart failure. All through these last years, she wrote copious philosophical studies of ethics and society, investigating the nature and limits of what human beings owe to one another. Her last work, The Need for Roots, argues, among other things, that none of us has rights, but each one of us has a near infinite degree of duty and obligation to the other. Whatever the underlying cause of her death, and anorexia nervosa seems to have been involved, no one could deny that she lived out her philosophy with total commitment. Of all the lives touched on in this book, hers is surely the most profound and challenging application of Iris Murdoch's notion that a philosophy can be inhabited. Indeed, Murdoch became an admirer of Weyl's thinking, which pushed her to turn away from her early interest in Sartrean existentialism towards a more ethical philosophy based on the good. Meanwhile, the Christian existentialist Gabriel Marcel was also still arguing, as he had since the 1930s, that ethics trumps everything else in philosophy, and that our duty to each other is so great as to play the role of a transcendent mystery. He too had been led to this position partly by a wartime experience. During the First World War he had worked for the Red Cross Information Service, with the unenviable job of answering relatives' inquiries about missing soldiers. Whenever news came, he passed it on, and usually it was not good. As Marcel later said, this task permanently inoculated him against warmongering rhetoric of any kind, and it made him aware of the power of what is unknown in our lives. One striking link between these radical ethical thinkers, all on the fringes of our main story, is that they had religious faith. They also granted a special role to the notion of mystery, that which cannot be known, calculated, or understood, especially when it concerns our relationships with each other. Heidegger was different from them, since he rejected the religion he grew up with and had no real interest in ethics, probably as a consequence of his having no real interest in the human. Yet every page of his late work suggests some direct experience of the ineffable or ungraspable. He too was a mystic. The mystery tradition had roots in Kierkegaard's leap of faith. It owed much to the other great 19th-century mystic of the impossible, Dostoevsky, and to older theological notions. But it also grew from the protracted trauma that was the first half of the 20th century. Since 1914, and especially since 1939, people in Europe and elsewhere had come to the realization that we cannot fully know or trust ourselves, that we have no excuses or explanations for what we do, and yet that we must ground our existence and relationships on something firm, because otherwise we cannot survive. Even the atheistic Sartre showed a desire for a new way of thinking about values. He had been scathing about traditional ethics in Nausea, writing in Levinasian terms of how bourgeois types, professing to be well-meaning humanists, had never allowed themselves to be affected by the meaning of a face. In Being and Nothingness, he went on to say that the placid old ethical principles based on mere tolerance did not go far enough anymore. Tolerance failed to engage with the full extent of the demands others make on us. It is not enough to back off and simply put up with each other, he felt. We must learn to give each other more than that. Now he went even further, we must all become deeply engaged in our shared world. The young French writer Frédéric de Taornicki, having accompanied Heidegger on his quest to collect his manuscripts, next became keen to introduce him and Sartre to each other. He had already given Heidegger a series of articles on Sartrean existentialism by his fellow Frenchman Jean Beaufret. When they discussed these on a later visit, Heidegger marveled at how Sartre managed to be at once philosopher, phenomenologist, dramatist, novelist, essayist, and journalist. Elfried, who was also present, asked, Mais enfin, qu'est-ce que l'existentialisme? So what is this existentialism anyway? Next time he called, Taornicki brought Heidegger a copy of Being and Nothingness. Heidegger playfully weighed its bulk in his hand and said that he had little time for reading at the moment, that time-honored excuse. On this occasion, as Taornicki left, he showed him a treasure of his own, wrapped in sheets of silken paper inside his desk, a photograph of Nietzsche. He doesn't show that to everyone, whispered Elfried. This was not encouraging, but Taornicki did not easily give up on his hope of bringing Heidegger and Sartre together, either for a private meeting or a public debate. He tried to interest Camus too, but Camus wanted nothing to do with Heidegger. Sartre was more intrigued, but, like Heidegger, he kept telling Taornicki that he was too busy to do anything at the moment. Instead, he invited Taornicki to write up his own meetings with Heidegger for Les Temps Modernes, which Taornicki did. Heidegger meanwhile found time to dip into being and nothingness after all. He told Taornicki on his next visit that he appreciated Sartre's psychological acuity and his feeling for concrete things. This, at least, was how Taornicki reported it. Since he was writing for Les Temps Modernes, he may have been inclined to flatter its editor. Heidegger also gave him a courteous letter to deliver to Sartre. It included a remark that could be read in two ways: "Your work is dominated by an immediate understanding of my philosophy, the likes of which I have not previously encountered." To others, Heidegger was blunter in his response. When the American scholar Hubert Dreyfus saw being and nothingness on Heidegger's desk and remarked on it, Heidegger snapped, "How can I even begin to read this dreck? This rubbish?" He began an extended essay in the form of a letter to Jean Beaufret, attacking the humanist version of existentialism that Sartre had presented to such acclaim in his Existentialism is a Humanism lecture, with its paean to freedom and individual action. Heidegger wanted nothing to do with this kind of philosophy. His piece, published in 1947 as Letter on Humanism and filled with evocations of forest clearings and letting be, stands as one of the key texts in his own decidedly anti-humanist new style of thinking. Sartre did not respond to it. Heidegger's earlier letter to Sartre had invited him to come to Totnaberg, "In our little hut we could philosophize together, and go for skiing trips in the Black Forest." According to Taornicki, Heidegger had been impressed by Sartre's description of skiing in being and nothingness, which comes towards the end, suggesting that Heidegger had got well into the dreck after all. It would be wonderful to imagine Sartre and Heidegger, and perhaps also Beauvoir, who was more athletic than Sartre, flying down the slopes, flush-cheeked, the wind whipping away their words, and Heidegger no doubt going much too fast for anyone to keep up, so as to show off. He liked to do this, judging by Max Muller's recollections of going out in the snow with him. "When we were skiing, he laughed at me a number of times because I made turns and curves where he dashingly raced straight down." But the skiing trip never happened. Sartre was always busy, his diary was overflowing with appointments. After all, it would still be a little embarrassing for a Frenchman in 1945 to go off into the Black Forest snow with the former Nazi rector of Freiburg. Early in 1948, Sartre and Beauvoir did travel to Germany to attend a Berlin production of Sartre's 1943 play about freedom, The Flies. In its original incarnation, the play had used the classical Oresteia story as a parable for the French situation under occupation. Now, Jürgen Felling's production at Berlin's Hebel Theater applied the same idea to the situation of Germany after the war, making the point clear with a grim stage set dominated by a temple in the shape of a bunker. The implication was that Germany was now similarly paralyzed by its shame. Sartre's play had been designed to urge the French to shake off the past and act constructively for the future. Perhaps this message could be reinterpreted to fit the German situation. Sartre certainly thought so. In an article the year before, to mark a smaller production being performed in the French zone of Germany, he wrote that Germans shared a similar problem to the French a few years earlier. "For the Germans, too, I think that remorse is pointless. I do not mean that they should simply wipe out past faults from their memory. No. But I feel sure that they won't earn the forgiveness they could get from the world just by being obligingly repentant. They will earn it rather by total, sincere commitment to a future of freedom and work, by their firm desire to build this future, and by the presence among them of as many men of goodwill as possible. Perhaps the play can not lead them to this future but encourage them to aim in that direction." Not everyone in Germany agreed with this analysis, and the debate around the play attracted much attention. This in turn ensured full audiences. Simone de Beauvoir heard that some people were paying 500 marks for a ticket, over twice an average monthly salary. One person even paid 2 geese, a high price in a city where food was still scarce. Initially Beauvoir had been nervous about making the German trip, after fearing the German occupiers for so long in Paris, but she changed her mind on seeing the scale of the country's devastation in both the Heideggerian and ordinary senses of the word. It was then deepest winter, the temperature had been as low as 18 degrees C for weeks, Yet many Berliners went around without coats, and Beauvoir saw people pushing little trolleys so as to collect any useful item they saw on their walks. It was partly to keep warm that they were so keen on theatre going, although it sometimes meant long journeys through the snow in inadequate shoes. Berlin was barely functioning, and it was awkwardly split between its Soviet, American, British, and French administrative zones, the last three of which would unite to form West Berlin a few months later. It had certainly changed since Sartre saw it in 1933 and 1934. In a spare moment between his public appearances, he sought out the house where he had stayed back then, and found it just standing, but in a tumble-down state. The main event was a debate hosted at the Hebel Theatre itself on February 4. Speaking in French with a translator, Sartre defended his play against speakers of both Christian and Marxist persuasions who believed it conveyed the wrong message for Germans. Its existentialist philosophy of liberation was all right for the French in 1943, they said, but it was wrong to urge Germans to move on just yet. The Nuremberg trials had barely finished, some of those who had committed crimes had never been held accountable at all. One speaker warned that many might seize on the play as a justification for disowning culpability for real past crimes, evading justice. Sartre followed the discussions in German, before using the translator to respond. He argued that existentialist freedom was never meant to be used as an excuse of any kind, that was the exact opposite of what it was about. In existentialism, there are no excuses. Freedom comes with total responsibility. His short speech prompted Christian writer Gert Thunissen to shift to a more general attack on Sartre's conception of freedom. It was just plain wrong to say existence precedes essence, Thunissen said. Humans do have an essence, which is given to them by God, and their job is to follow it. According to the transcript of the exchange, this remark attracted loud approval in the room. Several whistles. Hilarity. Next, Alphonse Steininger, head of the Society for the Study of the Culture of the Soviet Union, came in from a communist angle. Sartre's play risked being taken as encouragement of triviality, of nihilism, of pessimism, he said, these being the usual buzzwords used by communists to bash existentialism. In general, the discussion rarely transcended this level. Not for the first or last time, Sartre was stuck between two opponents who both hated him while having almost nothing in common with each other. Of course, they had a point. Just because existentialism was not supposed to provide excuses did not mean that people would not try to use it that way. It would not require great skill in sophistry to twist the flies into an argument for selective forgetfulness. Nor was it clear that the parallels between the French situation of 1943 and the German situation of 1948 went much beyond a feeling shared by much of the rest of the world at this time too, horror at the recent past, and apprehension, mingled with hope, about the future. Other aspects of the flies would have resonated with Berliners in 1948, however, and these had more to do with current sufferings. The stark landscape on stage looked a lot like the Berlin outside the door, and even the theatrical device of the flies might have triggered memories for, in the hot and terrible summer of 1945, German cities were reportedly infested by an unpleasant large green fly species propagating on the rotting bodies under the rubble. Above all, Berlin was itself an occupied city. It was occupied by anxiety and want, by the rival foreign powers, and especially by fear of the Soviet Union. A couple of months after Sartre and Beauvoir left, Soviet forces swooped and cut off all supplies coming into the western side of Berlin. In March 1948 they blocked the railway lines, and in June they cut off the roads. They set out to starve Berlin into submission, just as the Germans had starved Leningrad during the war. To this, the Western powers responded with a bold remedy. They simply flew in everything that the city needed: food, coal, medicines. For over a year, absolutely everything necessary for survival came in by air, in an operation known as the Berlin Airlift. At one stage, a plane was landing in Berlin at a rate of one every minute, 24 hours a day. In May 1949, a deal was finally struck with the Soviets and the blockade was eased, but the planes kept flying in from the west until the end of that September. Berlin had no wall yet, that went up in 1961. But it was a divided city that would have to survive in a state of prolonged political emergency for the next 40 years. Perhaps the drama of haunted, beleaguered Argos had something to say to Berliners after all. Sartre and Beauvoir had overcome their hesitation about going to Germany, but they still showed no sign of wanting to visit Heidegger. Sartre would not meet him until 1953 and it would not go well. The meeting occurred after Sartre traveled to the University of Freiburg for a lecture. The students were excited and the hall was crowded, but, as Sartre droned on for 3 hours in difficult French, their eagerness wilted. He probably noticed the drop in adulation levels by the end of the lecture, and this must have put him on the defensive even before he traipsed out to the suburb of Zeringen to meet Heidegger in his main home there. He did not go to Tottenauberg, and there was no skiing. The two men had a conversation in German. Sartre's command of the language was just about up to this. Neither participant gave us a first-hand account of what was said, but Heidegger talked about it to Petzet, and Sartre talked about it to Beauvoir, after which both she and Petzet made notes. According to both, the dialogue quickly went haywire. Heidegger brought up the subject of La Dimension Florestan, a recent play by Gabriel Marcel which poked fun at an unnamed philosopher who holed himself up in a remote hut, emitting only the occasional incomprehensible pronouncement. Someone had told Heidegger about it, and, although he had not seen or heard the play himself, he had no difficulty in recognizing its target and was unamused. Sartre did his diplomatic duty as a Frenchman by apologizing on Marcel's behalf. This was generous of him, considering that he had himself come under attack by Marcel several times, first in a review of Being and Nothingness in 1943 and then in a 1946 essay, Existence and Human Freedom. Marcel had laid into Sartre's atheism, his lack of an ethical philosophy, and what he felt was Sartre's inability to accept grace or gifts from others, notably, he implies, from God, but also from fellow humans. But Sartre showed considerable grace now in taking the flak from Heidegger for Marcel's satire. After Heidegger had got the conversation off to a bad start by venting his feelings about this minor awkwardness, it was Sartre's turn to mount his hobby horse. He was burning to talk about the question of political engagement, the duty he felt writers and thinkers had to become involved with the politics of their time. This was, to say the least, an embarrassing topic for Heidegger, and not one he wanted to hear Sartre's views about. Sartre later told his secretary Jean Caw that, when he first brought it up, Heidegger looked at him with infinite pity. Actually, Heidegger's face was probably communicating something more like, "Must we talk about this?" Whatever his feelings, the result was more wasted time in a conversation that should have been far more interesting than it apparently was. If Heidegger and Sartre ever got onto discussing subjects such as freedom, being, humanism, anxiety, authenticity or anything else of the sort, none of it was preserved. They spoke past one another. Freiburg, the city of phenomenology that had haunted Sartre's work for 2 decades, had let him down, and in any case his own ideas had now departed a long way from Heidegger's. He left in a savage mood, annoyed even with the organizers of the lecture. When he got to the train and found that they had thoughtfully left a gift of roses in his compartment, perhaps a standard gesture for visiting celebrities, he considered it ridiculous. Bouquets of roses. Armfuls of them, he said later to Caw, surely exaggerating somewhat. He waited until the train had left the station, then threw them out the window. After his return, he marveled to Beauvoir at how Heidegger was revered these days, 4,000 students and professors toiling over Heidegger day after day, just think of it. From then on, he referred to Heidegger dismissively as the old man of the mountain. The days had long passed when Sartre had seized on Being and Time as his only consolation during the days after France's defeat in 1940. But Sartre was not the only one who could not go backwards. The war had changed everything, for everyone. 9. Life Studies. in which existentialism is applied to actual people. One day, somewhere around the time of the 1948 Berlin trip, Beauvoir was sitting with pen in hand, staring at a sheet of paper. Alberto Giacometti said to her, "How wild you look." She replied, "It's because I want to write and I don't know what." With the sagacity that came from its being someone else's problem, he said, "Write anything." She did, and it worked. She took further inspiration from her friend Michel Léry's experimental autobiographical writings, which she had recently read. These inspired her to try a free-form way of writing about her memories, basing them around the theme of what it had meant to her to grow up as a girl. When she discussed this idea with Sartre, he urged her to explore the question in more depth. Thus it is in relation to three men that Simone de Beauvoir describes the origin of her great feminist work, The Second Sex. Perhaps the starting point had been a modest idea in need of masculine encouragement, but Beauvoir soon developed the project into something revolutionary in every sense. Her book overturned accepted ideas about the nature of human existence, and encouraged its readers to overturn their own existences. It was also a confident experiment in what we might call applied existentialism. Beauvoir used philosophy to tackle two huge subjects: the history of humanity, which she reinterpreted as a history of patriarchy, and the history of an individual woman's whole life as it plays itself out from birth to old age. The two stories are interdependent, but occupy two separate parts of the book. To flesh them out, Beauvoir combined elements of her own experience with stories gathered from other women she knew, and with extensive studies in history, sociology, biology, and psychology. Illustrations credit 9.1. She wrote quickly. Chapters and early versions appeared in Les Temps Modernes through 1948, the full tome came out in 1949. It was greeted with shock. This free-thinking lady existentialist was already considered a disturbing figure, with her open relationship, her childlessness, and her godlessness. Now here was a book filled with descriptions of women's sexual experience, including a chapter on lesbianism. Even her friends recoiled. One of the most conservative responses came from Albert Camus, who, as she wrote in her memoirs, in a few morose sentences, accused me of making the French male look ridiculous. But if men found it uncomfortable, women who read it often found themselves thinking about their lives in a new way. After it was translated into English in 1953, 3 years before Being and Nothingness and 9 years before Heidegger's Being and Time, The Second Sex had an even greater impact in Britain and America than in France. It can be considered the single most influential work ever to come out of the existentialist movement. Beauvoir's guiding principle was that growing up female made a bigger difference to a person than most people realized, including women themselves. Some differences were obvious and practical. French women had only just gained the right to vote, with liberation in 1944, and continued to lack many other basic rights. A married woman could not open her own bank account until 1965. But the legal differences reflected deeper existential ones. Women's everyday experiences and their being in the world diverged from men's so early in life that few thought of them as being developmental at all. People assumed the differences to be natural expressions of femininity. For Beauvoir, instead, they were myths of femininity, a term she adapted from the anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss, and which ultimately derived from Friedrich Nietzsche's genealogical way of digging out fallacies about culture and morality. In Beauvoir's usage, a myth is something like Husserl's notion of the encrusted theories which accumulate on phenomena, and which need scraping off in order to get to the things themselves. After a broad-brush historical overview of myth and reality in the first half of the book, Beauvoir devoted the second half to relating a typical woman's life from infancy on, showing how, as she said, one is not born, but rather becomes, a woman. The first influences begin in early childhood, she wrote. While boys are told to be brave, a girl is expected to cry and be weak. Both sexes hear similar fairy tales, but in them the males are heroes, princes, or warriors, while the females are locked up in towers, put to sleep, or chained to a rock to wait to be rescued. Hearing the stories, a girl notices that her own mother stays mostly in her home, like an imprisoned princess, while her father goes off to the outside world like a warrior going to war. She understands which way her own role will lie. Growing older, the girl learns to behave modestly and decorously. Boys run, seize, climb, grasp, punch, they literally grab hold of the physical world and wrestle with it. Girls wear pretty dresses and dare not run in case they get dirty. Later, they wear high heels, corsets, and skirts, they grow long fingernails which they have to worry about breaking. They learn, in countless small ways, to hesitate about damaging their delicate persons if they do anything at all. As Iris Marion Young later put it in Throwing Like a Girl, a 1980 essay applying Beauvoir's analysis in more detail, girls come to think of themselves as positioned in space rather than as defining or constituting the space around them by their movements. Adolescence brings a more heightened self-consciousness, and this is the age in which some girls become prone to self-harming, while troubled boys are more likely to pick fights with others. Sexuality develops, but small boys are already aware of the penis as something important, while the girl's genitals are never mentioned and seem not to exist. Early female sexual experiences may be embarrassing, painful or threatening, they may bring more self-doubt and anxiety. Then comes the fear of pregnancy. This was written well before the pill. Even if young women enjoy sex, female sexual pleasure can be more overwhelming, and thus more disturbing, says Beauvoir. It is generally linked to marriage, for most women, and with this comes the repetitive and isolating labor of housework, which accomplishes nothing out in the world and is no real action. By now, all these factors have conspired to hold a woman back from establishing authority and agency in the wider world. The world is not a set of tools for her, in the Heideggerian sense. Instead it is dominated by fate and run through with mysterious caprices. This is why, Beauvoir believes, women rarely attain greatness in the arts or literature, although she makes an exception for Virginia Woolf, who showed, in her 1928 work A Room of One's Own, what disasters were likely to befall an imaginary sister of Shakespeare's born with the same talents. Beauvoir sees every element of women's situation as conspiring to box them into mediocrity, not because they are innately inferior, but because they learn to become inward-looking, passive, self-doubting, and overeager to please. Beauvoir finds most female writers disappointing because they do not seize hold of the human condition, they do not take it up as their own. They find it difficult to feel responsible for the universe. How can a woman ever announce, as Sartre does in Being and Nothingness, I carry the weight of the world by myself? For Beauvoir, the greatest inhibition for women comes from their acquired tendency to see themselves as other rather than as a transcendent subject. Here she drew on her wartime reading of Hegel, who had analyzed how rival consciousnesses wrestle for dominance, with one playing master and the other slave. The master perceives everything from his own viewpoint, as is natural. But, bizarrely, so does the slave, who ties herself in knots trying to visualize the world from the master's point of view, an alienated perspective. She even adopts his point of view on herself, casting herself as object and him as subject. This tormented structure eventually collapses when the slave wakes up to the fact that she has it all backwards, and that the whole relationship rests on the hard work that she is doing on her labor. She rebels, and in doing so she becomes fully conscious at last. Beauvoir found the Hegelian vision of human relationships as a protracted battle of gazes or perspectives a richly productive idea. She had been talking it through with Sartre for years. He too had been interested in the master-slave dialectic since the 1930s, and had made it a major theme in Being and Nothingness. Since his examples illustrating the battle of alienated gazes are particularly lively, let us detour away from Beauvoir for a few moments to visit them. In his first example, Sartre asks us to imagine walking in a park. If I'm alone, the park arranges itself comfortably around my point of view, everything I see presents itself to me. But then I notice a man crossing the lawn towards me. This causes a sudden cosmic shift. I become conscious that the man is also arranging his own universe around himself. As Sartre puts it, the green of the grass turns itself towards the other man as well as towards me, and some of my universe drains off in his direction. Some of me drains off too, for I am an object in his world as he is in mine. I am no longer a pure perceiving nothingness, I have a visible outside, which I know he can see. Sartre then adds a twist. This time he puts us in the hallway of a Parisian hotel, peering through the keyhole of someone's door perhaps because of jealousy, lust, or curiosity. I am absorbed in whatever I'm seeing, and strain towards it. Then I hear footsteps in the hall, someone is coming. The whole setup changes. Instead of being lost in the scene inside the room, I am now aware of myself as a peeping Tom, which is how I'll appear to the third party coming down the hall. My look, as I peer through the keyhole, becomes a look looked at. My transcendence, my ability to pour out of myself towards what I am perceiving, is itself transcended by the transcendence of another. That other has the power to stamp me as a certain kind of object, ascribing definite characteristics to me rather than leaving me to be free. I fight to fend this off by controlling how that person will see me, so, for example, I might make an elaborate pretense of having stooped merely to tie my shoelace, so that he does not brand me a nasty voyeur. Episodes of competitive gazing recur throughout Sartre's fiction and biographies, as well as in his philosophy. In his journalism, he recalled the unpleasantness after 1940 of feeling oneself looked at as a member of a defeated people. In 1944, he wrote a whole play about it, Hughes Clause, translated as No Exit. It depicts three people trapped together in a room, a military deserter accused of cowardice, a cruel lesbian, and a flirtatious gold digger. Each looks judgmentally at least one of the others, and each longs to escape their companion's pitiless eyes. But they cannot do so, for they are dead and in hell. As the play's much quoted and frequently misunderstood final line has it, hell is other people. Sartre later explained that he did not mean to say that other people were hellish in general. He meant that after death we become frozen in their view, unable any longer to fend off their interpretation. In life, we can still do something to manage the impression we make. In death, this freedom goes and we are left entombed in others' people's memories and perceptions. Sartre's vision of living human relationships as a kind of intersubjective jujitsu led him to produce some very strange descriptions of sex. Judging by the discussion of sexuality in Being and Nothingness, a Sartrean love affair was an epic struggle over perspectives, and thus over freedom. If I love you, I don't want to control your thoughts directly, but I want you to love and desire me and to freely give up your freedom to me. Moreover, I want you to see me, not as a contingent and flawed person like any other, but as a necessary being in your world. That is, you are not to coolly assess my flaws and irritating habits, but to welcome every detail of me as though no jot or tittle could possibly be different. Recalling nausea, one might say that I want to be like the ragtime song for you. Sartre did realize that such a state of affairs is unlikely to last long. It also comes with a trade-off: you are going to want the same unconditional adoration from me. As Iris Murdoch memorably put it, Sartre turns love into a battle between two hypnotists in a closed room. Sartre derived this analysis of love and other encounters at least in part from what Simone de Beauvoir had made out of Hegel. They both pored over the implications of the master-slave dialectic. Sartre worked out his striking and bizarre examples, while Beauvoir made it the more substantial basis of her magnum opus. Her reading was more complex than his. For a start, she pointed out that the idea of love, or any other relationship, as a reciprocal encounter between two equal participants had missed one crucial fact: real human relationships contain differences of status and role. Sartre had neglected the different existential situations of men and women. In the second sex, she used Hegel's concept of alienation to correct this. As she pointed out, woman is indeed other for man, but man is not exactly other for woman, or not in the same way. Both sexes tend to agree in taking the male as the defining case and the center of all perspectives. Even language reinforces this, with man and he being the default terms in French as in English. Women try constantly to picture themselves as they would look to a male gaze. Instead of looking out to the world as it presents itself to them, like the person peering through the keyhole, they maintain a point of view in which they are the objects, like the same person after becoming aware of footsteps in the hall. This, for Beauvoir, is why women spend so much time in front of mirrors. It is also why both men and women implicitly take women to be the more sensual, the more eroticized, the more sexual sex. In theory, for a heterosexual female, men should be the sexy ones, disporting themselves for the benefit of her gaze. Yet she sees herself as the object of attraction, and the man as the person in whose eyes she glows with desirability. Women, in other words, live much of their lives in what Sartre would have called bad faith, pretending to be objects. They do what the waiter does when he glides around playing the role of waiter, they identify with their immanent image rather than with their transcendent consciousness as a free for itself. The waiter does it when he's at work, women do it all day and to a greater extent. It is exhausting, because, all the time, a woman's subjectivity is trying to do what comes naturally to subjectivity, which is to assert itself as the center of the universe. A struggle rages inside every woman, and because of this Beauvoir considered the problem of how to be a woman the existentialist problem par excellence. Beauvoir's initial fragments of memoir had by now grown into a study of alienation on an epic scale, a phenomenological investigation not only of female experience but of childhood, embodiment, competence, action, freedom, responsibility, and being in the world. The Second Sex draws on years of reading and thinking, as well as on conversations with Sartre, and is by no means the mere adjunct to Sartrean philosophy that it was once taken to be. True, she successfully shocked one feminist interviewer in 1972 by insisting that her main influence in writing it was being and nothingness. But 7 years later, in another interview, she was adamant that Sartre had nothing to do with working out Hegelian ideas of the other and the alienated gaze. It was I who thought about that. It was absolutely not Sartre. Whatever had fed it, Beauvoir's book outdid Sartre's in its subtle sense of the balance between freedom and constraint in a person's life. She showed how choices, influences, and habits can accumulate over a lifetime to create a structure that becomes hard to break out of. Sartre also thought that our actions often formed a shape over the long term, creating what he called the fundamental project of a person's existence. But Beauvoir emphasized the connection between this and our wider situations as gendered, historical beings. She gave full weight to the difficulty of breaking out of such situations, although she never doubted that we remain existentially free despite it all. Women can change their lives, which is why it is worth writing books to awaken them to this fact. The Second Sex could have become established in the canon as one of the great cultural re-evaluations of modern times, a book to set alongside the works of Charles Darwin, who resituated humans in relation to other animals, Karl Marx, who resituated high culture in relation to economics, and Sigmund Freud, who resituated the conscious mind in relation to the unconscious. Beauvoir evaluated human lives afresh by showing that we are profoundly gendered beings. She resituated men in relation to women. Like the other books, The Second Sex exposed myths. Like the others, its argument was controversial and open to criticism in its specifics, as inevitably happens when one makes major claims. Yet it was never elevated into the pantheon. Is this further proof of sexism? Or is it because her existentialist terminology gets in the way? English-speaking readers never even saw most of the latter. It was cut by its first translator in 1953, the zoology professor Howard M. Parsley, largely on the urging of his publisher. Only later, reading the work, did his editor ask him to go easy with the scissors, saying, "I am now quite persuaded that this is one of the handful of greatest books on sex ever written." It was not just omissions that were the problem. Parsley rendered Beauvoir's poursuit, for itself, as her true nature in itself, which precisely reverses the existentialist meaning. He turned the title of the second part, L'expérience vécue, lived experience, into woman's life today, which, as Toril Moy has observed, makes it sound like the title of a ladies' magazine. To make matters more confusing and further demean the book, English-language paperback editions through the 1960s and 1970s tended to feature misty-focus naked women on the cover, making it look like a work of soft porn. Her novels got similar treatment. Strangely, this never happened with Sartre's books. No edition of Being and Nothingness ever featured a Mussulman on the cover wearing only a waiter's apron. Nor did Sartre's translator Hazel Barnes simplify his terminology, although she notes in her memoirs that at least one reviewer thought she should have. If sexism and the existentialist language were not to blame, another reason for the second sex's intellectual sidelining might be that it presents itself as a case study, an existentialist study of just one particular type of life. In philosophy, as in many other fields, applied studies tend to be dismissed as postscripts to more serious works. But that was never existentialism's way. It was always meant to be about real, individual lives. If done correctly, all existentialism is applied existentialism. Sartre was just as interested as Beauvoir in seeing how existentialism could be applied to particular lives, and in his case it led him to biography. While Beauvoir traced a generic woman's life from babyhood to maturity, Sartre did the same with a series of individual men, and they are all men: Baudelaire, Mallarmé, Genet, Flaubert, and himself, as well as subjects of shorter essays. In Nausea, he had Roquentin give up his biographical project so as not to impose a conventional narrative form on a life, but there is nothing conventional about Sartre's biographies. He abandons standard chronology and instead looks for distinctive shapes and key moments on which a life turns, those moments in which a person makes a choice about some situation, and thus changes everything. In these crux points, we catch a person in the very act of turning existence into essence. The most important such moments tend to occur in childhood. Sartre's biographies all focus on his subject's early years. Words, his own memoir, confines itself to them exclusively. This interest in childhood owes something to Freud, who also wrote psychobiographies unpicking the dramas of a life, often tracing them to a primal scene. Sartre liked to find primal scenes too, but by contrast with Freud they did not usually have to do with sex. Sartre thought sexual experiences took their power from more basic experiences to do with our very being. He sought out those experiences during which a child in a challenging situation took control and bent that situation his own way. In other words, he interpreted his subjects' lives in terms of their freedom. This happens above all in his book about the writer Jean Genet, which appeared in 1952, 3 years after Beauvoir's The Second Sex, and visibly marked by her influence. After first meeting Genet in the café floor during the war years, Sartre had followed his career with interest as Genet published erotic, poetic novels and memoirs based on his life in reform schools, prisons, and on the road as a thief and prostitute. His most provocative book, Funeral Rites, told of a French teenager who fights on the German side during the last days of the occupation, even though the Germans are losing, or rather, because they are losing. Genet tended to sympathize with the defeated or despised in any situation. In 1944 that meant Germans and collaborators, not the triumphant resistance. He went on to support traitors, violent revolutionaries, Baader, Meinhof terrorists, Black Panthers, and more or less anyone who was an outsider. He backed the student radicals of the 1960s too, but remarked to William Burroughs, "If they ever win, I'll turn against them." Sartre loved Genet's contrariness, as well as his way of poeticizing reality. He was pleased when his publisher Gallimard asked him to write a foreword for a collected edition of Genet's works. But then Sartre's foreword grew to be 700 pages long. Rather than whacking Sartre over the head with the manuscript in a rage, Gallimard agreed to publish it as a separate book, under a title highlighting its theme of transfiguration, Saint Genet. This proved a good decision. It was as much a treatise of ideas as a biographical work. Sartre used elements of Marxist analysis, but mainly he approached Genet's life as a way of demonstrating his theory that freedom alone can account for a person in his totality. In doing this, he interpreted Genet above all as a writer, who took control of the contingencies of his life by writing about them. But where did Genet get this ability to transform the events of his life into art, asks Sartre. Was there a definite moment when Genet, a despised and abused child abandoned by his unmarried mother and taken in by an orphanage, began to turn into a poet? Illustrations credit 9.2. Sartre found the moment he was looking for in an incident that occurred when Genet was 10 years old and living with a foster family. Such a child was expected to be humble and grateful, but Genet refused to comply, and showed his rebellion by stealing small objects from the family and their neighbors. One day, he was sticking his hands in a drawer when a family member walked in on him and shouted, "You're a thief." As Sartre interpreted it, the young Genet was frozen in the gaze of the other. He became an object slapped with a despicable label. Instead of feeling abashed, Genet took that label and changed its meaning by asserting it as his own. "You call me a thief? Very well, I'll be a thief." By adopting the other person's objectifying label as a substitute for his unself-conscious self, Genet was performing the same psychological contortion as the one Beauvoir had observed in women. She believed it put a strain on women all their lives, and made them hesitant and full of self-doubt. But Sartre saw Genet as performing the maneuver defiantly, reversing the effect. Instead of keeping him down, his alienation gave him his escape. From then on, he owned his outsider identity as thief, vagrant, homosexual and prostitute. He took control of his oppression by inverting it, and his books take their energy from that inversion. The most degrading elements of Genet's experience: excrement, bodily fluids, bad smells, imprisonment, violent sex, become the ones held up as sublime. Genet's books turn shit into flowers, prison cells into sacred temples, and the most murderous prisoners into the objects of the greatest tenderness. This is why Sartre calls him a saint. Where a saint transfigures suffering into sanctity, Genet transfigures oppression into freedom. Sartre intuited all this largely because he was thinking at least as much of his own life as Genet's. His own bourgeois childhood had little in common with Genet's, yet he too had been through dark times. When his family moved to La Rochelle, the 12-year-old Sartre had been confronted with a stepfather who intimidated him, and with life at a rough school where the other boys beat him, branded him a pariah, and sneered at him for being ugly. In his misery, Sartre decided on a ritual gesture that, he imagined, would make their violence a part of himself and turn it against them. He stole change from his mother's purse and used it to buy pastries for his tormentors. This seems a funny kind of violence depending on what the pastries were like. But for Sartre it was a magical act. It was a transformation. His bullies had taken his possessions from him, so now he would give them something. Through his Genet-like theft and gift, he redefined the situation on his own terms and made a sort of artwork out of it. After that, as he told Beauvoir in later conversation, he was no longer someone who could be persecuted. Interestingly, he remained a compulsive gift giver for the rest of his life. Like Genet, Sartre also had a more powerful way of taking control. He wrote books. For both of them, being a writer meant giving the world's contingencies the necessary quality of art, just as the jazz singer in Nausea turns the chaos of being into beautiful necessity. All Sartre's biographies turn on this theme. In his 1947 study of Baudelaire, he shows us the young poet bullied at school but transforming his miseries into literature. The same thing happens in Words, which Sartre began drafting the year after publishing Saint Genet, in 1953. His driving question, he said in a later interview, was, how does a man become someone who writes, who wants to speak of the imaginary? Words was his attempt to find out what makes a child like himself fall into the neurosis of literature. In fact, by the time he was writing Words, Sartre was worrying that something was ideologically wrong with this analysis of freedom and self-determination as modes of being enjoyed most fully by writers. Should one really spend one's life trying to take control of existence solely through art? Is this not self-indulgent? Perhaps one's energy should be used another way, such as marching shoulder to shoulder with the proletariat in the service of revolution. Working on words, Sartre filled it with gleeful irony at his own expense, making it one of his most entertaining works by far. He then announced that it represented his farewell to literature. But Sartre's was never going to be the kind of farewell to literature that meant stopping writing, as the poet Rimbaud had done. It turned out to mean writing more and more, in an ever greater mania, while abandoning the attempt to revise and give careful shape to his thoughts. Words was, rather, Sartre's farewell to careful crafting and polishing, a process that may have been becoming more difficult for him, as his vision worsened. He managed to make it sound like a virtuous renunciation, but from the point of view of his readers it feels more like a declaration of war. The next stage of Sartre's life-writing career would lead him to the work he thought would be his greatest achievement in the genre, and which instead is one of the world's impossible books. The Family Idiot is a multi-volume life of Gustave Flaubert, in which Sartre prioritized as before the question of what leads a writer to become a writer. But he approached it differently. Sartre traced Flaubert's way of writing to his childhood in a bourgeois family who had dismissed him as an idiot because of his tendency to stare blankly into space for long periods, daydreaming or apparently thinking about nothing. In labeling him as idiot, a typical bourgeois act of exclusion, they cut him out of normal social intercourse. Sartre compares the infant Flaubert to a domestic animal, partly absorbed in human culture and partly separated from it, and haunted by what he is missing. What he lacks, above all, is familial love, which would have drawn him into the realm of the fully human. Instead, Flaubert is left with what Sartre calls the acrid, vegetative abundance of his own juices, of the self. Mushroom, elementary organism, passive, shackled, oozing with abject plenitude. This abandonment in the mushroom patch of the soul makes him confused about his own consciousness, and about the boundaries between self and other. Feeling superfluous, Flaubert does not know what his role in the world is supposed to be. Out of this comes his perpetual questioning and a fascination with the fringes of conscious experience. As Sartre said to an interviewer who asked why he had wanted to write about Flaubert, it was because of these fringes. With him I am at the border, the barrier of dreams. The project took Sartre's own writing to the border of sense. He weaves together a Hegelian and a Marxist interpretation of Flaubert's life, with much emphasis on the social and economic, but he also brings in a quasi-Freudian notion of the unconscious. He often uses the term le vécu, or the lived. Beauvoir and others used this word too, but in Sartre's hands it becomes almost a substitute for consciousness. It denotes the realm in which a writer like Flaubert manages to understand himself without being fully transparent to himself, or, says Sartre, in which consciousness plays the trick of determining itself by forgetfulness. The idea is at once seductive and difficult. Perhaps the best way of putting it is to say that The Family Idiot is Sartre's attempt to show how a writer becomes a writer without ever becoming fully conscious. Sartre himself struggled to manage his immense project. Having begun to write it in 1954, he ran out of steam and put the manuscript aside for a long time, then rolled up his sleeves again and rapidly finished 3 volumes, which came out in 1971 and 1972. These ran to an astonishing 2,800 pages, or about 2,000 pages longer than one might expect from even the most long-winded biography. Even now, he had not finished. This took the story only to Flaubert's writing of Madame Bovary. A 4th volume was projected, but never appeared. This makes it unsatisfying, but a greater problem is that the existing volumes are almost entirely unreadable. One person enjoyed it, at least. Simone de Beauvoir read it in draft, as she did all Sartre's books. She read it several times. Then she wrote in her memoirs, "I do not know how many times I went through L'Idiot de la Famille, reading long sections out of sequence and discussing them with Sartre. I went right through it again from the first page to the last during the summer of 1971 in Rome, reading for hours on end. None of Sartre's other books has ever seemed to me so delightful. I wish I could see what Beauvoir saw. I have tried. I've rarely started a book with such a desire to like it, but it was a desire thwarted. I am saucer-eyed with awe at the achievement of the translator, Karel Kosman, who spent 13 years meticulously rendering the whole work into English. I am less impressed with Sartre, who had clearly decided that the very nature of the project ruled out revisions, polishing or any kind of attempt at clarity. The book has its moments, though. Occasional lightning flashes strike the primordial soup, although they never quite spark it into life, and there is no way to find them except by dredging through the bog for as long as you can stand it. In one such moment, while talking about the power of the gaze, Sartre recalls being present at a scene in which a group of people were talking about a dog, a variant on the scene described by Levinas in his prison camp, where the dog looked joyfully at the humans. This time, as the people look down at him, the dog realizes they are paying him attention, but cannot understand why. He becomes agitated and confused, gets up, bounds towards them, stops, whines, and then barks. As Sartre wrote, he seems to be feeling at his expense the strange reciprocal mystification which is the relationship between man and animal. Sartre rarely grants other animals the compliment of recognizing their forms of consciousness. Until now he had implicitly set them all in the realm of the in itself along with trees and slabs of concrete. But now it seems his view has shifted. Animals may not be fully conscious, but perhaps humans are not either, and this may be what Sartre means by taking us to the border of dreams. Sartre's interest in his subjects' unconscious or semi-conscious minds had developed well before the Flaubert book. Towards the end of Being and Nothingness, he had explored the idea that our lives might be arranged around projects that are genuinely ours, yet that we do not fully understand. He also called for a new practice of existentialist psychoanalysis, to be based on freedom and on worldly being. He never accepted Freud's picture of the psyche as being arranged in layers, from the unconscious upwards, as if it were a slice of baklava or a geological sediment to be studied, nor did he agree on the primacy of sex. But he did take an increasing interest in the more impenetrable zones of life, and in our mysterious motivations. He was particularly interested in the way Freud, like himself, had changed and refined his own ideas as he went on. Freud was a thinker built on the same monumental scale as himself. Sartre respected that, and of course he too was a writer above all. In 1958, Sartre had a chance to explore Freud's life in more detail when the director John Huston commissioned him to write a screenplay for a biopic. Sartre took the job on partly because he needed the money. A huge tax bill had left him short. But, having agreed to do it, he threw himself into the job with his usual energy, and produced a screenplay that would have made a 7-hour film. Huston did not want a 7-hour film, so he invited Sartre to come and stay in his house in Ireland while they worked together on cutting it down. Sartre proved to be an overwhelming guest, talking incessantly in rapid French which Huston could barely follow. Sometimes, after leaving the room, Huston would hear Sartre still raving on, apparently having failed to notice his listener's departure. In fact, Sartre was just as puzzled by his host's behavior. As he wrote to Beauvoir, suddenly in mid-discussion he'll disappear. Very lucky if he's seen again before lunch or dinner. Sartre obediently cut some scenes, but, while writing his new version, he could not resist adding new ones in their place and extending others. He presented Huston with a script that would no longer make a 7-hour film, but an 8-hour one. Huston now fired Sartre and used 2 of his regular screenwriters to script a much more conventional film, which duly appeared in 1962 with Montgomery Clift playing Freud. Sartre's name was never credited, apparently by his own request. Much later, his screenplay was published in its multiple versions, so that, if so inclined, one can now pore over all the variant passages and reflect on yet another of Sartre's non-standard contributions to literary biography. Flaubert, Baudelaire, Mallarmé, and Freud were not able to answer back to Sartre's interpretations, but Genet was. His response was mixed. Sartre enjoyed telling a story that Genet first threw the manuscript into the fireplace, then pulled it out just before the flames took hold, which may or may not have been true. Genet did comment to Jean Cocteau that it made him nervous to have been turned into a statue by Sartre. Sartre must have noticed the irony of writing an interpretive study of how a man refused to accept the interpretive gaze of others. It was particularly awkward for the self-mythologizing Genet to become a writer written about. He was more used to being on the other end of the pen, and he felt disgust at being stripped of his artistic disguise. On the other hand, he was also flattered to be an object of such attention, and it helped that he simply liked Sartre. After the remark about being disgusted, he told the same interviewer, "It's very enjoyable to spend time with a guy who understands everything and laughs rather than judges. He's an extremely sensitive person. 10 or 15 years ago I saw him blush a few times. And a blushing Sartre is adorable." One major point of disagreement between Sartre and Genet concerned Genet's homosexuality. Sartre interpreted it as part of Genet's creative response to being labeled a pariah, thus, a free choice of outsiderhood and contrariness. Instead, for Genet, it was a given fact, like having green or brown eyes. He argued this point with Sartre, but Sartre was adamant. In Saint Genet he even had the effrontery to comment, of Genet's more essentialist opinion, "We cannot follow him in this." Many people now favor Genet's view over Sartre's, considering that regardless of other factors that may enter the mix, some of us simply are gay, or at least have a strong propensity in that direction. Sartre seemed to feel that, if we do not completely choose our sexuality, we are not free. But, to turn his own words back on him, "We cannot follow him in this, at least, I can't." Why should sexual orientation not be like other mostly innate qualities, such as being tall or short, or being extroverted or introverted, adventurous or risk-averse, empathetic or self-centered? Such tendencies seem at least partly inborn, yet even within the terms of Sartre's philosophy they do not make us unfree. They simply form part of our situation, and existentialism is always a philosophy of freedom in situation. Beauvoir seemed more sensitive than Sartre was to these subtle interzones in human life. The second sex was almost entirely occupied with the complex territory where free choice, biology, and social and cultural factors meet and mingle to create a human being who gradually becomes set in her ways as life goes on. Moreover, she had explored this territory more directly in a short treatise of 1947, The Ethics of Ambiguity. There, she argued that the question of the relationship between our physical constraints and the assertion of our freedom is not a problem requiring a solution. It is simply the way human beings are. Our condition is to be ambiguous to the core, and our task is to learn to manage the movement and uncertainty in our existence, not to banish it. She hastens to add that she does not believe we should therefore give up and fall back on a bland Sisyphus-like affirmation of cosmic flux and fate. The ambiguous human condition means tirelessly trying to take control of things. We have to do two near impossible things at once: understand ourselves as limited by circumstances, and yet continue to pursue our projects as though we are truly in control. In Beauvoir's view, existentialism is the philosophy that best enables us to do this, because it concerns itself so deeply with both freedom and contingency. It acknowledges the radical and terrifying scope of our freedom in life, but also the concrete influences that other philosophies tend to ignore: history, the body, social relationships, and the environment. Beauvoir's brief sketch of these ideas in The Ethics of Ambiguity is one of the most interesting attempts I've read at describing the bizarre mixture of improbabilities that human beings are. It is here that she laid out the first foundations of the second sex and of her entire novelistic vision of life. Yet, disappointingly, she repudiated parts of The Ethics of Ambiguity later because it did not fit with her Marxist social theory. "I was in error when I thought I could define a morality independent of social context," she wrote meekly. But perhaps we need not follow her in this. 10. The Dancing Philosopher, in which Merleau-Ponty has a chapter to himself. One thinker in Beauvoir's circle who shared her vision of the ambiguity of the human condition was her old friend Maurice Merleau-Ponty, the friend who, when they were both 19, had irritated her because of his tendency to see different sides of things, at a time when she was given to firm, instant judgments. They had both changed since then. Beauvoir could still be opinionated, but had become more attuned to contradiction and complexity. Merleau-Ponty had spent the war working himself into uncompromising attitudes that went against his grain. He adopted a dogmatic pro-Soviet position, which he maintained for several years after the war before dramatically abandoning it. He often changed his views in this way when his thinking took him in a new direction. But he always remained a phenomenologist at heart, dedicated to the task of describing experience as closely and precisely as he could. He did this in such an interesting way that he deserves a short chapter completely to himself in this book. We have already met him earlier in life, while he was enjoying his happy childhood. After that, he pursued a conventional academic career while Beauvoir and Sartre were becoming media stars. No photographers or American fans chased Merleau-Ponty around the left bank. Journalists did not quiz him about his sex life, which is a shame, as they would have dug up some interesting stories if they had. Meanwhile, he quietly turned himself into the most revolutionary thinker of them all, as became clear on publication of his masterwork of 1945, The Phenomenology of Perception. He remains an influential figure in modern philosophy, as well as in related fields such as cognitive psychology. His vision of human life is best summed up by these brief remarks near the end of The Phenomenology of Perception. I am a psychological and historical structure. Along with existence, I received a way of existing, or a style. All of my actions and thoughts are related to this structure, and even a philosopher's thought is merely a way of making explicit his hold upon the world, which is all he is. And yet, I am free, not in spite of or beneath these motivations, but rather by their means. For that meaningful life, that particular signification of nature and history that I am, does not restrict my access to the world, it is rather my means of communication with it. This bears reading twice. The aspects of our existence that limit us, Merleau-Ponty says, are the very same ones that bind us to the world and give us scope for action and perception. They make us what we are. Sartre acknowledged the need for this trade-off, but he found it more painful to accept. Everything in him longed to be free of bonds, of impediments and limitations and viscous clinging things. Heidegger recognized limitation too, but then sought something like divinity in his mythologizing of being. Merleau-Ponty instead saw quite calmly that we exist only through compromise with the world and that this is fine. The point is not to fight that fact, or to inflate it into too great a significance, but to observe and understand exactly how that compromise works. His own career was a case study in the art of compromise too, being balanced neatly between two disciplines that were often considered rivals, psychology and philosophy. Merleau-Ponty worked to bring them together for the benefit of both. Thus his doctoral thesis in 1938 was on behavioral psychology, but he then became professor of philosophy at the University of Lyons in 1945. In 1949, he took over as professor of psychology and pedagogy at the Sorbonne, succeeding Jean Piaget, but next became head of philosophy at the Collège de France in 1952. Throughout these changes of role, he made his psychological studies intensely philosophical, while building his philosophy on psychological and neurological case studies, including studies of effects of brain injuries and other traumas. He was influenced especially by Gestalt theory, a school of psychology which explores how experience comes to us as a whole rather than as separate bits of input. Illustrations credit 10.1. What excited Merleau-Ponty in all of this was not existentialist talk of anguish and authenticity. It was a simpler set of questions which turn out not to be simple at all. What happens when we pick up a cup in a cafe, or sip our cocktail while listening to the hubbub around us? What does it mean to write with a pen, or to walk through a door? These actions are almost impossible to describe or understand fully, yet most of us perform them with the greatest of ease, day after day. This is the real mystery of existence. In the Phenomenology of Perception, Merleau-Ponty starts with Husserl's notion that we must philosophize from our own experience of phenomena, but he adds the obvious point that this experience comes to us through our sensitive, moving, perceptive bodies. Even when we think of a thing that is not there, our minds construct that imaginary thing with colors, shapes, tastes, smells, noises and tactile qualities. In abstract thought, we similarly draw on physical metaphors or images as when we talk of ideas as weighty, or discussions as heated. We are sensual even when we are being most philosophical. But Merleau-Ponty also followed Husserl and the Gestalt psychologists in reminding us that we rarely have these sense experiences raw. Phenomena come to us already shaped by the interpretations, meanings and expectations with which we are going to grasp them, based on previous experience and the general context of the encounter. We perceive a multicolored blob on a table directly as a bag of sweets, not as a collection of angles, colors, and shadows that must be decoded and identified. The people we see running around in a field are a soccer team. This is why we fall for optical illusions. We have already seen a diagram as some expected shape, before looking again to realize that we have been fooled. It is also why a Rorschach blot comes to us as a picture of something, rather than as a meaningless design. Of course we have to learn the skill of interpreting and anticipating the world, and this happens in early childhood, which is why Merleau-Ponty thought child psychology was essential to philosophy. This is an extraordinary insight. Apart from Rousseau, very few philosophers before him had taken childhood seriously. Most wrote as though all human experience were that of a fully conscious, rational, verbal adult who has been dropped into this world from the sky perhaps by a stork. Childhood looms large in Beauvoir's The Second Sex and in Sartre's biographies. Sartre wrote in his Flaubert book that all of us are constantly discussing the child we were, and are. But his strictly philosophical treatises do not prioritize childhood as Merleau-Ponty's do. For Merleau-Ponty, we cannot understand our experience if we don't think of ourselves in part as overgrown babies. We fall for optical illusions because we once learned to see the world in terms of shapes, objects, and things relevant to our own interests. Our first perceptions came to us in tandem with our first active experiments in observing the world and reaching out to explore it, and are still linked with those experiences. We learned to recognize a bag of sweets at the same time as we learned how good it is to devour its contents. After a few years of life, the sight of sweets, the impulse to reach out for them, the anticipatory salivation, the eagerness and the frustration if told to stop, the joy of the crackling wrappers and the bright colors of the candied concoctions catching the light all form part of the whole. When the infant Simone de Beauvoir wanted to crunch flowering almond trees, and take bites out of the rainbow nougat of the sunset, it was because her growing mind was already a synesthetic swirl of appetite and experience. Perception remains this way, with all the senses working together holistically. We see the fragility and smoothness of a pane of glass, or the softness of a woolen blanket. As Merleau-Ponty writes, in the movement of the branch from which a bird has just left, we read its flexibility and its elasticity. At the same time, perception is bound up with our own movements around the world. We touch and grasp and interact with things in order to understand them. To discover the texture of a cloth, we rub it between our fingers with a practiced motion. Even our eyes move constantly, rarely taking anything in with a single fixed stare. And, unless we have lost vision in one eye, like Sartre, we judge distance by seeing stereoscopically. The eyes work together, calibrating angles, but we don't see these calculations. What we see is the object out there, the thing itself. We rarely stop to think that it is partly constituted by our own shifting gaze and our way of paying attention or reaching out to things. Our perceptions also tend to be accompanied by that strange sense called proprioception, the sense that tells us whether our legs are crossed or our head is cocked to one side. My own body is not an object like others, it is me. If I sit down with my knitting, says Merleau-Ponty, I might have to hunt for my knitting needles, but I don't hunt for my hands and fingers. And if I rest my arm on the table, I will never think to say that it is next to the ashtray in the same way that the ashtray is next to the telephone. Our proprioception is exquisitely sensitive and complex. If I stand in front of my desk and lean on it with both hands, only my hands are accentuated and my whole body trails behind them like a comet's tail. I am not unaware of the location of my shoulders or my waist, rather, this awareness is enveloped in my awareness of my hands, and my entire stance is read, so to speak, in how my hands lean upon the desk. If I am standing and if I hold my pipe in a closed hand, the position of my hand is not determined discursively by the angle that it makes with my forearm with my arm with my torso, and, finally, my torso with the ground. I have an absolute knowledge of where my pipe is, and from this I know where my hand is and where my body is. Proprioception can also operate through extensions of myself. If I drive a car, I develop a feel for how much space it takes up and what size gap it will fit through, without needing to get out and measure it each time. It starts to feel like part of me, rather than an external piece of machinery controlled by wheel and pedals. My clothes or the things I am carrying all become me, without any explicit calculation. A woman maintains a safe distance between the feather in her hat and objects that might damage it. She senses where the feather is, just as we sense where our hand is. Normally, we take all these marvels for granted, but when they go wrong they reveal a lot about how ordinary experience works. Merleau-Ponty read case studies in the field, notably those based on a man called Johann Schneider, who, after a brain injury, could not feel what position his limbs were in, or where you were touching him if you laid your hand on his arm. Other studies concerned amputees' experiences of uncomfortable phantom sensations where their lost limbs had been tingling, pain, or just the basic sense of having an arm or leg where there wasn't one. In more recent times, such sensations have been magicked away by using input from other senses. If an amputee moves his or her phantom limb while watching a mirror reflection of the matching real limb on the other side, it can sometimes help to banish the illusion. Oliver Sacks, who in A Leg to Stand On described his own disorder of leg proprioception after an injury, elsewhere tried simple trickery with video goggles and fake rubber arms to create the feeling that he had a third arm, or even that he was embodied in something on the other side of the room. The experiments were fun, but the leg injury wasn't. Sacks felt an immense relief when normal proprioception came back to him and he had his whole, proper body back. It felt like getting back to his full self, having been forced to make do with an I that was in part merely abstract, or Cartesian. His Merleau-Pontian embodied self was so much more him. Another factor in all of this, for Merleau-Ponty, is our social existence. We cannot thrive without others, or not for long, and we need this especially in early life. This makes solipsistic speculation about the reality of others ridiculous. We could never engage in such speculation if we hadn't already been formed by them. As Descartes could have said, but didn't, I think, therefore other people exist. We grow up with people playing with us, pointing things out, talking, listening, and getting us used to reading emotions and movements. This is how we become capable, reflective, smoothly integrated beings. Merleau-Ponty was especially interested in the way babies imitate those around them. If you playfully pretend to bite the fingers of a 15-month-old baby, he wrote, its response is to make its own biting movements, mirroring yours. He may have tried this with his own baby, who was about that age while he was working on the phenomenology of perception. In general, Merleau-Ponty thinks human experience only makes sense if we abandon philosophy's time-honored habit of starting with a solitary, capsule-like, immobile adult self, isolated from its body and world, which must then be connected up again, adding each element around it as though adding clothing to a doll. Instead, for him, we slide from the womb to the birth canal to an equally close and total immersion in the world. That immersion continues as long as we live, although we may also cultivate the art of partially withdrawing from time to time when we want to think or daydream. For Merleau-Ponty, consciousness can never be a nothingness radically divided from being, as Sartre had proposed in Being and Nothingness. He does not even see it as a clearing, like Heidegger. When he looks for his own metaphor to describe how he sees consciousness, he comes up with a beautiful one. Consciousness, he suggests, is like a fold in the world, as though someone had crumpled a piece of cloth to make a little nest or hollow. It stays for a while, before eventually being unfolded and smoothed away. There is something seductive, even erotic, in this idea of my conscious self as an improvised pouch in the cloth of the world. I still have my privacy, my withdrawing room. But I am part of the world's fabric, and I remain formed out of it for as long as I am here. Starting from there, elaborate an idea of philosophy, wrote Merleau-Ponty hastily to himself in later notes, for the phenomenology of perception was just the beginning of his research. He wrote much more, including an unfinished work later published as The Visible and the Invisible. He repeated the image of the folded cloth there, but he also tried a new image. This was the idea of consciousness as a chiasm. The word chiasm or chiasmus comes from the Greek letter chi, written chi, and it denotes exactly that crossed intertwining shape. In biology, it refers to the crossing of two nerves or ligaments. In language, it is the rhetorical device in which one phrase is countered by another inverting the same words, as when John F. Kennedy said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country," or when Mae West said, "It's not the men in my life, it's the life in my men." The interwoven figure calls to mind two hands grasping each other, or the way a woolen thread loops back to grip itself in a knitting stitch. As Merleau-Ponty put it, the hold is held. For him, this was the perfect way of making sense of the connection between consciousness and world. Each clasps the other, as if by crisscrossed, knitted links. Thus, I can see things in the world, but I can also be seen, because I am made of the world's own stuff. When I touch something with my hand, that thing touches my hand too. If this were not the case, I could neither see nor touch anything at all. I never peer into the world from a safe place outside it, like a cat looking into a fish tank. I encounter things because I am encounterable to others. He wrote, "It is as though our vision were formed in the heart of the visible, or as though there were between it and us an intimacy as close as between the sea and the strand." Traditional philosophy has no name for this visibility, says Merleau-Ponty, so he uses the word flesh, meaning something much more than a physical substance. Flesh is what we share with the world. It is the coiling over of the visible upon the seeing body, of the tangible upon the touching body. It is because I am flesh that I move and respond to things while I observe them. It is what makes me follow with my eyes the movements and the contours of the things themselves. By the time of these works, Merleau-Ponty is taking his desire to describe experience to the outer limits of what language can convey. Just as with the late Husserl or Heidegger, or Sartre in his Flaubert book, we see a philosopher venturing so far from shore that we can barely follow. Emmanuel Levinas would head out to the fringes too, eventually becoming incomprehensible to all but his most patient initiates. With Merleau-Ponty, the further he wades out into the mysterious, the closer he also comes to the basics of life, to the act of picking up a glass and drinking, or to the bounce of a branch as a bird flies away. This is what astonishes him, and for him there can be no question of banishing that puzzle by solving it. The philosopher's task is neither to reduce the mysterious to a neat set of concepts nor to gaze at it in awed silence. It is to follow the first phenomenological imperative, to go to the things themselves in order to describe them, attempting rigorously to put into words what is not ordinarily put into words, what is sometimes considered inexpressible. Such philosophy can be seen as an art form, a way of doing what Merleau-Ponty thought Cézanne did in his paintings of everyday objects and scenes, taking the world, making it new, and giving it back almost unchanged except in that it had been observed. As he wrote of Cézanne in a beautiful essay, only one emotion is possible for this painter, the feeling of strangeness, and only one lyricism, that of the continual rebirth of existence. In another essay, he wrote of how the Renaissance writer Michel de Montaigne put not self-satisfied understanding but a consciousness astonished at itself at the core of human existence. One could say the same of Merleau-Ponty himself. When, in 1952, Merleau-Ponty was made head of philosophy at the Collège de France, a journalist at l'Aurore used the occasion to mock existentialism with an allusion to its popularity with the jazz club crowd. "It is only a cerebral way of dancing the boogie-woogie." As it happened, Merleau-Ponty had a flair for the boogie-woogie too. While being the most academically eminent of the left-bank thinkers, he was also their best dancer. Boris Vian and Juliette Greco both commented on his talents. Merleau-Ponty's jive and swing moves went along with a generally urbane manner and a perfect ease in company. He liked good clothes, but not flashy ones. English suits were his favorite at a time when they were admired for their high quality. He worked hard, but he spent part of each day in the Saint-Germain-des-Prés cafés near where he lived, popping in regularly for his morning coffee, usually on the late side, as he didn't like early rising. He combined his nightlife with being a devoted family man, with a very different domestic routine from that of Sartre or Beauvoir. He had just one daughter, Marianne Merleau-Ponty, who now looks back fondly on his way of playing, laughing or making funny faces to amuse her as a small child. It was sometimes difficult to be a philosopher's daughter. She recalls how galling it was to have the teacher say to her years later, after an oral exam in which she had fumbled a particular topic, "You do realize that a certain Merleau-Ponty has written about this question." It was never her favorite subject, but when she had to recite exams he helped her patiently, and inscribed copies of his books to Marianne, his favorite philosopher. He seemed more alive than other philosophers, she says, more in life, but this was because philosophy and life were the same to him. Despite the fun and games, he retained an elusive quality, especially by contrast with Sartre's tendency to be upfront and in your face. His self-possessed way of smiling off the most serious events could be frustrating, as Simone de Beauvoir found, but it was attractive too. Merleau-Ponty was aware of his appeal and was a noted flirt. He sometimes went beyond flirtation. According to second-hand gossip reported by Sartre in a letter to Beauvoir, he could come on a bit strong after too many drinks, trying his luck with several women over a single evening. They often turned him down. Sartre noted, "Not that they don't like him, he's just too hasty." Although his marriage remained unassailable, he did have a serious affair with at least one other woman, Sonia Brownell, later the wife of George Orwell. They met in 1946 when Sonia sought to commission a piece from him for Cyril Connolly's cultural review, Horizon, for which she was an assistant editor. They wrote playful letters to each other, then began their affair around Boxing Day 1947, when Merleau-Ponty went to London to spend a week with her. The week did not all go smoothly. Sonia was volatile, moody, and prone to outbursts. Her wayward emotions had probably appealed to Merleau-Ponty at first, perhaps she even reminded him of his emotive long-ago girlfriend Elizabeth Le Coyne. But his letters show him moving from pained puzzlement to a definite cooling of affection. The affair eventually ended when Sonia arrived in Paris one day, expecting to meet him, but instead found a polite note at her hotel from his wife Suzanne, informing her that her husband had left for southern France. Not long after this, on October 13, 1949, Sonia married the very ill George Orwell at his hospital bed. Even before their relationship, Merleau-Ponty had been considering a move to England, and he asked his friend A.J. Ayer to help him get a post at University College London. This never happened. But he liked the country, and spoke and wrote good English, although after he wrote his first English letter to Sonia they switched to French, in which she was more fluent. He practiced English by doing questionnaires in Meet Yourself, an eccentric self-help book compiled in 1936 by Prince Leopold Lowenstein Wertheim Freudenberg and the novelist William Gerhardt. The book would have appealed to Merleau-Ponty's interest in psychology. It was designed to X-ray the reader's character through a hypertextual mass of questions through which one took different routes depending on one's answers. Since Gerhardt was a writer with a distinctive sensibility of his own, the book's questions are sometimes quite weird. Do Mickey Mouse films or other animated cartoons of that sort frighten you? Have you ever felt as though the world around you has suddenly become unreal and dreamlike? Do not answer yet. The sensations are hard to describe. They are very complex, but the most characteristic thing about them is an uncanny feeling as of having lost one's identity. In fact, Merleau-Ponty was almost unique among the existentialist milieu in not being prone to such attacks of uncanniness or anxiety. It was an important difference between him and the neurotic Sartre. Merleau-Ponty was not followed down the street by lobsters, he had no fear of chestnut trees, and was not haunted by the thought of other people staring at him and fixing him in their judgmental gaze. Rather, for him, looking and being looked at are what weave us into the world and give us our full humanity. Sartre acknowledged this interweaving, and he also acknowledged the importance of the body, but it all seemed to make him nervous. Some kind of struggle is always going on in Sartre's work against facticity, against being devoured by the quicksand of being, and against the power of the other. Merleau-Ponty doesn't struggle much, and doesn't seem to fear dissolving into the syrupy or vaporous. In The Visible and the Invisible, he gives us some very unsartrean descriptions of erotic encounters, describing how one body embraces another along its length, forming tirelessly with its hands the strange statue which in its turn gives everything it receives. The body is lost outside of the world and its goals, fascinated by the unique occupation of floating in being with another life. Sartre once remarked, speaking of a disagreement they had about Husserl in 1941, that we discovered, astounded, that our conflicts had, at times, stemmed from our childhood, or went back to the elementary differences of our two organisms. Merleau-Ponty also said in an interview that Sartre's work seemed strange to him, not because of philosophical differences, but because of a certain register of feeling, especially in nausea, that he could not share. Their difference was one of temperament and of the whole way the world presented itself to them. The two also differed in their purpose. When Sartre writes about the body or other aspects of experience, he generally does it in order to make a different point. He expertly evokes the grace of his café waiter, gliding between the tables, bending at an angle just so, steering the drink-laden tray through the air on the tips of his fingers, but he does it all in order to illustrate his ideas about bad faith. When Merleau-Ponty writes about skilled and graceful movement, the movement itself is his point. This is the thing he wants to understand. Merleau-Ponty had even less in common with Heidegger, apart from their prioritizing of being in the world. Heidegger is good on some bodily experiences, such as hammering a nail, but he has little to say about other kinds of physical sensation in Dasein's body. He avoids ambiguous realms in general. He argues that the meaning of Dasein's being lies in time, yet avoids the whole topic of development. He does not tell us whether there can be a toddler Dasein, just opening up its first clearing, or a Dasein with advanced Alzheimer's, for whom the forest is closing in. When he turns to other animals, it is to dismiss them as uninteresting beings that cannot make their own world, or that have only an impoverished one. The Heidegger scholar Richard Pold has listed a whole range of questions that Heidegger does not ask. How did Dasein evolve? When does a fetus or newborn enter the condition of Dasein? What conditions are necessary in the brain in order for Dasein to take place? Can other species be Dasein? Can we create an artificial Dasein using computers? Heidegger avoids these ambiguous zones because he considers them ontical matters, worth considering only by such disciplines as psychology, biology, and anthropology, not by noble philosophy. Merleau-Ponty does not make such distinctions. The edges and shadows of the discipline were what interested him most, and he welcomed anything ontical researchers could contribute. He based his philosophy on human beings who are in constant change from childhood onwards. He wanted to know what happened when faculties were lost, or when people were injured and damaged. By prioritizing perception, the body, social life, and childhood development, Merleau-Ponty gathered up philosophy's far-flung outsider subjects and brought them in to occupy the center of his thought. In his inaugural lecture at the Collège de France on January 15, 1953, published as In Praise of Philosophy, he said that philosophers should concern themselves above all with whatever is ambiguous in our experience. At the same time, they should think clearly about these ambiguities, using reason and science. Thus, he said, the philosopher is marked by the distinguishing trait that he possesses inseparably the taste for evidence and the feeling for ambiguity. A constant movement is required between these two, a kind of rocking motion which leads back without ceasing from knowledge to ignorance, from ignorance to knowledge. What Merleau-Ponty is describing here is another kind of chiasm, an X-like interweaving, this time not between consciousness and world, but between knowledge and questioning. We can never move definitively from ignorance to certainty, for the thread of the inquiry will constantly lead us back to ignorance again. This is the most attractive description of philosophy I've ever read, and the best argument for why it is worth doing, even, or especially, when it takes us no distance at all from our starting point. 11. Croises comme ci, in which the existentialists fight about the future. Merleau-Ponty observed in a lecture of 1951 that, more than any previous century, the 20th century had reminded people how contingent their lives were, how at the mercy of historical events and other changes that they could not control. This feeling went on long after the war ended. After the A-bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, many feared that a Third World War would not be long in coming, this time between the Soviet Union and the United States. The two superpowers' wartime alliance had broken down almost instantly. They now stood glaring at each other from either side of a weakened, impoverished, and self-doubting Western Europe. If another war did start, it seemed possible that this time it might destroy civilization and even life itself. At first only the United States had the A-bomb, but Soviet engineers and spies were known to be working on the problem, and people soon learned of the full dangers from radiation and environmental devastation. As Sartre wrote in response to Hiroshima, humanity had now gained the power to wipe itself out, and must decide every single day that it wanted to live. Camus also wrote that humanity faced the task of choosing between collective suicide and a more intelligent use of its technology, between hell and reason. After 1945, there seemed little reason to trust in humanity's ability to choose well. After this, each new bomb test raised the anxiety level. When the Americans exploded a more powerful A-bomb in July 1946, Beauvoir heard a radio announcer say that it had already triggered a chain reaction, making matter itself disintegrate in a slow wave spreading across the planet. Within a few hours, everything on Earth would be gone. Now that's a nothingness at the heart of being. Later that year came rumors that the Soviets were plotting to leave suitcases filled with radioactive dust in key U.S. cities, with timers set to burst their seals and kill millions. Sartre lampooned this story in his play Nekrasov in 1956, but at the time few were sure what to believe. Radiation was all the more terrifying for being invisible and so easily deployed. The power of the universe itself could be packed into a few suitcases. But, while some feared the end, others had equally dramatic hopes for a new beginning. Hölderlin had said that where danger is, grows the saving power also. Perhaps, some thought, the recent war's catastrophes would not bring disaster but a total transformation of human life, with war and other evils abolished forever. One idealistic wish was for an effective world government that would resolve conflicts, enforce treaties, and render most wars impossible. Camus was among those sharing this hope. For him, the immediate lesson after Hiroshima was that humanity must develop a true international society, in which the great powers will not have superior rights over small and middle-sized nations, where such an ultimate weapon will be controlled by human intelligence rather than by the appetites and doctrines of various states. To some extent, the United Nations fulfilled these aims, but it never became as broadly effective as hoped. Others saw the American way as the road ahead. The United States had a high stock of gratitude and goodwill in Europe after the war. It consolidated this in the late 1940s with the Marshall Plan, pouring billions of dollars into traumatized European countries to speed recovery, and to keep communism contained within the parts of Central Europe which the Soviet Union had already enfolded in its repressive bear hug. The US even offered money to the Russians and other countries in their ambit, but Moscow made sure that those countries all refused. In Western Europe, some found it humiliating to accept American cash, but they had to admit that it was needed. Alongside the internationalists and the pro-Americans, a third group in post-war Western Europe favored putting their hope in the Soviet Union. This was, after all, the one major nation on earth that had actually tried to put into effect the great communist ideal for humanity, the prospect that, At some far-off point when all the cleaning up work was done, human beings would banish poverty, hunger, inequality, war, exploitation, fascism and other evils from existence forever, simply by an act of rational management. It was the most ambitious attempt to change the human condition ever attempted. If it failed the first time, it might never be tried again, so it seemed worth defending at all costs. We are here talking about the events of just 7 decades ago, a modest human lifespan, yet it has already become difficult to think ourselves sufficiently into that time to understand how this ideal swayed so many intelligent, sophisticated people in the West. Now, the conventional wisdom has become that communism would never have worked in any possible world, and therefore that those who failed to see it as futile from the start were fools. Yet, to people who had been through the hardships of the 1930s and the Second World War, it could seem an idea worth believing in despite its acknowledged unlikeliness. People did not see it as a mere dream, of the kind you wake from with a vague impression that you've seen something marvelous but impossible. They thought it a practical goal, albeit one to which the path would be long and difficult, with many pitfalls along the way. These pitfalls were not hard to spot. That list of beautiful, distant communist goals was matched by an equally long list of grim realities: labor camps, intimidation, unjust imprisonments, killings, famines, shortages and a lack of personal freedom. The first major shock had come in the 1930s, when news emerged of the Moscow show trials in which disgraced party members confessed to acts of sabotage or conspiracy before being sent to their deaths. In 1946, more information came out, some of it through a book called I Chose Freedom, by the Soviet defector Viktor Kravchenko. When the book was translated into French in 1947, the communist-supported journal Les Lettres Françaises dismissed it as a U.S. government fabrication. Kravchenko's lawyers sued the journal, and the case was heard in Paris early in 1949, with witnesses brought in to rhapsodize about life in the Soviet Union, and to discredit the author. Kravchenko technically won, but was given a single franc in damages. The following year, another writer sued Les Lettres Françaises, David Rousset, a Buchenwald survivor who had been attacked by the journal after calling for an investigation into Soviet camps. He won his case. Both trials were contentious, but did much to raise awareness that the Soviet Union was not the workers' paradise it claimed to be, or not yet. Even now, many insisted that it was more worthy of defense than the ultra-capitalist model of the United States. The US also lost some of its moral high ground after the government's extreme fear of communism led it to crack down on any vaguely leftist organization, and to surveil and harass its own citizens. Anyone suspected of being a Red risked being fired, blacklisted, and denied a passport to travel. In 1951, the naive couple Ethel and Julius Rosenberg were sentenced to death for handing atomic secrets to the Russians. The executions, carried out in 1953, shocked many inside and outside the country. Sartre fired off an angry article for the newspaper Liberation. In the States, Hannah Arendt wrote to Jaspers that she feared such incidents portended a national catastrophe comparable to the one seen in Germany. An unimaginable stupidity must have taken hold in the USA. It frightens us because we are familiar with it. If both great powers were falling short of their ideals, perhaps the only way to choose between them was to ask which ideals were more worth trying to attain. Leftists felt that, even if America stood for good things like jazz and freedom, it also stood for untrammeled personal greed, economic colonialism, and worker exploitation. At least the Soviet Union represented a noble possibility, and for such a goal, what moral compromise might not be worth making? 70 years earlier, in The Brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky had summed up a moral dilemma of this kind in a simple question. Ivan Karamazov asks his brother Alyosha to imagine that he has the power to create a world in which people will enjoy perfect peace and happiness for the rest of history. But to achieve this, he says, you must torture to death one small creature, now say, that baby there. This is an early and extreme variety of the trolley problem, in which one person must be sacrificed in order, it's hoped, to save many. So, Would you do it? Asks Ivan. Eliash's answer is a clear no. Nothing can justify torturing a baby, in his view, and that is all there is to be said. No weighing of benefits changes this. Some things cannot be measured or traded. In 1940s Paris, the writer who followed Eliash's position was Albert Camus. In his essay Neither Victims Nor Executioners he wrote, "I will never again be one of those, whoever they be, who compromise with murder." Whatever the payoff, he would not support formal justifications for violence, especially by the state. He stuck to this position from then on, although he never ceased to meditate on it. His Dostoevskian play of 1949, The Just, features a group of Russian terrorists debating whether or not they might kill bystanders as collateral damage during a political assassination. Camus makes it clear that he thinks it wrong. He thought the same when independence struggles began in his own country, Algeria, in November 1954. Rebels planted bombs and killed innocents, while the French authorities inflicted tortures and executions. Camus' view was that neither could be justified. People will always do violent things, but philosophers and state officials have a duty not to come up with excuses that will justify them. His opinion made him controversial. In 1957, at a talk to mark his receiving the Nobel Prize in Literature, Camus was asked to explain his failure to support the rebels. He said, "People are now planting bombs in the tramways of Algiers. My mother might be on one of those tramways. If that is justice, then I prefer my mother." For Camus there could be no objective justification for either side's actions, so his own loyalties were the only possible source of guidance. Sartre would train himself to see things differently, at least, he did eventually. In the mid-1940s, he could still sound like an Eliash himself, or a Camus. Merleau-Ponty, in his pro-Soviet phase, asked him what he would do if he had to choose between two events, one of which would kill 300 people and the other 3,000. What difference was there, philosophically speaking? Sartre replied that there was a mathematical difference, of course, but not a philosophical one, for each individual is an infinite universe in his or her own eyes, and one cannot compare one infinity with another. In both cases, the disaster of loss of life was literally incalculable. Relating this story, Merleau-Ponty deduced that Sartre was talking as a pure philosopher at the time, rather than adopting the perspective of heads of government. Later, both Sartre and Beauvoir moved away from this view, and would decide that one could and even must weigh and measure lives in a judicious way, and that the Eliasha position was an evasion of that duty. They came to feel that refusing to do the calculation setting one baby now against millions of future babies was merely selfish or squeamish. If this sounds like an antiquated argument advanced only by wild communist dreamers, we might remind ourselves that apparently civilized countries have sought to justify tortures, imprisonments, killings and intrusive surveillance in the same way in our own time, citing unspecified future threats to an unspecified number of people. Sartre, Beauvoir and, for now, Merleau-Ponty felt that they were being tougher and more honest than Camus, because they saw the need to get one's hands dirty, that favorite phrase again. Of course, the stain was the blood of other people conveniently far away. But Sartre also insisted that he would sacrifice himself if need be. At a writers' conference in Venice in 1956, the English poet Stephen Spender asked him what his wishes would be if he were wrongly persecuted and imprisoned by a communist regime. Would he want his friends to campaign for his release, if that campaign damaged communism's credibility and jeopardized its future? Or would he accept his fate for the greater good? Sartre reflected for a moment, then said that he would refuse the campaign. Spender disliked this answer. "It seems to me that the only good cause has always been that of one person unjustly imprisoned," he said. "That," retorted Sartre, "is the crux of the drama. Perhaps in the modern world injustice against one person is no longer the point." It had taken Sartre a while to talk himself out of his compunctions about this shocking notion, but by the mid-1950s he was there. The imaginary scenario discussed by Sartre and Spender resembles the plot of Darkness at Noon, a novel by Arthur Koestler, an ex-communist turned anti-communist. The novel, published in English in 1940 and in French in 1946 as Le0 et l'Infini, was based on the case of Nikolai Bukharin, tried and executed during the Soviet purges in 1938. Koestler portrayed his fictionalist version as a man so loyal to the party that he signed a false confession and went voluntarily to his death for the good of the state. This was way too credulous as an interpretation of Bukharin's real-life case, since his confession was produced under duress. But Koestler gave the intellectuals a story to quarrel over: just how far might a person go to defend communism? He raised similar questions in his essay The Yogi and the Commissar, which contrasted the commissar type, prepared to do anything for a remote ideal goal, with the yogi type, who sticks to present realities. Merleau-Ponty, in the first flush of his commissar period, responded to Koestler's essay with a two-part attack in Les Temps Modernes entitled The Yogi and the Proletarian. He mainly used the rhetorical device sometimes known as whataboutery, so the Soviet goal was flawed, but what about the many abuses of the West? What about capitalist greed, colonial repression, poverty, and racism? What about the West's pervasive violence, which was merely better disguised than its communist equivalent? Koestler ignored Merleau-Ponty's piece, but his friend Camus was enraged. According to Beauvoir, Camus stormed into a party one evening at Boris Vian's, hurled invective at Merleau-Ponty, then stormed out again. Sartre ran after him. The scene ended in recriminations and resentment, and even Sartre and Camus fell out over it for a while, although on this occasion they made up. Sartre, Beauvoir, Camus, and Koestler had previously become good friends, debating political topics in high spirits during convivial, drunken evenings. During one of their wild nights out at an émigré Russian nightclub around 1946, the question of friendship and political commitment came up. Could you be friends with someone if you disagreed with them politically? Camus said you could. Koestler said no, impossible. Impossible. In a sentimental buzz of vodka, Beauvoir took Camus' side: it is possible, and we are the proof of it at this very moment, since, despite all our dissensions, we are so happy to be together. Cheered by this warm thought, they boozed on happily until after dawn, although Sartre still had to prepare a lecture for the next day on, of all things, the theme of the writer's responsibility. They all thought this was hilarious. At dawn, they left each other in exuberant spirits. And Sartre did somehow get the lecture written in time, on almost no sleep. During another late-night carousal in 1947, however, the friendship question came up again, and this time the mood was less good-humored. Koestler clinched his side of it by throwing a glass at Sartre's head, not least because he got the idea, probably rightly, that Sartre was flirting with his wife Mamaine. Koestler was known as an unscrupulous seducer himself, and an aggressive one to say the least. As they all stumbled outside, Camus tried to calm Koestler by laying a hand on his shoulder. Koestler flailed out at him, and Camus hit him back. Sartre and Beauvoir dragged them apart and hustled Camus off to his car, leaving Koestler and Mamaine on the street. All the way home, Camus wept and draped himself on the steering wheel, weaving over the road. He was my friend. And he hit me. Sartre and Beauvoir eventually came to agree with Koestler about one thing: it was not possible to be friends with someone who held opposed political views. When people's opinions are so different, said Sartre, how can they even go to a film together? In 1950, Koestler mentioned to Steven Spender that he'd bumped into Sartre and Beauvoir after a long gap and had suggested they have lunch. They responded with an awkward silence, and then Beauvoir said, according to Spender's second-hand version, Koestler, you know that we disagree. There no longer seems any point in our meeting. She crossed her forearms in a big X, and said, we are croix comme ça about everything. This time it was Koestler who protested, yes, but surely we can remain friends just the same. To this, she responded with phenomenology. As a philosopher, you must realize that each of us when he looks at a morceau de sucre sugar lump sees an entirely different object. Our morceaux de sucre are now so different that there's no point in our meeting any longer. It's a saddening image, sweet confections on a table, philosophers peering at them from different sides. To each of them, the sugar presents itself differently. It catches the light from one side, but not from the other. To one, it looks bright and sparkly, to another, gray and matte. To one, it means a delicious addition to coffee. To another, it means the historical evils of slavery in the sugar trade. And the conclusion? That there is no point in even talking about it? This is a strange distortion of the phenomenological theme. The X of political cross-purposes also makes a nasty twist on Merleau-Ponty's all-reconciling chiasm figure. The whole knotted mess ends in silence, and that in turn recalls the silence that descended over Marcuse and Heidegger around the same time, when Marcuse concluded that no dialogue was possible given the immensity of their difference. The debate about friendship is really a variant of the debate about what sacrifices might be worth making for communism. In both cases, you have to weigh abstract values against what is personal, individual, and immediate. You have to decide what matters most, the person in front of you now, or the effects your choices might have on an undefined population of future people. Each of our thinkers resolved this conundrum differently, and sometimes the same person reached different conclusions at different times. Sartre was the least consistent of them all, both on the Soviet question and on the question of friendship, for he did sometimes expect people to be loyal to him despite political differences. In October 1947, he expected loyalty from his old schoolmate Raymond Aron, but did not get it, and was so angry that he broke off contact completely. That year was a difficult one for France, which was probably also why the Kessler quarrel had become so heated. The country was ruled by a centrist coalition government, but this had come under attack both from the communist left and from the right-wing Rassemblement du Peuple Français, led by the wartime head of the French forces in exile, General Charles de Gaulle. Sartre felt that the Gaullist party had become almost fascist in style, indulging in mass rallies and whipping up a personality cult around a leader. But Aron, who had been with the Free French in London and knew de Gaulle well, had much more sympathy for his approach and had moved well to the right of Sartre. The autumn saw a growing crisis, as the Gaullists' marches and the Communist Party's strikes and demonstrations, actively supported by the Soviet Union, both threatened the stability of the Middle. People began to worry that there would be a civil war and even a revolution. Some found this prospect exciting. In a note to Merleau-Ponty, Sonia Brownell wrote that she'd just had lunch with some French writers in London who could not stop gabbling about the battles they intended to fight on Paris streets, and the best way of making petrol bombs. With this crisis at its height, Aron chaired a radio debate pitting Sartre, as a representative of the left, against a gang of Gaullists who laid into him ferociously on air. Aron stayed out of it, and Sartre was dismayed at Aron's letting them gang up on him without attempting to support his old friend. Looking back on the incident, Aron claimed that he did not feel entitled to take sides since he was the chair of the discussion. Sartre suspected that the real reason was Aron's own Gaullist sympathies. For years, the two men did not speak. Aron may not have realized how personally threatened Sartre felt during this period. He received menacing letters, one containing a picture of himself smeared with excrement. One night he heard that a gang of army officers was roaming the left bank looking for him. He sought refuge with friends and did not return to his well-known address above the Bar Napoleon for several days. This would not be the last time his outspoken political views put him in danger. In truth, at this stage, Sartre was simultaneously opposed to the Gaullists and still critical of the Soviet Union. He thus drew the anger of both sides. French communists had long disapproved of existentialism as a philosophy because of its insistence on personal freedom. A 1946 pamphlet by the Marxist sociologist Henri Lefebvre had summed up existentialism as a dreary, flabby mixture leading to too much dangerous open-mindedness. People were free, Sartre said, but Lefebvre demanded to know, What would a man who every morning chose between fascism and anti-fascism represent? How can such a person be considered better than someone who had chosen, once and for all, the fight against fascism, or who had not even had to choose? Lefebvre's point sounds reasonable until you think about what it implies. The party demanded the kind of commitment that means never having to think again, and this Sartre could not support yet. Later, he tied himself in knots trying to resolve the conflict between his support for revolutionary politics and his basic existentialist principles, which ran counter to it. In February 1948, he tried resolving the conundrum by joining a breakaway party, the Rassemblement Démocratique Révolutionnaire, RDR, or Revolutionary Democratic Assembly, which aimed at a non-aligned socialism. The party did not accomplish much except to make things more complicated, and Sartre resigned after a year and a half. Meanwhile, in April 1948, he got himself into even more trouble with his new play called, naturally, Dirty Hands. This showed party members in Illyria, a fictional small country reminiscent of post-war Hungary, making moral compromises with their ideals and trying to come to terms with their prospects as they wait for a Soviet-style takeover. The communists were not amused. The Soviet cultural commissar Alexander Fadeyev called Sartre a hyena with a fountain pen, and Sartre went out of favor in all the Soviet bloc countries. The Czech writer Ivan Klima, then a college student, listened to his teachers attacking Sartre for his decay and moral degeneration, which immediately made Klima desperate to read him. Sartre was now under attack from all sides, politically confused, and overworking himself more than ever in an attempt to make it all add up. Much of his stress was self-inflicted, yet he was not prepared to make his life easier by simply keeping quiet occasionally. Beauvoir too was under strain from work, political tension, and a personal crisis. She was trying to decide how to manage her long-distance relationship with Nelson Algren, who was not happy coming second to Sartre and wanted her to move to America. She and Sartre both tried to stave off their exhaustion with pills. Sartre became ever more addicted to his favorite drug Coridrain, a combined amphetamine and painkiller. Beauvoir took orthrine for anxiety attacks, but it only made them worse. By the time she and Sartre set off for a Scandinavian holiday in the summer of 1948, she was suffering hallucinations in which birds swooped down at her and hands pulled her upwards by her hair. The calm of the northern forests helped her more than the pills did. She and Sartre saw beautiful things there, dwarf forests, earth the color of amethysts planted with tiny trees red as coral and yellow as gold. Beauvoir's pleasure in life gradually returned. But Sartre remained a tormented soul for the next few years. On August 29, 1949, after years of espionage and development, the Soviet Union exploded an atom bomb. From now on, the threat of annihilation would be mutual. A few months later, on October 1, Mao Zedong proclaimed the People's Republic of China and allied it with the Soviet Union, so that now two communist superpowers faced the West. The fear level increased. American school children were put through drills in which they responded to a bomb warning by diving under desks with their hands covering their heads. The government poured money into further research, and on January 1950 announced that they were working on a much bigger weapon, the hydrogen, or H-bomb. That year, war broke out on the Korean peninsula, with both China and the Soviet Union backing the North against the US in the South. The consequences seemed incalculable. Would the bomb go off? Would the war spread to Europe? Would the Russians occupy France as the Germans had done? This last idea came remarkably quickly to French minds, which may seem odd when the war was on the other side of the world, but it reflected the still recent memories of the last occupation, and the alarming and unpredictable nature of the new conflict. Camus asked Sartre if he'd thought about what would happen to him personally if the Russians invaded. Perhaps the hyena with a fountain pen would not be allowed to have the last laugh. Sartre turned the question back on the questioner: what would Camus do? Oh, said Camus, he would do what he did during the German occupation, meaning he would join the resistance. Sartre responded piously that he could never fight against the proletariat. Camus pressed his point: you must leave. If you stay, it won't be only your life they'll take, but your honor as well. They'll cart you off to a camp and you'll die. Then they'll say you're still alive, and they'll use your name to preach resignation and submission and treason, and people will believe them. Over dinner with Jacques Laurent Bost, Olga Kozakiewicz, and Richard Wright, the latter now living in Paris, Beauvoir and Sartre again discussed the subject: how to get away, where, when. Nelson Algren had written offering to help them get into the United States, but they did not want this. If they had to leave France, it should be for a neutral country. Perhaps, Beauvoir wrote, they would go to Brazil, where the Austrian writer Stefan Zweig had found refuge during the last war. But Zweig had committed suicide there, unable to endure exile. And this time it would be to flee socialism. How could this be happening? Merleau-Ponty likewise feared the worst for France should there be war, yet he too did not want to run away from communists. Sartre noted that he now seemed exceptionally light-hearted with that boyish air which I always knew him to assume when matters threatened to turn serious. If the invasion came, joked Merleau-Ponty, he would go and become an elevator boy in New York. Merleau-Ponty was more disturbed by events than he showed, and not just from personal fear. While the Korean conflict was building, he and Sartre had bumped into each other on holiday in Saint Raphael on the Côte d'Azur. They were happy to see one another, but then argued all day, first as they walked along the seafront, then on the terrace of a cafe, and then at the station where Sartre awaited his train. They had to thrash out a coherent editorial position on Korea for Les Temps Modernes. But Merleau-Ponty had come to feel they should not fire off instant opinions on situations they did not understand. Sartre disagreed. If war is imminent, how can you keep silent? Merleau-Ponty took a gloomy view, because brute force will decide the outcome. Why speak to what has no heirs? The underlying disagreement was about more than editorial policy, it was about how far one should take one's belief in communism. Merleau-Ponty had been shocked by North Korea's invasion of the South, and thought it showed the communist world to be just as greedy as the capitalist world and just as inclined to use ideology as a veil. He had also been disturbed by the increasing publicity about Soviet camps. This represented a major change of perspective for the man who, until recently, had been the most pro-communist of them all. Conversely, the once wary Sartre was becoming more inclined to give communist countries the benefit of the doubt. No Soviet invasion of France came out of the Korean conflict, but the war, which continued until 1953, did change the global political landscape and spread a mood of paranoia and anxiety as the Cold War settled in. During these years, Merleau-Ponty continued to develop his doubts, while Sartre climbed off the fence. What really radicalized him was a bizarre event in France. One evening, on May 28, 1952, a police road unit waved down the current leader of the French Communist Party, Jacques Duclos, and searched his car. Finding a revolver, a radio, and a pair of pigeons in a basket, they arrested him, claiming that the birds were carrier pigeons intended for taking messages to his Soviet masters. Duclos replied that the pigeons were dead, and thus unsuitable for use as carriers. He had been taking them to his wife to cook for dinner. The police said that the birds were still warm and not yet stiff, and that Duclos could have hastily smothered them. They locked him up in a holding cell. The next day, an autopsy was conducted on the pigeons, searching for microfilm hidden inside their persons. There followed a hearing at which 3 pigeon experts were brought in to give an opinion on the birds' ages, which they estimated at 26 and 35 days respectively, and on their exact breed, which they pointedly said they could not identify because the number and variety of known pigeon types, and the many crossbreeds that have been and still are being created by amateur breeders, makes identification difficult. The experts concluded, however, that the pigeons were probably of the common domestic type found everywhere, and showed no signs of being bred to carry messages. All the same, Duclos was kept in prison for a month before being released. A huge campaign was mounted to support him, and the communist poet Louis Aragon wrote a poem about the pigeon plot. This absurd affair seemed to Sartre the culmination of years of harassment and provocation of communists in France. As he wrote later, after 10 years of ruminating, I had come to the breaking point. The pigeon plot drove him to make a commitment. As he wrote, in the language of the Church, this was my conversion. Perhaps, in the language of Heideggerianism, it was his care turn which required every point of Sartre's thought to be reconsidered according to new priorities. While Heidegger's turn had led him away from resoluteness into letting be, Sartre's now led him to become more resolute, more engaged, more public, and less willing to compromise. Feeling at once that he had to write or suffocate, he wrote at top speed and produced the first part of a long essay called The Communists and Peace. He wrote it with rage in his heart, he said later, but also with Cory drain in his blood. Barely stopping for sleep, he produced pages of justifications and arguments in favor of the Soviet state, and published the result in Les Temps Modernes in July 1952. A few months later, he followed it with another intemperate outburst, this time attacking his friend Albert Camus. A confrontation with Camus had been building for a while. It was almost inevitable, considering how different their views had become. In 1951, Camus published an extended essay, The Rebel, in which he laid out a theory of rebellion and political activism that was very different from the communist-approved one. For Marxists, human beings are destined to progress through predefined stages of history towards a final socialist paradise. The road will be long, but we are bound to get there, and all will be perfect when we do. Camus disagreed on two counts. He did not think that history led to a single inevitable destination, and he did not think there was such a thing as perfection. As long as we have human societies, we will have rebellions. Each time a revolution overturns the ills of a society, a new status quo is created, which then develops its own excesses and injustices. Each generation has a fresh duty to revolt against these, and this will be the case forever. Moreover, for Camus, true rebellion does not mean reaching towards an ecstatic vision of a shining city on a hill. It means setting a limit on some very real present state of affairs that has become unacceptable. For example, a slave who has been ordered around all his life suddenly decides he will take no more, and draws a line, saying so far but no further. Rebellion is a reining in of tyranny. As rebels keep countering new tyrannies, a balance is created, a state of moderation that must be tirelessly renewed and maintained. Camus' vision of endless self-moderating rebellion is appealing, but it was rightly seen as an attack on Soviet communism and its fellow travelers. Sartre knew that it was directed partly against himself, and he could not forgive Camus for playing into the hands of the right at a delicate historical moment. The book clearly called for a review in Les Temps Modernes. Sartre hesitated to rip his old friend to pieces, so he delegated the task to his young colleague Francis Jeanson, who ripped Camus to pieces, damning The Rebel as an apology for capitalism. Camus defended himself in a 17-page letter to the editor, meaning Sartre, although he did not name him. He accused Jeanson of misrepresenting his argument, and added, "I am beginning to become a little tired of seeing myself receive endless lessons in effectiveness from critics who have never done anything more than turn their armchair in history's direction." This dig prompted Sartre to write his own response after all. It turned into an ad hominem tirade that was over-emotional even by his own recent standards. "That's it," said Sartre, "their friendship was over." Of course he would miss Camus, especially the old Camus that he remembered from wartime resistance days. But now that his friend had become a counter-revolutionary, no reconciliation was possible. Again, nothing could trump politics. Camus never published a reply to Sartre's reply, although he did draft one. Again, the rest was silence. Well, not exactly, because ever since this famous quarrel occurred, a little industry of books and articles has flourished, analyzing the confrontation to its last punctuation mark. It has come to be seen as a quarrel that defines a whole age and an intellectual milieu. It is often mythologized as a drama in which Sartre, a dreaming boy chasing an impossible fantasy, meets his comeuppance in the form of a clear-sighted moral hero who also happens to be cooler and wiser and better looking, Camus. This makes a good story, but I think there are subtler ways to think about it, and that it helps if we make the effort to understand Sartre's motivation, and to ask why he reacted so intemperately. Pressuriste about politics for years, taunted as a decadent bourgeois, Sartre had undergone a conversion experience which had made him see the whole world in a new light. He considered it his duty to renounce personal feeling for Camus. Individual sentiment was a self-indulgence, and must be transcended. Just like Heidegger in his Being and Time period, Sartre thought the important thing was to be resolute at all costs, to grasp what must be done, and do it. In the Algerian War, Camus would choose his mother over justice, but Sartre decided that it was not right to choose his friend if his friend was betraying the working class. Beauvoir, charmed though she had been by Camus in the past, took the same line: the rebel was a deliberate gift to their enemies at a crucial point in history, and it could not be allowed to pass. Camus was disturbed by the quarrel, which occurred at a difficult period for him. His personal life was soon to get worse, with marriage difficulties, writer's block, and the horror of war in his Algerian homeland. In 1956 his crisis would find expression in a novella, The Fall, whose hero is a judge penitent, a former trial judge who has decided to sit in judgment on himself. In an Amsterdam bar, over several evenings, the judge relates his life to an unnamed narrator, culminating in a shocking story. One night in Paris, he saw a woman throw herself off a bridge, yet failed to jump in and save her. He cannot forgive himself. The judge acknowledges his sins, but on the other hand he seems to feel that this gives him moral authority to point out the sins of others. As he tells his interlocutor, and implicitly also us, his readers, the more I accuse myself, the more I have a right to judge you. There is a lot of Camus in this remark. Sartre and Beauvoir were not penitents like the protagonist of The Fall, but they were aware of stern eyes looking back at them from the future. We feel that we are being judged by the masked men who will succeed us, wrote Sartre in 1952, adding, our age will be an object for those future eyes whose gaze haunts us. Beauvoir wrote in her last volume of memoirs that she had once felt superior to earlier writers because, by definition, she knew more history than they did. Then the obvious truth dawned: her generation too would one day be judged by future criteria. She saw that her contemporaries would suffer what historian E.P. Thompson later called the enormous condescension of posterity. Sartre still believed, however, that one must call the shots as one sees them at the time. If you fence it just because you are scared to make an error, then you are definitely making one. As Kierkegaard had said, it is perfectly true, as philosophers say, that life must be understood backwards. But they forget the other proposition, that it must be lived forwards. And if one thinks over that proposition, it becomes more and more evident that life can never really be understood in time, because at no particular moment can I find the necessary resting place from which to understand it. There would never be a point of stillness and contemplation. For Sartre, in politics as in everything, the correct direction was always onwards, even if that onward road led you round U-turns, and even if you went too fast to be fully in control. Sartre upset another old friend through his actions with Les Temps Modernes in 1952. He printed his first Communists and Peace article without showing it to his co-editor Merleau-Ponty. This was a breach of manners which Sartre knew might cause offense. He also knew that Merleau-Ponty might object to the article or suggest toning it down, and in his passion Sartre could not bear any such delay. By this time, Merleau-Ponty had moved closer to Camus' position, but with the major difference that he had once put his faith in the socialist utopia. Camus had never shared the dream, but Merleau-Ponty knew what it meant to be a believer. This made Merleau-Ponty an insightful critic after giving it up, but it did not make him any more able to save his relationship with Sartre. The tension between the two men grew through 1952 and into early 1953. On January 15 that year, Sartre attended the Collège de France to hear Merleau-Ponty's inaugural lecture in his new role as its head. Merleau-Ponty used the lecture, among other things, to remind philosophers to remain vigilant about public affairs, and to be alert to ambiguities. Afterwards, Sartre failed to speak the conventional words of warm congratulation. According to Merleau-Ponty, Sartre said in a glacially cold tone that the lecture was amusing, and added, waving at the college with its establishment air, "I hope that you are going to subvert all this a little." Sartre himself had refused all similar honors offered to him and would continue to do so to the point that, a decade later, he would turn down the Nobel Prize. He always felt that Merleau-Ponty was too willing to become a cozy insider. Merleau-Ponty had accepted the Collège de France role without a qualm, and was now hurt by Sartre's attitude. He let it pass, but that summer their disagreement blew up in letters while Sartre was on holiday in a sweltering Rome. Afterwards Sartre realized that the heat may have gone to his head. Also, as usual, he had been working too hard and obsessing about the future of humanity. Sartre began by writing to tell Merleau-Ponty that a person who was no longer engaged politically should not expect to criticize those who were. "You are right," Merleau-Ponty replied. Indeed, he has now decided never again to issue hasty responses to events as they occur. After Korea, he has concluded that one needs a longer perspective to understand history. He no longer wishes to become engaged on every event, as if it were a test of morality, a tendency which he describes as bad faith. This was a provocative thing to say to Sartre, of all people. Merleau-Ponty also complained about Sartre's cold treatment of him after the lecture, which was still rankling. Sartre replied on July 29, "For God's sake, don't interpret my intonations or physiognomies as you do, that is, wholly askew and emotionally." As to his tone, he now says, touchingly and plausibly, "If I appeared glacially cold, it's because I always have a kind of timidity about congratulating people. I don't know how to do it, and I'm aware of this. It's certainly a character trait, and I admit it to you." This should have mollified Merleau-Ponty, but there was still an offensive tone in Sartre's letters, and the roots of their disagreement were profound. As usual, Merleau-Ponty smiled things off after Sartre's return, which annoyed Sartre even more. As Sartre himself admitted, his own tendency was to argue a question to the end, until he had either convinced the other person or the other had convinced him. Merleau-Ponty, instead, found his security in a multiplicity of perspectives, seeing in them the different facets of being. How infuriating! In reality, Merleau-Ponty too was disturbed by the quarrel. His daughter Marianne remembers hearing her parents discussing Sartre for hours. Also, he had to decide what to do about Les Temps Modernes. For a long time he had done much of the actual work there, writing unsigned editorials and making sure each issue came out on time. But Sartre was the figurehead, and no one could work at Les Temps Modernes without getting on with its star. As Sartre remembered it, Merleau-Ponty began turning up ever later to editorial meetings, and muttering asides instead of openly taking part in discussion. Sartre challenged him to say what he was thinking, Merleau-Ponty preferred not to. By the end of 1953, Les Temps Modernes was ready to explode, and then came the spark. They had taken on a strongly pro-Soviet piece, and Merleau-Ponty wrote an editorial remark to preface it, pointing out that the views it expressed were not those of Les Temps Modernes. Seeing the text before publication, Sartre cut the remark without telling Merleau-Ponty. When Merleau-Ponty realized this, he and Sartre had a long, strained telephone conversation. Sartre recalled it later. Marianne Merleau-Ponty also remembers overhearing it. After 2 hours on the phone, her father hung up, turned to her mother, and said, "Alors, c'est fini, well, that's the end of it." He probably meant that he had ended his involvement in Les Temps Modernes, but it could equally be taken as referring to the end of the friendship. Afterwards, the two men spoke from time to time, and Merleau-Ponty would courteously say, "I'll call you." But, said Sartre, he never did. The crisis with Sartre coincided with a greater trauma in Merleau-Ponty's life. His mother died in December 1953. Having grown up without a father, and being obliged to defend her against gossip, he had become exceptionally close to her. As Sartre recognized later, she had been the source of the happy childhood that had made such a difference in Merleau-Ponty's life. Her death meant losing his connection to that golden age. Shortly afterwards, recalled Sartre, Merleau-Ponty met Beauvoir and said to her, casually, with that sad gaiety which masked his most sincere moments, "But I am more than half dead." The break with Sartre was less significant than this bereavement, but it came at a bad time, and robbed him of the routine and the sense of mission that Les Temps modernes had brought to his life. Sartre too may have been more upset by the break than he revealed. He overreacted, alleging that Merleau-Ponty's entire history at Les Temps modernes had been treacherous. He thought his co-editor had kept his profile low deliberately, not putting his name on the masthead so as to avoid committing himself to any definite perspective. Merleau-Ponty was as much in command as himself, but remained light and free as air, grumbled Sartre. If he did not like something he could walk away. In general, Merleau-Ponty resolved conflicts by seeking a living accord rather than by exerting authority in a straightforward way. These seem strange complaints, but rather typical ones to hear about Merleau-Ponty, who was so amiable, and so damned elusive. In 1955, Merleau-Ponty laid out his final rejection of communist ideology in a book called Adventures of the Dialectic. This combined critiques of George Lukács and other Marxist theorists with a long chapter, Sartre and Ultra-Bolshevism, which took Sartre's recent political writings to task for their inconsistencies and lack of practicality. Beauvoir waded in with an essay attacking Merleau-Ponty, arguing that he had misunderstood aspects of Sartre's thought. Her old friendship with him had now also disappeared. But the combined ire of Sartre and Beauvoir was nothing compared to the torrent of real communist hatred that descended on Merleau-Ponty's head from the party faithful in response to his book. A group of communist intellectuals organized a meeting on November 29, 1955 entirely dedicated to anti-Merleau-Ponty speeches. It was attended by students, and featured denunciations by Henri Lefebvre and others. These were all collected and published in 1956, under a title playing on his own, Mes aventures de l'anti-Marxisme, Les malheurs de Merleau-Ponty. Shortly after this, Merleau-Ponty and Sartre found themselves thrown together at a Venice Writers' Conference organized by the European Cultural Society, the same one at which Sartre told Spender that he would endure unjust imprisonment to save the communist state. The conference brought together writers from both sides of the Iron Curtain to debate recent developments in the Soviet Union, which was now entering a post-Stalin thaw period under Khrushchev, and also the question of a writer's duty to be politically committed. This was the very subject over which Merleau-Ponty and Sartre had fallen out. Thinking they would be pleased to see each other, the organizers placed them side by side on the podium. Sartre blanched when he saw the name card next to his, but it was all right. Someone was speaking. He came in behind me, on tiptoe, lightly touched my shoulder, and when I turned around, he smiled at me. They had other relaxed moments during the conference too. Sartre remembered them exchanging amused looks about an English delegate, very likely Spender, who was inclined to make irreverent remarks about literature engagée. But a single smile of complicity could not revive a friendship. Both philosophers had now moved far beyond the positions they had adopted in 1945 and 1946, when they shared similar views on the need to get dirty and make difficult decisions with other people's lives. They had crossed paths, and parted in opposite directions. Another ex-Sartre went through a period of doubt, then emerged from it radicalized and prepared to risk his life for the ideal state. Merleau-Ponty went deeply into communist ideology, then gave it up in favor of a conviction that human life could never be forced to fit the lineaments of an ideal. He had, as he put it, woken up. When communist nostalgia is exorcised, he said, one leaves behind reveries and everything becomes interesting and new again. In the Collège de France lecture, too, he spoke of philosophers as the people who are wakeful while others sleep. Of course, Sartre thought he was the one who was awake. He later summed up their disagreement by saying, I thought that while I was being faithful to his thought of 1945, i.e. Merleau-Ponty's communist period, he was abandoning it. He thought he was remaining true to himself and I betraying him. Not only is this a remarkably fair-minded portrayal of what divided them, but it resonates with echoes of an earlier, quite different schism, the one that occurred between Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger in the late 1920s. They too each thought they were sailing into new and more exciting territory, leaving the other behind, lost, misled or becalmed. During these dramas, Beauvoir kept notes with her usual spirit of tireless observation and reflection. In 1954, she turned the notes into The Mandarins, an epic novel tracing events and emotions from the end of the war and the fear of the bomb to the discussions of Soviet camps and trials, the pros and cons of political commitment, the love affairs and the fights. She adjusted a few details, sometimes making her friends seem wiser and more prescient than they were, but it all grew into a hefty and surprisingly enjoyable portrait of an era and a milieu. It won the Goncourt Prize. With the royalties from increased sales, she bought an apartment on the Rue Victor Schœlcher near the Montparnasse Cemetery. This meant that she now lived quite away from Sartre, who continued to live with his mother above the Bar Napoleon. But she strolled along to the Saint-Germain-des-Prés district most days, probably favoring the leafy route through the Jardin du Luxembourg, so as to see friends and to work side by side with Sartre as they always had. A new lover moved in with her to the Montparnasse apartment, Claude Lanzmann. She had been won over by his passionate beliefs and his strong sense of who he was. She wrote that, to define himself, he said first of all, "I'm a Jew." Sartre had once criticized this kind of firm identity statement as an act of bad faith, since it implied presenting oneself as a fixed self rather than as a free consciousness. In truth, she and Sartre always had a weakness for people with uncompromising identities and attitudes. Lanzmann was in a permanent state of rage about what the Jews had suffered, wrote Beauvoir admiringly. He once told her, "I want to kill, all the time." He experienced his feelings physically as she did. He would weep or vomit out of sheer anger. By contrast to the planetary figure of Sartre at the height of his fame, it must have been refreshing. It certainly made a contrast with her former friend Merleau-Ponty, who, with every rise in the pressure level, seemed only to smile more wryly and make more quips. In a notebook entry written around 1954 after rereading old diaries, Sartre calmly listed recent quarrels and divergences, complete breaks with Kestler, Aaron, and several others, a relationship with Camus that meant speaking only briefly while avoiding essential subjects, and the split with Merleau-Ponty. He added a diagram showing how several of them had also fallen out with each other. He noted elsewhere that it did not bother him to lose friendships, a thing is dead, that's all. Yet he would write generous obituary pieces a few years later for both Camus and Merleau-Ponty. Remembering Camus, he wrote wistfully of how they would laugh together. There was a side of him that smacked of the little Algerian tough guy, very much a hooligan, very funny. He added, he was probably the last good friend I had. When it came to Raymond Aron, Sartre nursed a more lasting resentment, perhaps because they had been closer in school days and yet had gone on to diverge more starkly over politics. In 1955, Aron published The Opium of the Intellectuals, a direct attack on Sartre and his allies, accusing them of being merciless towards the failings of the democracies but ready to tolerate the worst crimes as long as they are committed in the name of the proper doctrines. Sartre took revenge in May 1968, when Aron opposed the student rebellions. He accused Aron of being unfit to teach. Very late in life, during an event in aid of refugees from Vietnam in the late 1970s, Sartre and Aron met and shook hands while photographers clicked away, excited at capturing what they took to be a major reconciliation. By this time, however, Sartre was ill and rather dazed, losing his vision and much of his hearing. Either because of this, or as a deliberate snub, Sartre did not reply in kind when Aron greeted him with their old term of endearment, "Bonjour, mon petit camarade." He responded only, "Bonjour." One famous remark has come to be associated with Aron and Sartre, although it was not spoken by either one of them. In 1976, during an interview with Bernard Henry Levy, Aaron opined that leftist intellectuals hated him not because he had pointed out the true nature of communism, but because he had never shared their belief in it in the first place. Levy replied, "What do you think? Is it better, in that case, to be Sartre or Aaron? Sartre the mistaken victor, or Aaron defeated but correct?" Aaron gave no clear answer. But the question was remembered, and converted into a simple and sentimental maxim, that it is better to be wrong with Sartre than right with Aaron. During the 1950s, determined to give his time and energy to any cause he thought needed him, Sartre overstretched himself alarmingly. This led to some of his most foolish and reprehensible moments, as when he traveled to the Soviet Union at the invitation of an organization of Russian writers in May 1954, and afterwards published a series of articles suggesting, for example, that Soviet citizens did not travel because they had no desire to do so and were too busy building communism. Later, he claimed that, having come home in a state of exhaustion, he had delegated the writing to his secretary, Jean Ka. Ka did recall of this period that Sartre's fear of underproducing often drove him over the edge. "There's no time," he would cry. One by one, he gave up his greatest pleasures, the cinema, theater, novels. He wanted only to write, write, write. This was when he convinced himself that literary quality control was bourgeois self-indulgence, only the cause mattered, and it was a sin to revise or even to reread. He filled sheets with ink while Beauvoir, a painstaking reviser herself, watched nervously. Sartre churned out essays, talks, philosophical works occasionally with help from Ka, but mostly alone. His bibliographers Michel Contat and Michel Rybalka calculated that, over his entire life, he averaged 20 pages a day, and that was of completed work, not drafts. By this stage, there were no drafts. In Ireland too, John Huston had been amazed each morning at breakfast to find that Sartre had been up for hours and had already written some 25 new pages of his Freud script. Sartre's biographer Annie Cohen-Solal used engine room and turbine metaphors to describe his production from the late 1940s onwards, while Olivier Wickers wrote of his treating sleep as a military necessity, a bivouac, or the pit stop one must give a machine to keep it working. Illustrations credit 11.1. Meanwhile, he continued overdosing on coridrain. The recommended intake was 1 or 2 pills daily, but Sartre got through a whole tube. He combined it with heavy drinking, and even enjoyed the way the combination scrambled his brains. "I liked having confused, vaguely questioning ideas that then fell apart." Often, at the end of a day, he took downers to help him pass out. He did cut down on the coridrain when writing something literary, because he knew it led to too much facility, as he put it. Writing a new scene for his Roads of Freedom series, for example, he found that every street his character Matthew walked down generated a mass of fresh metaphors. When he mentioned this to Beauvoir in an interview, she added, with one imagines, a shudder, "I remember. It was dreadful." The fatal facility had already become evident in a 1951 notebook he kept in Italy, of which he said to Beauvoir in 1974 that there were some 20 pages about the plashing sound that gondolas make. Of course, this could just be diligent phenomenology. Very little of the overproduction came from either authorial vanity or from need of money. His Freud screenplay, taken on to pay a bill, was a rare exception. Mostly it came from his love of commitment and his desire to help friends by promoting their writing or campaigns. This generosity of purpose is an easily forgotten fact about Sartre. He expected himself to do something at every moment, to be engaged and active even when he had no time to think things through. More circumspect types stopped for reflection, but Sartre thought that was a bourgeois luxury too. Merleau-Ponty once said in an interview that there was a simple fact about Sartre that few people know and that did not often come across in his books. It was this: il est bon. He is good. His goodness was his fatal flaw. It led him to overwork, and more significantly it was what led him to believe that he must reconcile his existentialism with Marxism in the first place. That was an impossible and destructive task, the two just were incompatible. But Sartre thought the oppressed classes of the world required it from him. Many years later, in an interview just before Sartre's death, his young assistant Benny Levy challenged him quite aggressively to say who exactly it was that vanished when the pro-Soviet apologist in Sartre finally disappeared. "Who died?" he asked. "A sinister scoundrel, a dimwit, a sucker, or a basically good person?" Sartre answered, mildly, "I'd say, a person who's not bad." Whatever goodness there had been in defending Soviet communism earlier in the 1950s, it became harder to see in October and November 1956. When Stalin died, the talk of a thaw in the Soviet Union's policies had encouraged reformers in Hungary's communist government to introduce a few signs of personal and political freedom. Demonstrators took to the streets demanding more. In response, the Soviet Union sent soldiers, and battles broke out around Budapest. The rebels seized the city's radio station and called on Hungarians to resist. An apparent truce held for a while, but on November 1 Russian tanks rolled across the border from Ukraine and lumbered on into Budapest. Tank troops demolished buildings where people were hiding. They fired on railway stations and public squares, and threatened to destroy the city's parliament buildings. On Sunday, November 4, at noon, the radio rebels surrendered with their final broadcast, "We are now going off the air. Vive l'Europe! Vive la Hongrie!" The rebellion was defeated. For communist sympathizers in the West, this demonstration of brute Soviet power was a great shock. Many tore up their Communist Party cards, and even the remaining believers wrung their hands and wondered how to incorporate the new development into their vision. Sartre and Beauvoir were among those most confused. In January 1957, they produced a special issue of Les Temps Modernes condemning the Soviet action and giving space to many Hungarian writers to write about the events, but in private they continued to feel uneasy, and they disliked the way the right seized on the invasion to promote their own ideology. Very soon after the Hungarian uprising, Sartre began to write a new work of vast extent, The Critique of Dialectical Reason. It was an attempt to create something on the scale of being and nothingness, but built around his new social thinking and the ideal of political commitment. Instead of emphasizing consciousness, nothingness, and freedom, he now brought everything back to concrete situations and the principle of concerted action in the world. Beauvoir considered The Critique of Dialectical Reason Sartre's ultimate response to the catastrophe of 1956. As if merging Marxism with existentialism were not acrobatic enough, he was now trying to adapt the result to a situation in which the Soviet Union had proved itself untrustworthy. As Sartre himself put it in 1975, The Critique is a Marxist work written against the communists. It could also be seen as an existentialist work written against the old, unpoliticized existentialism. The book was formidably difficult to bring off. Sartre published the first volume, Theory of Practical Ensembles, in 1960, that alone reached nearly 400,000 words. The second volume, Surprise, was never finished. He made extensive notes but could not get it into shape. These notes were published posthumously in 1985. By the time of giving up on the second volume, Sartre's attention had already turned away from the Soviet Union and towards new battles. He took an interest in Mao's China. He also began to see himself as an intellectual pioneer, not of communism, but of a more radical rebellion, one that fit much better with the existentialist way of life. 12. The Eyes of the Least Favored, in which we meet revolutionaries, outsiders, and seekers after authenticity. If a lot of people with incompatible interests all claim that right is on their side, how do you decide between them? In a paragraph of the final part of The Communists and Peace, Sartre had sketched the outline of a bold solution: why not decide every situation by asking how it looks to the eyes of the least favored, or to those treated the most unjustly? You just need to work out who is most oppressed and disadvantaged in the situation, and then adopt their version of events as the right one. Their view can be considered the criterion for truth itself, the way of establishing man and society as they truly are. If something is not true in the eyes of the least favored, says Sartre, then it is not true. As an idea, this is astoundingly simple and refreshing. At a stroke, it wipes out the weaselly cant indulged in by the advantaged, all those convenient claims that the poor deserve their fate, or that the rich are entitled to the disproportionate wealth that accumulates upon them, or that inequality and suffering should be accepted as inevitable parts of life. For Sartre, if the poor and disadvantaged do not believe such arguments, they are wrong arguments. This is similar to what one might call the Genet principle, that the underdog is always right. From now on, like Jean Genet, Sartre submits himself joyfully to the alienated, downtrodden, thwarted and excluded. He tries to adopt the gaze of the outsider, turned against the privileged caste even when that caste includes himself. No one could say that this is easy to do, and not only because, as Beauvoir had pointed out in The Second Sex, borrowing someone else's perspective puts a strain on the psyche. Anyone who tries to do it also runs into a mass of logical and conceptual problems. Disagreements inevitably ensue about who exactly is least favored at any moment. Each time an underdog becomes an overdog, everything has to be recalculated. Constant monitoring of roles is required, and who is to do the monitoring? As Merleau-Ponty pointed out in his Sartre and Ultra-Bolshevism, Sartre himself did not stick to his own principle. Confronted with the gaze of those unfavoured in Stalin's prisons, he managed for a long time to take no account of their accusing eyes, giving reasons why they could be disregarded. But perhaps the gaze idea was never intended to make consistent sense. Just as with Levinas or Weyl's ethical philosophies, in which the demands made on us by the gaze of the other are theoretically infinite in extent, an ideal does not become any less inspiring just because it is impossible to stick to. Sartre's eyes of the least favored idea is as radical as Levinas' other directed ethics, and more radical than communism. Communists believe that only the party can decide what is right. To turn morality over to a mass of human eyes and personal perspectives is to invite chaos and lose the possibility of a real revolution. Sartre ignored the party line and revealed himself to be just as much of an old maverick as ever. He could not be a proper Marxist even when he was trying. His new approach appealed more to activists who did not want to join any party but who were active in new-style liberation movements, especially the protests of the 1950s and 1960s against racism, sexism, social exclusion, poverty, and colonialism. Sartre threw his weight behind these struggles, and did what he could to help mostly with his favorite weapon, the pen. Writing forewords for younger authors' polemics gave him new subjects to be engaged about, and allowed him to feel that his philosophy was truly achieving something, a feeling that had eluded him after the Soviet project curdled. As long ago as 1948, he had written an essay called Black Orpheus, originally published as the preface to Leopold Senghor's anthology of New Black and Malagasy poetry. Sartre there described how poetry by black and post-colonial writers often reversed the fixing, judging gaze of their oppressors. From now on, he said, white Europeans can no longer coolly assess and master the world. Instead, these black men are looking at us, and our gaze comes back to our own eyes. In their turn, black torches light up the world and our white heads are no more than Chinese lanterns swinging in the wind. Sartre was still polishing his metaphors in those days. In 1957, he introduced Albert Memmi's double work Portrait du Coloniste and Portrait du Colonisateur, translated as The Colonizer and the Colonized, which analyzed the myths of colonialism in the same way that Beauvoir had analyzed the myths of femininity in The Second Sex. After this, Sartre wrote an even more influential foreword to an epoch-defining 1961 work of anti-colonialism, Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. Fanon was a messianic thinker and an intellectual who had been influenced by existentialism himself, and who devoted his short life to questions of race, independence, and revolutionary violence. Born in Martinique, of mixed African and European descent, he studied philosophy in Lyons with Merleau-Ponty among others, although Fanon did not warm to Merleau-Ponty's calm style. When he published his own first book in 1952, it was impassioned rather than calm, but it was also highly phenomenological. Black Skin, White Masks explored the lived experience of black people cast into a role of other in a white-dominated world. Next, Fanon moved to Algeria and became active in the independence movement, but was expelled for this in 1956 and went to live in Tunisia. While there, he was diagnosed with leukemia. He had treatment in the Soviet Union, and gained a brief remission, but was once again gravely ill in 1961 when he began work on The Wretched of the Earth. Feverish and weak, he traveled to Rome, and was there introduced to Beauvoir and Sartre by Claude Lanzmann. Sartre fell for Fanon immediately, and was delighted to write a foreword for The Wretched of the Earth. He already liked Fanon's work, and he liked him even better in person. Lanzmann later commented that he had never seen Sartre so captivated by a man as at that meeting. The four of them talked through lunch, then all through the afternoon, then all evening, until 2 a.m., when Beauvoir finally insisted that Sartre needed to sleep. Fanon was offended. "I don't like people who hoard their resources." He kept Lanzmann up until 8 the next morning. By this time, Fanon had only a few months to live. In his last weeks, he was flown to the United States to get the best available treatment, a trip arranged, surprisingly, by a CIA agent with whom he had become friends, Ollie Iselin. But nothing could be done, and he died in Bethesda, Maryland, on December 6, 1961, aged 36. The Wretched of the Earth came out just afterwards, with the foreword by Sartre. Beauvoir recalled Fanon saying in Rome, "We have claims on you, just the sort of thing they love to hear." That burning intensity, and the willingness to make demands and to assign guilt if necessary, was what had attracted Beauvoir to Lanzmann. Now it thrilled Sartre too. Perhaps it took them back to their war years, a time when everything mattered. Sartre certainly embraced Fanon's militant arguments, which in this book included the notion that anti-imperial revolution must inevitably be violent, not just because violence was effective, though that was one reason, but because it helped the colonists to shake off the paralysis of oppression and forge a new shared identity. Without glorifying violence, Fanon considered it essential to political change. He had little sympathy for Gandhi's idea of nonviolent resistance as a source of power. In his contribution, Sartre endorsed Fanon's view so enthusiastically that he outdid the original, shifting the emphasis so as to praise violence for its own sake. Sartre seemed to see the violence of the oppressed as a Nietzschean act of self-creation. Like Fanon, he also contrasted it with the hidden brutality of colonialism. And, as in Black Orpheus, he invited his readers, presumed white, to imagine the gaze of the oppressed turned against them, stripping away their bourgeois hypocrisy and revealing them as monsters of greed and self-interest. Sartre's foreword to The Wretched of the Earth provides a snapshot of what was at once most odious and most admirable about him in these militant years. His fetishizing of violence is shocking, yet there is still something to be admired in his willingness to engage with the predicament of the marginalized and oppressed in such a radical way. Indeed, Sartre had by now become so used to taking radical stances that he hardly knew any longer how to be moderate. As his friend Olivier Todd commented, Sartre's beliefs changed, but his extremism never did. Sartre agreed. Asked in 1975 to name his worst failing, he replied, "Naturally, in the course of my life I have made lots of mistakes, large and small, for one reason or another. But at the heart of it all, every time I made a mistake it was because I was not radical enough." Being radical meant upsetting people, and this could include other radicals. Frantz Fanon's widow Josie Fanon was among those to turn against Sartre. She disliked the fact that he also supported Zionism during this period, which she felt made him an enemy to most Algerians. Sartre's ability to engage with both causes speaks for his generous intentions. Yet it also shows another paradox in his least favored principle. More than one group can be considered unfavored by history, so what happens if their claims are incompatible? Sartre's praise of violence held a worse paradox too: who could be less favored than the victim of any violent attack, regardless of its motivation or context. Sartre was aware that odd personal impulses underlay his interest in violence. He traced it to his childhood experience of bullying, and his decision to take on the bully's aggression as part of himself. Talking about it with Beauvoir in 1974, he said that he had never forgotten the violence he had learned at the school in La Rochelle. He even thought it had influenced his tendency to put friendships on the line. "I've never had tender relationships with my friends since then." One suspects it also fed his desire for extremism in all things. In the case of anti-colonial violence, or violence against whites, Sartre's own people were implicitly on the receiving end, but this only made him applaud it more. There was satisfaction to be had in reversing viewpoints and picturing himself standing in the gale of someone else's righteous rage. Beauvoir similarly celebrated news of uprisings against France's colonizing forces around the world, feeling elated about anti-colonial attacks in Indochina in the 1950s. It was a matter of political conviction, of course, but her response seems more visceral than intellectual. This was a complex emotional state for someone whose own country had been occupied and oppressed just 10 years earlier. Indeed, when the Algerian War began in 1954, she observed herself feeling just as disturbed by the sight of French uniforms in public as she had by German ones, except that now she shared the culpability herself. "I'm French," she would say to herself, and feel as though she were confessing to a deformity. The years in which Algeria was fighting for self-determination, 1954 to 1962, were traumatic ones, bringing appalling suffering. The bloodshed found its way to Paris, as pro-independence demonstrators were killed in the heart of the city. French torture and executions of civilians in Algeria caused widespread dismay. Camus' loyalties were with his mother, but he opposed the authorities' abuses too. Sartre and Beauvoir were more single-minded in their support of the Algerian liberation movement. They campaigned actively, and both wrote eloquent contributions to books by and about tortured Algerians. Sartre wrote in his foreword to Henry Alex's The Question, "Anybody, at any time, may equally find himself victim or executioner," an allusion to Camus' earlier essay Neither Victims Nor Executioners. Had Sartre and Beauvoir not already fallen out with Camus, they might have done so now over the Algerian situation. We could accuse Sartre and Beauvoir of cheering on the violence from the safety of the sidelines, but this time their position was not safe at all. Just as in 1947, Sartre received death threats. In October 1960, 10,000 French army veterans marched in an anti-independence demonstration shouting, among other slogans, "Shoot Sartre." When he signed an illegal petition urging French soldiers to disobey orders that they disagreed with, he faced prosecution and prison, until President Charles de Gaulle allegedly ruled this out with the remark, "One does not imprison Voltaire." Finally, on January 7, 1962, someone took the incitements to murder seriously. At 42 Rue Bonaparte, where Sartre lived with his mother, a bomb was planted in the apartment above theirs. The explosion damaged both stories and tore off the apartment doors. It was only by good luck that no one was injured. Camus had feared for his mother in Algeria, but it was Sartre's mother who now faced danger. He moved to a new apartment at 222 Boulevard Raspail, renting a separate one for his mother nearby. Sartre was now closer to where Beauvoir lived, and further away from his old, well-known haunts in Saint-Germain-des-Prés, making him harder to find. Sartre did not let the attack stop his campaigning. He and Beauvoir continued to speak at demonstrations, write articles, and give evidence in support of those accused of terrorist activity. According to Claude Lanzmann, they would get up in the middle of the night to make desperate phone calls seeking reprieve for Algerians due to be executed. In 1964, Sartre turned down the Nobel Prize in Literature, saying that he did not want to compromise his independence and that he deplored the committee's tendency to offer the prize only to Western writers or to anti-communist émigrés, rather than to revolutionary writers from the developing world. In effect, when offered the prize, Sartre had mentally consulted the least favored, rather as Heidegger had sought the wisdom of the Tottenberg peasant next door when offered the Berlin job in 1934. In Heidegger's story, his neighbor silently shook his head. In Sartre's mind, the least favored similarly gave him the authoritative head shake, no. But Heidegger's refusal was all about retreat and resignation from worldly complexities. Sartre's was a response to the demands of unjustly treated human beings, and it tied him more closely than ever to the lives of others. Long before Sartre, others had written about the role of the gaze in racism. In 1903, W.E.B. Du Bois had reflected in The Souls of Black Folk on black people's double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. Later Black American writers also explored the Hegelian battle for control of perspectives. In 1953, James Baldwin described visiting a Swiss hamlet where no one had seen a black person before, and where they gawked at him in amazement. He reflected that, in theory, he ought to feel as early white explorers did in African villages, accepting the stares as tribute to his marvelousness. Like the explorers, he was more widely traveled and sophisticated than the locals. Yet he could not feel that way, instead he felt humiliated and ill at ease. As a black gay man, Baldwin had been through years of double marginalization in the United States, where racial divisions were institutionalized and homosexuality was illegal. The first state to decriminalize it was Illinois, in 1962. He made his home for years in France, and there he joined his fellow novelist Richard Wright, who was now well settled in Paris. After his discovery of and meetings with the existentialists in the 1940s, Wright had become more francophile and more existentialist than ever. In 1952 he finished his existentialist novel The Outsider, the story of a troubled man named Cross Damon who flees to start a new life after he is confused with another man who dies in a subway crash. The white authorities are unable to tell one black man from another. Damon takes advantage of their error to flee a lawsuit for getting an underage girl pregnant. He then gets into worse difficulties, committing murders to conceal his identity. He also becomes involved with communists, as Wright himself had. Having reinvented himself, Damon feels a great freedom, but also a dizzying responsibility to decide the meaning of his life. The story ends badly, as Damon is hunted down for his crimes and killed. In his dying moments, he says that he did it all to be free and to find out what he is worth. We're different from what we seem. Maybe worse, maybe better, but certainly different. We're strangers to ourselves. Wright applies the philosophies of Sartre and Camus to the Black American experience. The result is an interesting book, yet it also had some weaknesses and could have benefited from editorial help to bring out its ideas more powerfully. Instead, Wright got an editor and an agent who preferred to relieve the book of ideas altogether, rather as happened with the English-language translation of Beauvoir's The Second Sex. The publishing world expected something simple and raw from an author like Wright, not an intellectual reworking of the likes of Nausea and The Stranger. Reluctantly, he revised his work to trim down the philosophy. While he was doing this painful job, a new novel arrived in the post, Invisible Man, by Ralph Ellison. It too told of an alienated black man making a journey from invisibility to authenticity. Invisible Man had a lighter touch than Wright's novel, and contained no French philosophy. It sold better and won the National Book Award. Illustrations credit 12.1. Wright wrote generously to Ellison, praising his work and inviting him to Paris, to which Ellison commented rudely, "I am getting a little sick of American Negroes running over for a few weeks and coming back insisting that it's paradise." He thought Wright had harmed himself by moving abroad. He had spoiled the freedom of his writing by seeking freedom in real life. Wright got this sort of remark a lot. His editor, Edward Oswell, thought he had won peace as an individual but lost literary momentum. Even James Baldwin wrote Richard was able, at last, to live in Paris exactly as he would have lived, had he been a white man, here, in America. This may seem desirable, but I wonder if it is. I wonder something different, Why did Wright's Parisian existence attract such condemnation? Baldwin himself lived in France, and Ralph Ellison used a Prix de Rome fellowship to move to Italy for 2 years after the success of Invisible Man, although he did miss America, and returned to it. White writers moved abroad all the time. No one told them they would lose their ability to write if they did so. Wright believed his freedom was essential to him. To get perspective, I need to live free if I am to expand. It seems a reasonable claim. The real objection, I suspect, was not that Richard Wright moved to France but that he wrote about French ideas. True, Wright wrote no more novels after this. Neither did Ellison. He did write books of travel and reportage, notably The Color Curtain, about the Great Bandung Conference of Developing Countries in April 1955, and White Man, Listen, in 1957, dedicated to West Earnest individuals in Asia, Africa, and the West Indies, those lonely outsiders who exist precariously on the cliff-like margins of many cultures. His sympathy for the existential misfit never declined, it merely migrated to nonfiction. On September 19, 1956, Wright spoke at the First International Congress of Negro Writers and Artists at the Sorbonne. There, he was the only speaker to draw attention to the almost total absence of women in the debate. He pointed out how close the Congress's key topics were to those Simone de Beauvoir had explored in The Second Sex: power struggles, the alienated gaze, self-consciousness, and the construction of oppressive myths. Feminist and anti-racist campaigners also shared the existentialist commitment to action, the can-do belief that the status quo could be understood in intellectual terms, but should not be accepted in life. The second sex had meanwhile been having ever more powerful effects on women around the world. The makers of a 1989 television program and book called Daughters of de Beauvoir collected stories from women whose lives were changed by reading her work during the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. These were women such as Angie Pegg, a housewife in a small Essex town who picked up The Second Sex at random in a bookshop, and read it until 4 in the morning. She plunged first into the chapter on how housework isolates women from the world, then went back to read the rest. Until that moment, Peg had thought she was the only one to feel disconnected from life because of the way she spent her days. Beauvoir made her realize that she was not and showed her why she felt that way. It was another of those life-changing book discoveries, like Sartre's or Levinas when they read Husserl. By the morning, Peg had decided on a change of direction in her life. She abandoned her mop and duster and went to university to study philosophy. As well as The Second Sex, many women took inspiration from Beauvoir's 4 volumes of autobiography, which started in 1958 with the Memoirs of a Dutiful Daughter and continued until All Said and Done, in 1972. Margaret Walters, growing up in Australia, was thrilled by the confident tone and content of these books. They told the epic story of one woman seeking freedom and finding it. Women living in traditional marriages were especially intrigued by Beauvoir's account of her open relationship with Sartre and other lovers. Kate Millett, who became an eminent feminist herself, remembered thinking, "There she is in Paris, living this life. She's the brave, independent spirit, she's writ large what I would like to be, here in Podunk." She also admired Beauvoir's and Sartre's joint political commitment. What both of them represented was the adventure of trying to lead an ethical life, trying to live according to a radical ethical politics, which isn't just the leftist Bible you have to invent situation ethics all the time. And that's an adventure. Simone de Beauvoir led women to make such drastic changes in their lives during these decades that, inevitably, some felt they had thrown away too much. One of the interviewees, Joyce Goodfellow, described abandoning her marriage and walking out on a steady but dull job. She ended up as a totally free woman and a single mother, who struggled for years with poverty and solitude. "What you read really does influence your life," she said wryly. What you read influences your life. The story of existentialism as it spread around the world in the 50s and 60s bears this out more than any other modern philosophy. By feeding feminism, gay rights, the breaking down of class barriers, and the anti-racist and anti-colonial struggles, it helped to change the basis of our existence today in fundamental ways. At the same time, many were inspired to head off in search of more personal forms of liberation. Sartre had called for a new existentialist psychotherapy, and this was established by the 1950s, with therapists seeking to treat patients as individuals struggling with questions of meaning and choice rather than as mere sets of symptoms. The Swiss psychiatrists Medard Boss and Ludwig Binswanger developed dossier analysis, based on Heidegger's ideas. Later Sartre's ideas became more influential in the US and Britain. Rollo May and Irvin Yalom worked in an overtly existentialist framework, and similar ideas guided anti-psychiatrists such as R.D. Laing as well as the logotherapist Viktor Frankl, whose experiences in a Nazi concentration camp had led him to conclude that the human need for meaning was almost as vital as that for food or sleep. These movements drew energy from a more general desire for meaning and self-realization among the young, especially in America. After the war, many people had settled into as peaceful a life as they could manage, recognizing the value of a steady job and a house in the suburbs with greenery and fresh air. Some veterans found it hard to adjust, but many wanted only to enjoy what was good in the world. Their children grew up with the benefits of this, but then, entering adolescence, wondered whether there was more to life than mowing the lawn and waving to the neighbors. They revolted against the narrow-minded political order of Cold War America, with its blend of comfort and paranoia. When they read J.D. Salinger's 1951 novel The Catcher in the Rye, they decided that, like its hero Holden Caulfield, the one thing they did not want to be was phony. There followed a decade or so when literature, theater, and cinema were all abuzz with what we might call authenticity dramas. They range from the beat writers, with their riffs on restlessness or addiction, to films of generational disaffection such as Rebel Without a Cause, 1955, or, in France, Jean-Luc Godard's About de Souffle, 1960. Existentialism was sometimes acknowledged, if only ironically. Marcel Carnet's 1958 film Les Triqueurs, The Cheaters, translated as Youthful Sinners, was a fable in which two young left-bank nihilists are so hip and polyamorous that they fail to notice they are falling in love and ought to have chosen a bourgeois marriage instead. In Funny Face, 1957, Audrey Hepburn's character goes into a Parisian nightclub in search of a famous philosopher, becomes carried away by the music, and does a wild existentialist dance. But she too is safely married off to an aging Fred Astaire. Other films and novels maintained a harder edge, refusing to settle for the old ways. A minor masterpiece of this parade is Sloan Wilson's 1955 novel The Man in the Grey Flannel Suit. Its hero, a war veteran, struggles to fit into his suburban environment and a corporate job in which he is supposed to work long hours on tasks that make no sense. In the end, he lights out for a more authentic way of life, rejecting security. The title became something of a catchphrase, especially after the book was made into a film starring Gregory Peck. As Sloan Wilson recalled, executives began wearing identical sports clothes to work instead of gray suits just to prove that they, unlike all the other conformists, were free and authentic individuals. Illustrations credit 12.2. George Orwell's 1984 of 1949 had made a key connection between conformist culture and technological control. Other writers now picked up on this theme. David Karp's little-known 1953 novel One is set in a society that enforces complete psychological uniformity. The hero is arrested after the state detects signs of individualism in him so subtle that even he hadn't noticed them. He is gently but forcibly re-educated, a soothing, medicalized process rather than a confrontational one, and all the more terrifying for that. Other dramas also linked the fear of technology with the fear that humans might be reduced to ant-like creatures of no power or worth. In an earlier Heidegger chapter, I mentioned one of my favorite films, The Incredible Shrinking Man of 1957, which is a techno-horror as well as an existential drama. It begins when the hero is exposed to a cloud of radioactive fallout at sea. Back home, he begins to dwindle, losing size and dignity until he is the size of a dust speck. He cannot stop it happening, although he uses all the tools and devices at his disposal to survive, and ends as a tiny figure in the grass, looking out at the immensity of the universe. Other 1950s films similarly linked the twin Heideggerian terrors of lost authenticity and uncanny technology, including some, like The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1956, that are more often read simply as expressions of Cold War anti-communism. In movies such as Godzilla and Them. Both 1954, squid, leeches, scorpions, crabs, radioactive ants and other nightmare creatures pour out of a devastated, violated Earth to take revenge. It is intriguing to read Heidegger's lecture The Question Concerning Technology, with its talk of the monstrous and terrible in man, the violation of the Earth, and the stripping of resources, while musing on the fact that the published version came out in the same year as Godzilla. Along with the fiction came a new kind of non-fiction from a new breed, the sociologist, psychologist, or philosopher as existentialist rebel. David Reisman led the way with his study of modern alienation, The Lonely Crowd, in 1950. A flurry in 1956 included Irving Goffman's The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life, William White's Organization Man, and Paul Goodman's Growing Up Absurd. The most dramatic work of existentialist nonfiction was written a little later by a member of the Old Guard, Hannah Arendt. Her 1963 work Eichmann in Jerusalem, begun as a New Yorker article and developed into a book, concerned the Jerusalem trial of Adolf Eichmann, organizer of the Holocaust. Having attended the trial and observed his curiously blank responses, Arendt interpreted him as the ultimate man in the gray suit. For her, he was a mindless bureaucrat so enthralled to the Heideggerian they that he had lost all human individuality and responsibility, a phenomenon which she characterized as the banality of evil. Her interpretation was controversial, as were other aspects of the book, but it fascinated an audience that was now in a moral panic, not about extreme beliefs, but about the very opposite, faceless, mindless conformism. Partly in response to Arendt's work, researchers such as Stanley Milgram and Philip Zimbardo perfected experiments exploring just how far people would go in obeying orders. The results were alarming. Almost everyone, it seemed, was willing to inflict torture if a sufficiently authoritative figure commanded it. Not all polemics against inauthenticity were so carefully thought out. The novelist Norman Mailer, the only major American author to identify explicitly as an existentialist, devoted his 1957 essay The White Negro to a figure whom he lauded as the American existentialist, the hipster, the man who knows that if our collective condition is to live with instant death by atomic war, relatively quick death by the state as L-universe concentration air, or with a slow death by conformity with every creative and rebellious instinct stifled, if the fate of 20th century man is to live with death from adolescence to premature senescence, why then the only life-giving answer is to accept the terms of death, to live with death as immediate danger, to divorce oneself from society, to exist without roots, to set out on that uncharted journey into the rebellious imperatives of the self. In short, whether the life is criminal or not, the decision is to encourage the psychopath in oneself. Mailer apparently decided to put this into practice. Having announced a plan to run for mayor of New York City on an existentialist ticket in 1960, he had to give it up after drunkenly stabbing his wife Adele at the party to launch the campaign. He ran for mayor again in 1969, but not as an existentialist. His grasp of the philosophical theory never seemed more than superficial. When the marginally better informed English writer Colin Wilson asked Mailer what existentialism meant to him, he reportedly waved his hand and said, "Oh, kinda playing things by ear." His biographer Mary V. Dearborn has suggested that his knowledge of the subject derived, not from the as yet untranslated being and nothingness as he liked to pretend, but from a Broadway production of No Exit combined with a hasty reading of Irrational Man, a popular guide published in 1950 by William Barrett, the philosophy professor who had earlier written about Sartre for the Partisan Review. William Barrett's book was good and very influential. It followed another best-selling work edited by Walter Kaufmann in 1956, Existentialism from Dostoevsky to Sartre. This collected excerpts from Kierkegaard, Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Jaspers, Heidegger, Sartre, and Camus, along with parables by Franz Kafka and an editor's introduction which defined existentialism as a series of revolts against traditional philosophy, by writers sharing a perfervid individualism. Both Kaufman's book and Barrett's were bestsellers, and fed curiosity about the original texts, now at last appearing in translation. Beauvoir's The Second Sex came out in English in 1953. The Myth of Sisyphus appeared in 1955, joining earlier translations of Camus' novels. In 1956 came The Big One, Being and Nothingness, translated by Hazel Barnes and showing Sartre at his monumental best. Barnes followed it with books comparing existentialist thought to other traditions, including Zen Buddhism, another fashion of the era. She also presented a television series in 1961, Self-Encounter, a study in existentialism, explaining philosophical ideas with help from many performances of excerpts from existentialist plays. It was a great idea, although Barnes' memoirs relate that the series was marked by a tragic incident. In one of the dramas, an actor played a doctor who reflected on the theme of death. The day after filming, the actor saw a kitten stuck up a telephone pole, and climbed up to rescue it. He touched a live wire, and was killed. Existentialism was all the rage in the United States by now, while on the other side of the Atlantic, Britain had been proceeding more cautiously. Professional philosophers in both countries had long since been put off by the logical positivist Rudolf Carnap, a German émigré based in the U.S., who had written a 1932 paper mocking such Heideggerian phrases as the nothing-nothings, das Nichts-Nichtet. His attack drew a line between Anglo-American and continental philosophy that still exists today. Non-professional readers were not concerned about this, and found existentialism stimulating, but in England, they also had other cultural obstacles to overcome. As pointed out by Iris Murdoch, the country's first popularizer of the topic, the English were used to ideas that emerged from a world in which people play cricket, cook cakes, make simple decisions, remember their childhood and go to the circus, whereas the existentialists came from a world in which people commit great sins, fall in love, and join the Communist Party. As the 1950s went on, however, English youngsters found that sin and politics could indeed be more fun than cakes. Iris Murdoch encouraged them. She herself had been thrilled by her first encounter with Sartre, when she was working for the refugee organization UNRWA in Brussels in 1945. She heard him lecture in the city, had him sign her copy of L'Être Niant, and wrote to a friend, "The excitement, I remember nothing like it since the days of discovering Keats and Shelley and Coleridge when I was very young." Later she would mostly abandon existentialism, but for now she did much to publicize it. She gave talks, wrote the first book about Sartre in 1953, added existentialist flourishes to her own first novel, Under the Net, and even set her own example by indulging in free love with bisexual abandon. Illustrations credit 12.3. Iris Murdoch's academic career in Oxford and her patrician tones, she always spoke of Philosophia and Literature, limited her appeal at a time when traditional English social structures were being undermined from below by angry young men with cheeky attitudes and regional accents. It was hard for pretentious Parisians to compete until a very different English existentialist exploded onto the scene in 1956, that year of existentialist wonders. His name was Colin Wilson, he came from Leicester in the Midlands, and had not been to university. His book was named The Outsider, in homage to Camus' L'Étranger, and it took readers on a wild ride through alienated stranger or outsider types in modern literature, from Dostoevsky, H. G. Wells, T. E. Lawrence and the outpourings of the disturbed dancer Václav Nijinsky to Sartre's Rocquentin and Camus' M'Assault. The sources were eclectic, the tone bold, the ideas big, the challenge to traditional academia unmistakable. The British book trade was taken by storm. Illustrations credit 12.4. It helped that Wilson himself was a publicist's dream. Not yet 25 years old, he looked gorgeous, with abundant hair falling over one brow, a firm jaw, pouting lips, and a chunky existentialist turtleneck. His background was gritty, although he had fled Leicester early on to mix with the poets and beatniks of 1950s London. He spent one penniless summer in 1954 sleeping on Hampstead Heath in a small tent with 2 sleeping bags, cycling down every day to the library of the British Museum to leave his backpack in the cloakroom and work on a novel in the round reading room. That winter, he rented a room in New Cross and passed a lonely Christmas day reading Camus' The Stranger. Impressed by Miss Ault's life of smoking, making love, and lounging in the sun, he decided to write a book about the outsiders of modern life, all those young men brooding in the margins of philosophy and the arts, searching for meaning or else finding meaning in absurdity. When the museum reopened, Wilson ordered piles of books and wrote his manuscript in an inspired rush. He found a publisher in Victor Gollancz, who took Wilson to lunch to celebrate their deal and said, as Wilson recalled it, "I think it possible that you may be a man of genius." Wilson was delighted. It was a conclusion I had reached years before, but it was pleasant to hear it confirmed. The publishers were even more pleased to hear the Hampstead Heath story, and to promote the irresistible notion of a beautiful young vagrant sleeping under a tree by night and writing under the museum's venerable dome by day. When journalists ran away with the idea that Wilson had written this book while sleeping rough, no one corrected them, although in fact he was now settled in a flat in Notting Hill. The first print run of 5,000 copies sold out in a few hours. Critics raved. Punch ran a spoof which showed, with frequent quotations from books we have already read, as well as some that have not been written yet, how Lewis Carroll's Alice turns from an outsider to an insider by slipping into the looking-glass world. As she does so, existentialism changes to inexistentialism and, in the words of the Swami Oompa, the many become more. Then came the backlash. A correspondent wrote to the Times literary supplement pointing out 86 major errors and 203 minor ones in Wilson's many quotations. Then the Daily Mail got hold of excerpts from his private journal, including the statement, "I am the major literary genius of our century." The English public may take an occasional intellectual to its bosom, but it expects genteel self-deprecation in return. What ensued was the undefying sight of an outsider being firmly reminded of his outsiderhood. Establishment critics booted Wilson back into the wilderness. He fled to a quiet place in the country. The Outsider is certainly an eccentric book, revealing hasty and partial readings of its sources. Yet it has flair and conviction, and it had a deep impact on many readers, especially on those who, like Wilson himself, lacked the privileges of a canonical education but were intelligent and newly confident, eager to explore cultural ideas and to question the world. It was a book about outsiders for outsiders. One such reader was my own father, a Midlands boy born in the same year as Wilson and sharing all his curiosity and optimism. He tells me that The Outsider was one of the few sources of light during a drab period in post-war Britain. Wilson encouraged his readers to take his writing personally. He called his thinking the new existentialism, and gave it a life-affirming and even an ecstatic spin. In an autobiography, he revealed that he had once come close to suicide as a teenager, but decided not to go through with it. At the moment of choosing to live, he had an overwhelming experience. "I glimpsed the marvelous, immense richness of reality, extending to distant horizons." He tried to communicate the sense of the sheer worthwhileness of life in his books, believing that the old existentialists had made an error in assessing life too glumly. In later books, this vision of human possibility led him to a range of subjects united mainly by their total lack of intellectual respectability: murder, the occult, sexuality. These did not help his reputation, but they did bring him readers. He also wrote thrillers and science fiction, although the most appealing of his novels remains his autobiographical Adrift in Soho, 1961, which tells of an innocent youth falling in with London bohemians who take him to their parties, saying things like, "I can't be bothered to tell you everybody's name. Address the men as Daddy-O and the women as Toots." Wilson lived a long and productive life, and never gave up writing even when publishers joined reviewers in withdrawing their favor. He became an angry aging man, ranting against anyone who dared to doubt him, people such as Humphrey Carpenter, who visited him while researching a book on the angry young men. To a more sympathetic interviewer, Brad Spurgeon, Wilson claimed that Carpenter had fallen asleep on the sofa while he was talking about phenomenology. This seems impossible. How could anyone fall asleep during a discussion of phenomenology? The story of Colin Wilson is a cautionary one. If you subtract the youthful vanity and the flawed social skills, you are left with the potential plight of anyone whose passion for ideas leads them to write in too great a rush of excitement about what they love. With his chutzpah, his Kierkegaardian awkwardness, and his perfervid individualism, Colin Wilson perhaps captures the spirit of late 1950s existentialist rebellion better than anyone. One of the few reviewers to show a certain sympathy to Wilson after the Outsider blow-up was Iris Murdoch, who considered him an ass yet wrote in the Manchester Guardian that she preferred Wilson's rashness to the pedantic dryness of more established philosophers. She too had a tendency to write in a generous spillage of words and ideas. In 1961, she wrote a kind of manifesto against dryness, in which she urged writers to abandon the small myths, toys, crystals of beautiful writing that had been fashionable, and to return to the real writer's task, which is to explore how we can be free and behave well in a complicated world, amid the rich density of life. Even when existentialists reached too far, wrote too much, revised too little, made grandiose claims, or otherwise disgraced themselves, it must be said that they remained in touch with the density of life, and that they asked the important questions. Give me that any day, and keep the tasteful miniatures for the mantelpiece. By the 1960s, university teachers were aware of a change. The Heideggerian J. Glenn Gray, who taught philosophy at Colorado College, wrote an essay for Harper's Magazine in May 1965 called Salvation on the Campus, Why Existentialism is Capturing the Students. He had noticed that recent students seemed more fascinated than ever by any philosopher who represented rebellion and authenticity, such as Socrates, who died for his intellectual freedom. They loved the existentialists, and especially Sartre's idea of bad faith. "I'm sick of my own pretending," exclaimed a student one day. The best of them were also the most likely to drop out. They would vanish in search of a more meaningful path. It worried Gray, especially when one bright young man refused all help in applying to graduate school and simply wandered off, to be last heard of drifting around the country living by casual labor. Gray had no problem understanding the urge for freedom and for something real. It was he who had predicted, in the Italian village during the war, that old philosophies would offer little to the post-war world and that everything must be reinvented. Yet, when people acted on this idea almost a generation later, his impulse to celebrate was overwhelmed by concern for their future. Gray was one of the first to note how a popularist brand of existentialism fed into the growing counterculture. It added its terminology and transformative energy to the great social change that ensued in coming years, with the rise of student radicals, traveling hippies, the draft refusers of the Vietnam War, and all those who threw themselves into mind-expanding drugs and a free-for-all spirit of sexual experimentation. A vast and hopeful idealism pervaded these lifestyles. These people were not dry, Iris Murdoch might have said. Whether they slipped volumes of Camus, Beauvoir, or Sartre into their pockets or not, they adopted the double Sartrean commitment, to personal freedom, and to political activism. When the student protesters occupying the Sorbonne in May 1968 cheered Sartre, alongside a few cheeky catcalls, admittedly, this was what they were acknowledging. The student demonstrations, strikes, occupations, love-ins, and be-ins of the 1960s constitute an extended historical moment to which one might point and say that existentialism had done its job. Liberation had arrived, existentialism could retire. Indeed, new philosophers were already on the scene, reacting against existentialism's personalized style of thought. New novelists turned against its literary aesthetic too. Alain Robbe-Grillet, in his 1964 Manifesto pour Union Nouveau Roman, for a new novel, dismissed Sartre and Camus as having too much of the human in them. In 1966 Michel Foucault predicted that man, being a relatively recent invention, might soon be erased, like a face drawn in sand at the edge of the sea, an image that recalls Levi Strauss' call for studies that would dissolve man. Later, at the turn of the 21st century, the postmodernist Jean Baudrillard dismissed Sartrean philosophy as a historical curiosity, like the classic 1950s films whose old-fashioned psychological dramas and clear characterization express marvelously well the already banal post-romantic death throes of subjectivity. No one needs this kind of existential garb anymore, Baudrillard wrote. Who cares about freedom, bad faith, and authenticity today? Ah, but there were people who cared about these things, and they were found above all in the places where freedom and authenticity were under threat. One such place was Czechoslovakia in and after 1968. While Parisian students were treating Sartre as a venerable relic, young Czechs and Slovaks were reading him as though his works had just peeled off the press. This was during the Prague Spring, a period when Alexander Dubček's government tried to move towards a more liberal and open version of communism. Just as in Hungary 12 years earlier, Soviet tanks and troops put a stop to the experiment. It was this act that led Sartre and Beauvoir definitively to reject the Soviet model, only to praise people like Mao Zedong and Pol Pot instead. Even after the tanks rolled in, two of Sartre's most provocative plays continued into production in Prague, Dirty Hands and The Flies, both of which were anti-authoritarian. The Prague Flies was the latest startling reinvention of Sartre's parable of freedom and activism. Having begun as a story of wartime France in 1943, and found a new audience in Germany in 1948, it now seemed all too relevant to the citizens of post-invasion Czechoslovakia. Is he passé? Asked the Czech novelist Milan Kundera of Sartre in 1968. I have heard it said in France. Here in Prague, he went on, Sartre had far more to offer than writers such as Rob Grillet, with his view of literature and thought as mere games. Another dissident, the playwright Václav Havel, observed that writers' words still had weight and value in Czechoslovakia, they were measured in people's lives, whereas in the West they had no substance, being too easy. Philip Roth also observed, after a later visit to Prague, that in the West everything goes and nothing matters, while in Czechoslovakia nothing goes and everything matters. Sartrean existentialism was precisely a philosophy of mattering. He called on his readers to take decisions as though the whole future of humanity depended upon what they did. It was not just Sartrean existentialism that had this moral weight, for some Czechs and Slovaks it was phenomenology. The Czech phenomenological tradition went back to the country's first modern president, Tomáš Masaryk, student of Brentano and protector of his archive. Husserl himself came from Moravia, and several of his colleagues had connections with the Czech lands. By the 1960s and 1970s, the high profile of phenomenology in Czechoslovakia was owed mostly to one of those Husserlians, Jan Patočka. Like many others, Patočka had been swept away by his first discovery of Husserl's philosophy after hearing the great man speak in Paris in 1929. He arranged to transfer to Freiburg in 1933 just as Sartre was going to Berlin, and became one of Husserl's circle of favorites, as well as studying with Heidegger. Husserl even gave Patočka a desktop lectern that Masaryk had originally given to him, which, as Patočka wrote, made him feel anointed as heir to a tradition. He returned to Prague and did his best to make the university a center of phenomenological research. When the Communist Party took over in 1948, Patočka was increasingly harassed by the authorities because his philosophy ran counter to Marxist theory. In 1972, he was forced out of active teaching at the university, and began holding private seminars at his home instead, working through texts in minute detail. His students got used to spending a whole evening on a few lines of being and time. He also gave lessons in Prague theaters to actors and writers, Václav Havel among them. Havel recalled how Patočka would bring texts alive for the group and encourage them to seek the meaning of things and illumination of oneself, of one's situation in the world. He spoke of his own idea of the solidarity of the shaken, a bond which united everyone whose life had been jolted out of unthinking everydayness by some historical upheaval. Such a bond could become a basis for rebellious action. Patočka's phenomenology was dangerously political. In fact, one could say that Patočka was only revealing the subversive tendency that had always lurked in phenomenology. Husserl's call to return to the things themselves was a call to ignore ideologies such as Marxism. It was a summons to critical self-reliance, with all dogmas set aside in the epoche. One can even trace this anti-dogmatic spirit back to the young Franz Brentano, who refused to accept the infallibility of the Pope and was punished by losing his teaching post. Patočka refused to accept the infallibility of the Communist Party for very similar reasons. Brentano had passed the spirit of sceptical refusal to Husserl, Husserl had passed it to Patočka, and Patočka now passed it to Havel and many others. Illustrations credit 12.5. More directly, Patočka became an activist himself. In 1976, aged nearly 70 and in fragile health, he joined Havel and others in signing the famous declaration of political opposition known as Charter 77. It could almost have been called the Philosopher's Charter. Of its main representatives during the next 13 years, almost a third, 12 out of 38, were either philosophers or former students of philosophy, many of them having studied with Patočka. The Czech state immediately set about persecuting the charter's signatories. They brought Patočka in for questioning in Ruziny prison on a regular basis between January and March 1977. His interrogations were more grueling than violent, but they would last all day, deliberately exhausting him and making no concessions to his frailties. Havel saw him once in the prisoners' waiting room where they were left to sit before interrogations, a ritual designed to heighten anxiety. Seeming quite unconcerned, Patočka talked to him about philosophy. That same day, after interrogation, Havel was incarcerated. Patočka was freed, only to be called back again and again through subsequent months. Towards the end of this period, he wrote a political testament in which he said, "What is needed is for people to behave at all times with dignity, not to allow themselves to be frightened and intimidated, and to speak the truth." It sounds so simple, again, that call to speak of things as they are, unadorned. One day early in March, Patočka was subjected to a particularly long interrogation, lasting 11 hours. He had recently angered the regime again by contacting the visiting Dutch foreign minister, Max van der Stoel, to seek his support for Charter 77. The day after this, Patočka collapsed. He was taken to hospital, where he died on March 13, 1977. The funeral, at the Brevnov Cemetery in Prague, was attended by thousands of people. The authorities did not prevent its taking place, but they disrupted the event in every way possible. Ivan Klima, who was present, recalled how they sent motorcyclists to rev their engines around a nearby track and helicopters to hover overhead, so the speeches at the graveside could not be heard. Police officers in attendance turned their backs to the grave. Others ostentatiously photographed faces in the crowd. The funeral was followed by another of those swashbuckling archive smuggling operations that feature in the history of phenomenology. A group of former Patočka students and colleagues, led by Klaus Nelen and Ivan Chvatik together with the Polish philosopher Krzysztof Michalski, arranged for Western scholars and diplomats to sneak copies of his papers out of the country in relays, taking some each time they traveled to and from Prague. Bit by bit, the duplicate archive was reassembled in Vienna's Institute for the Human Sciences, while the originals were hidden in Prague. Patočka's memory is still preserved today by institutes in both cities. One scholar associated with the Viennese institution, Paul Ricoeur, summed up his legacy thus: "The relentless persecution of this man proves that, in the event of a people's extreme abjection, philosophical pleading for subjectivity is becoming the citizen's only recourse against the tyrant." This idea was also at the heart of a famous 1978 essay by Havel, The Power of the Powerless, dedicated to Patočka's memory. In an oppressive state, Havel wrote, people become co-opted in subtle ways. He gives an example: a greengrocer receives from his company's head office a sign bearing the standard message, "Workers of the world, unite." He is supposed to put it in his window, and he does so, although he cares not a bean for its message, for he knows that all kinds of inconveniences may ensue if he does not. A customer who sees the notice doesn't consciously think about it either, she has the same notice in her own office anyway. But does this mean that the sign is meaningless and harmless? No, says Havel. Each sign contributes to a world in which independence of thought and personal responsibility are quietly eaten away. The signs, in effect, emanate from the Heideggerian they, and they also help to keep it going. All over the country, even in the offices of the most senior figures, people simultaneously suffer from the system and perpetuate it, while telling themselves that none of it matters. It is a giant structure of bad faith and banality going all the way to the top. Everyone is involved and enslaved. For Havel, this is where the dissident must step in, to break the pattern. The rebel demands a return to the here and now, Havel says to what Husserl would have called the things themselves. He conducts an epoche, in which the cant is set aside and each person sees what is in front of his or her eyes. Eventually, the result will be an existential revolution. People's relationship to the human order is overhauled and they can return to the authentic experience of things. A revolution did come in 1989, it brought Havel to power as the country's first post-communist president. He would not please everyone in this role, and the revolution was not as phenomenological or existential as he might have hoped. At least, few thought of it that way any longer. But there was certainly an overhaul. The phenomenological imperative to go straight to experienced reality may have had a more lasting impact here than Sartre's more overt radicalism. Perhaps phenomenology, even more than existentialism, is the truly radical school of thought. Brentano, the original phenomenological rebel, would be entitled to feel proud of the long line of influence he had. 13. Having once tasted phenomenology, in which there are departures. Forwards, always forwards, was the existentialist's cry, but Heidegger had long since pointed out that no one goes forwards forever. In Being and Time, he depicted Dasein as finding authenticity in being towards death, that is, in affirming mortality and limitation. He also set out to show that being itself is not to be found on some eternal, changeless plane, it emerges through time and through history. Thus, both on the cosmic level and in the lives of each one of us, all things are temporal and finite. This idea of being or human existence as having an inbuilt expiry date never sat so well with Sartre. He accepted it in principle, but everything in his personality revolted against being hemmed in by anything at all, least of all by death. As he wrote in Being and Nothingness, "Death is an outrage that comes to me from outside and wipes out my projects. Death cannot be prepared for, or made my own, it's not something to be resolute about, nor something to be incorporated and tamed. It is not one of my possibilities but the possibility that there are for me no longer any possibilities." Beauvoir wrote a novel pointing out that immortality would be unbearable, all men are mortal, but she too saw death as an alien intruder. In A Very Easy Death, her 1964 account of her mother's last illness, she showed how death came to her mother from elsewhere, strange and inhuman. For Beauvoir, one cannot have a relationship with death, only with life. The British philosopher Richard Walheim put all this another way. Death, he wrote, is the great enemy not merely because it deprives us of all the future things we might do, and all the pleasures we might experience. It takes away the ability to experience anything at all, ever. It puts an end to our being a Heideggerian clearing for things to emerge into. Thus, as Walheim says, it deprives us of phenomenology, and, having once tasted phenomenology, we develop a longing for it which we cannot give up. Having had experience of the world, having had intentionality, we want to continue it forever, because that experience of the world is what we are. Unfortunately, this is the deal we get. We can taste phenomenology only because, one day, it will be taken from us. We clear our space, then the forest reclaims it again. The only consolation is to have had the beauty of seeing light through the leaves at all, to have had something, rather than nothing. Some of the most likable people to have made their appearance in the sparkling, tinkling, bustling, and quarrelsome existentialist café of our story were also the first to leave it. Boris Vian was only 39 when he died, on June 23, 1959, of a heart attack, which came while he was in a cinema attending a preview of a film based on his novel I Spit on Your Graves. He disliked the film and was just voicing a protest from his seat when he collapsed. He died on the way to the hospital. Just over 6 months later, on January 4, 1960, Albert Camus was killed in a car crash with his publisher Michel Gallimard, who was driving. The car smashed into one tree and then another, twisting itself round and scattering most of its metal to one side of the tree, its engine to the other, and Camus through a rear window. In the mud a short distance away, a briefcase was found, inside which were Camus' journal and the unfinished manuscript of The First Man, his autobiographical novel about his childhood in Algeria. Beauvoir heard the news about Camus from Claude Lanzmann, who phoned her at Sartre's apartment. She put down the phone, shaking, and told herself not to be upset. "Come now," she said to herself, "you are not even close to Camus anymore." Then she looked out of Sartre's window, watching the sun set over the Saint-Germain-des-Prés church, unable either to weep properly or to feel better. What she mourned, she decided, was not the 46-year-old Camus who had just died, but the young freedom fighter of the war years, the friend they had lost long ago. Sartre felt this way too, for both of them, the true Camus was that of the resistance and the stranger, not the later one. They never forgave him for his political views, but Sartre wrote a generous obituary in France Observateur. He summed Camus up as an heir to the great tradition of French moralists, an untranslatable word which implies both a moralist in the English sense and a curious observer of human behavior and character. He was, said Sartre, a man whose stubborn humanism, narrow and pure, austere and sensual, waged a dubious battle against events of these times. When Beauvoir was interviewed by Studs Terkel for American radio in the same year, she concluded that Camus was an ethical thinker rather than a political one, but she admitted that young people could learn from both approaches. Another untimely death occurred that year. In Paris, Richard Wright suffered a fatal heart attack on November 28, 1960, aged 52. Some of his friends, as well as his daughter, wondered whether he had been assassinated by the CIA. A mysterious woman had been seen leaving his room not long before his final collapse. The U.S. government had indeed continued to harass and obstruct him for years. But Wright had been in poor health ever since a bout of amoebic dysentery in 1957, which left him with liver problems. These were not helped by his taking bismuth salts, which were supposed to be an alternative cure but instead gave him metal poisoning. Although Wright had written little fiction in recent years, he had continued to write essays and polemics, and had also developed a love of Japanese haiku. Among his late works is a sequence of beautiful small poems about peach trees, snails, spring rain, storm clouds, snow, chickens that look smaller after being soaked by rain, and a tiny green cocklebur, caught in the curls of a black boy's hair. A year later, on May 3, 1961, the 53-year-old Merleau-Ponty, looking as slim and fit as ever, died of a heart attack. He had been with friends in his family apartment on the Boulevard Saint-Michel. They chatted for a while, then Merleau-Ponty left them talking in the living room while he went into his study to finish some notes for a lecture on Descartes the next day. He never came back. Again, Sartre found himself writing an obituary of a friend with whom he had fallen out, this time in a special issue of Les Temps Modernes. Again, his obituary was thoughtful and generous, and it became the source of much of what we know about their friendship and disagreements. He mentioned that he and Merleau-Ponty had bumped into each other a short time earlier, when Sartre was giving a talk at the École Normale Supérieure. Sartre was touched that Merleau-Ponty had come to hear him, and afterwards hoped that they would keep in contact. But Sartre's own reactions were slowed. He was groggy with a case of flu, he said, and Merleau-Ponty was taken aback. He hadn't said a word about feeling disappointed, but for a split second, it crossed my mind that his face had saddened. Sartre felt optimistic all the same. Everything is just as it was, I told myself. Everything will begin anew. A few days later, he heard that Merleau-Ponty was dead. Merleau-Ponty's body lies in his family grave in Père Lachaise cemetery, together with his mother and his wife Suzanne, who died in 2010. It is on the other side of Paris from Montparnasse, where Sartre's and Beauvoir's grave is. Merleau-Ponty can be found in one of the cemetery's quietest and least frequented corners, surrounded by trees. One philosopher who had expected to die of a heart attack at a young age, but did not, was Karl Jaspers. On marrying, he had warned Gertrude that they could not expect long together, perhaps a year or so. In fact, he lived to 86, and died on February 26, 1969, Gertrude's birthday. Heidegger sent her a telegram afterwards with the simple words, "In remembrance of earlier years, in honor and sympathy." She wrote back on the same day, thinking likewise of the earlier years, "I thank you." She lived until 1974. Perhaps the best way to mark Karl Jaspers' passing is to revisit a radio talk he gave about his life, as part of a series in 1966-7. He spoke of his childhood by the North Sea, and especially about holidays with his parents in the Frisian Islands. On the island of Norderney one evening, his father took his hand as they walked to the water's edge. The tide was out, our path across the fresh, clean sand was amazing, unforgettable for me, always further, the water was so low, and we came to the water, there lay the jellyfish, the starfish. I was bewitched, said Jaspers. From then on, the sea always made him think of the scope of life itself, with nothing firm or whole, and everything in perpetual motion. All that is solid, all that is gloriously ordered, having a home, being sheltered, absolutely necessary. But the fact that there is this other, the infinity of the ocean that liberates us. This, Jaspers went on, was what philosophy meant to him. It meant going beyond what was solid and motionless, towards that larger seascape where everything was in motion, with no ground anywhere. It was why philosophy had always, for him, meant a different thinking. 7 months after the death of Jaspers came that of another philosopher who had written about human life as a constant journey beyond the familiar, Gabriel Marcel, who died on October 8, 1973. For him, as for Jaspers, human beings were essentially vagabonds. We can never own anything, and we never truly settle anywhere, even if we stay in one place all our lives. As the title of one of his essay collections has it, we are always homo viator, man the traveler. Hannah Arendt died of a heart attack on December 4, 1975, aged 69, leaving a manuscript of Sartrean Dimensions which her friend Mary McCarthy edited for posthumous publication as The Life of the Mind. Arendt never quite resolved the puzzle of Heidegger. Sometimes she condemned her former lover and tutor, at other times she worked to rehabilitate his reputation or to help people understand him. She met him a few times when she visited Europe, and tried, but failed, to help him and Elfriede sell the manuscript of Being and Time in America to raise cash. Elements of his work always remained central to her own philosophy. In 1969, she wrote an essay which was published 2 years later in the New York Review of Books as Martin Heidegger at 80. There, she reminded a new generation of readers of the excitement his call to thinking had generated, back in the foggy hole of Marburg in the 1920s. Yet she also asked how he could have failed to think appropriately himself in 1933 and thereafter. She had no answer to her own question. Just as Jaspers had once let Heidegger off lightly by calling him a dreaming boy, so Arendt now ended her assessment with an overgenerous image, that of the Greek philosopher Thales, an unworldly genius, who fell into a well because he was too busy looking at the stars to see the danger in front of him. Heidegger himself, although 17 years older than Arendt, outlived her by 5 months, before dying peacefully in his sleep on May 26, 1976, aged 86. For over 40 years, he had nursed his belief that the world had treated him badly. He had continued to fail to respond to his followers' hopes that he would one day condemn Nazism in unambiguous terms. He acted as though he was unaware of what people needed to hear, yet his friend Heinrich Wiegand Petzet reported that Heidegger knew very well what was expected, it just made him feel more misunderstood. He did not let his resentments put him off his work, which continued to lead him up and down the mountain pathways of his thoughts in his late years. He spent as much time as possible at Tottenberg, receiving visits from pilgrims and sometimes from more critical visitors. One such encounter was with the Jewish poet and concentration camp survivor Paul Celan, who gave a reading in Freiburg in July 1967 while on temporary release from a psychiatric clinic. The venue was the same auditorium where Heidegger had given his Nazi rectorial address. Heidegger, who admired Celan's work, tried to make him feel welcome in Freiburg. He even asked a book dealer friend to go around all the bookshops in the city making sure they put Celan titles in their windows so the poet would see them as he walked through town. This is a touching story, especially as it is the single documented example I have come across of Heidegger actually doing something nice. He attended the reading, and the next day took Celan up to the hut. The poet signed the guest book, and wrote a wary, enigmatic poem about the visit, called simply Tottenberg. Heidegger liked receiving travelers, but had never been a homo viator himself. He was disdainful about mass tourism, which he considered symptomatic of the modern desert-like way of being, with its demand for novelty. In later life, however, he became fond of taking holidays in Provence. He agonized over the question of whether he should visit Greece, an obvious destination, given his long obsession with its temples, its rocky outcrops, and its Heraclitus and Parmenides and Sophocles. But that was why he was nervous, too much was at stake. In 1955, he arranged to go with his friend Erhard Kästner. Train and boat tickets were booked, but at the last minute Heidegger cancelled. 5 years later the two men planned another trip, and again Heidegger pulled out. He wrote to warn Kästner that this was probably how things would go on. I will be allowed to think certain things about Greece without seeing the country. The necessary concentration is best found at home. In the end, he did go. He took an Aegean cruise in 1962, with Elfried and a friend called Ludwig Helmken, a lawyer and politician of the center-right who had a past at least as embarrassing as Heidegger's, since he joined the Nazi Party in 1937. Their cruise sailed from Venice down the Adriatic, and then took in Olympia, Mycenae, Heraklion, Rhodes, Delos, Athens, and Delphi, before returning to Italy. At first, Heidegger's fears were confirmed, nothing in Greece satisfied him. Olympia had turned into a mass of hotels for the American tourists, he wrote in his notebook. Its landscape failed to set free the Greek element of the land, of its sea and its sky. Crete and Rhodes were little better. Rather than traipse around in a herd of holiday makers, he became more inclined to stay on the boat reading Heraclitus. He hated his first glimpse of smoggy Athens, although he enjoyed being driven by a friend up to the Acropolis in the early morning before the crowds arrived with their cameras. Later, after lunch and a folk dance performance at the hotel, they went to the Temple of Poseidon on Cape Saunion, and at last Heidegger found the Greece he was looking for. Gleaming white ruins stood firm on the headland, the bare rock of the cape lifted the temple towards the sky. Heidegger noted how this single gesture of the land suggests the invisible nearness of the divine, then observed that, even though the Greeks were great navigators, they knew how to inhabit and demarcate the world against the barbarous. Even now, surrounded by sea, Heidegger's thoughts naturally turned to imagery of enclosing, bounding, and holding in. He never thought of Greece in terms of trade and openness, as Husserl had done. He also continued to be annoyed by the encroachments of the modern world, with the other tourists' infernal clicking cameras. Reading Heidegger's account of the cruise, we get a glimpse of how he responded when the world failed to fit his preconceptions. He sounds resentful, and selective in what he is prepared to see. When Greece surprises him, he writes himself further into his private vision of things. When it fits that vision, he cautiously grants approval. He was right to have been nervous of making the trip, it did not bring out the best in him. There was one other late moment of surprise and beauty. As the ship sailed out of the Bay of Dubrovnik on its way back to Italy, a pod of dolphins swam up at sunset to play around the ship. Heidegger was enchanted. He recalled a cup he had seen in Munich's Museum of Antiquities, attributed to Exekias and dating from around 530 BC, on the sides of which Dionysus was depicted sailing on a vessel entwined with grapevines as dolphins cavorted in the sea. Heidegger rushed for his notebook, but as he wrote about the image, the usual language of enclosure took over. As the cup rests within the boundaries of its creation, he concluded, so too the birthplace of Occident and modern age, secure in its own island-like essence, remains in the recollective thinking of the sojourn. Even the dolphins had to be gathered into a homeland. One never finds Jasper's open sea in Heidegger's writing, one does not encounter Marcel's endlessly moving traveler, or his stranger met by chance. When an interviewer from the magazine Der Spiegel asked Heidegger in 1966 what he thought of the idea that humans might one day travel to other planets, leaving Earth behind because where is it written that man's place is here? Heidegger was appalled. He replied, according to our human experience and history, at least as far as I see it, I know that everything essential and everything great originated from the fact that man had a home and was rooted in a tradition. For Heidegger, all philosophizing is about homecoming, and the greatest journey home is the journey to death. In a conversation with the theology professor Bernhard Welt towards the end of his life, he mentioned his wish to be buried in the Messkirch church cemetery, despite the fact that he had long since left the faith. He and Welt both said that death meant above all a return to the soil of home. Heidegger had his wish. He now lies in the Catholic graveyard on the outskirts of Messkirch. His grave is secular, bearing a small star in place of a cross, and he shares it with Elfriede, who died in 1992. Two other Heidegger family graves lie to left and right of them, with crosses. The effect of the three monuments together, with Martin's and Elfriede's larger than the others, is oddly reminiscent of a Calvary. On the day I visited, daffodils had been freshly planted on all three graves, with handfuls of small pebbles on Martin's and Elfriede's headstone. Sticking up perkily from the soil between their stone and that of Martin's parents was a little stone cherub, a dreaming boy, cross-legged, with his eyes closed. One of the graves beside Martin Heidegger's belongs to his younger brother, Fritz, who had protected Martin's manuscripts during the war and, along with Elfriede, helped him with secretarial work and other support throughout life. Fritz had done what Heidegger had only philosophized about, he stayed close to home, living in Messkirch and working at the same bank all his life. He also remained within the family religion. Locals knew him as a lively and humorous man who, despite a stutter, was a regular star of Messkirch's annual Fastnacht Week or Week of Fools, a festival just before Lent marked by speeches filled with hilarious wordplay in the local dialect. Some of this wit comes across in Fritz's remarks to his brother. He would joke about de Dacian, poking fun at Martin's terminology as well as at his own speech impediment. Never claiming to understand philosophy, he used to say that Martin's work would only make sense to the people of the 21st century, when the Americans have long set up a huge supermarket on the moon. Still, he diligently typed his brother's writings, a great help for a philosopher who was uncomfortable with typewriters. Heidegger felt that typing spoiled writing, it withdraws from man the essential rank of the hand. Along the way, Fritz would gently suggest amendments. Why not write in shorter sentences? Should not each sentence convey one single clear idea? No response from his brother is recorded. Fritz Heidegger died on June 26, 1980, his life relatively unsung until recent years, when he caught biographers' interest as a kind of anti-Martin, a case study in not being the 20th century's most brilliant and most hated philosopher. During the 1970s, meanwhile, Sartre's faculties had gone into a long, frustrating decline, affecting his ability to work. His papers include a brief undated sheet, possibly written shortly after the moon landings of July 1969, since it begins with the two words, the moon, in which he records the sad fact that he has written nothing for 5 months. He lists the projects he still wants to finish: the Flaubert book, a biographical essay on Tintoretto, the critique of dialectical reason. But he does not feel like writing, and is afraid that he never will again. For Sartre, not writing was like not living. He wrote, "For years, I haven't finished anything. I don't know why. Yes, I do, the chlorodrain." Long-term addictions to chlorodrain and alcohol did cause difficulties, but his writing also stalled because, after years of getting by with monocular vision, he was now going blind in the good eye. He could still watch television, seeing moving shadows and listening to the dialogue. In 1976, he saw a long program about that very interesting subject, Jean-Paul Sartre. Based on interviews filmed a few years later, Sartre par lui-même, Sartre by himself, was marked by an extra interview with Michel Contat to coincide with its broadcast. Sartre told Contat that not being able to write had taken away his reason for existence, but that he refused to be sad about it. Other health problems accumulated. He had strokes, memory lapses, problems with his teeth. There were moments when he seemed to drift away entirely. During one fugue, Beauvoir asked him what he was thinking about. He replied, "Nothing. I'm not here." He had always described consciousness as a nothingness, but in fact his head had always been crowded with words and ideas. He had pushed work out of himself every day, as though he were full and needed unloading. Now, although still replete with things to say, he was running out of the energy with which to say them. Those who cared for him began to secretly hope that he would have a quick, easy death, a Camus-style death, as his friend Olivier Todd put it. The slow disintegration was too hard to watch. "Sartre, petit père, don't do this to us," wrote Todd. Still Sartre battled on, a stubborn small figure at the levers of his vast public persona. In his last months, partners, lovers, and disciples tended him in relays: Simone de Beauvoir, his young companion Arlette Elcom Sartre, whom he had adopted as a daughter, to give her legal rights, and his longtime lover Michel Vien. He also had a new young secretary and assistant, Benny Levy, who helped with his writing and may have exerted an undue influence on him, at least, that was what some believed. Levy was a man of strong opinions, a former Maoist now turned anti-communist, and passionate about his Jewish identity. He was not the sort to efface himself as an invisible amanuensis. A series of conversations between him and Sartre appeared in Le Nouvel Observateur in the last weeks of Sartre's life and were later published separately as L'Espoir Maintenant, Hope Now. They show a Sartre who is unusually apologetic about his earlier pro-Soviet and Maoist views, about his 1946 book on anti-Semitism, which Levy considered flawed, and about his earlier fascination with violence. This new Sartre looks more benignly on religious faith, although he is still not a believer. He admits to being a daydreamer in matters of politics. He sounds chastened and defeated. Some of those close to Sartre thought Hope Now showed no genuine change of thinking, but only the weakness of a man whose illness and disabilities were making him vulnerable. In the interview, perhaps anticipating such objections, Levy asks whether Sartre's ideas have been affected by their relationship. Sartre doesn't deny it, but says that now he has to work in partnership or not at all. At first he considered it a lesser evil, compared to not working, but now he sees it as something positive, a thought created by two people. He was used to writing in a close partnership with Simone de Beauvoir, but now Beauvoir was foremost among those who thought Levy was influencing Sartre too much. Raymond Aron also remarked that the ideas in Hope Now were so reasonable that even he could have agreed with them, a sure sign, he implied, that they were not the real Sartre. This last stage in Sartre's life remains an enigma. Praising peaceful relationships and nonviolence, he seems to be saying sensible and appealing things, yet something is missing in the new vanilla Sartre. Hope now can be read as a reminder of what had been so exciting, as well as shocking, in his earlier work: mistakes, crashing insensitivity, belligerence, graphomania, and all. But perhaps I am doing what he and Beauvoir tended to do with Camus, mourning an old version while dismissing an updated version as a mistake. Perhaps it was the knowledge of his own decline that was making him look more mildly on the world. In any case, if anything demonstrates the truth of Simone de Beauvoir's vision of human life as an unresolvable, ambiguous drama of freedom and contingency, it is the last years of Sartre. As one traces his decline, one sees a blazing, garrulous figure gradually turn into his own ghost, stripped of vision and to some extent of hearing, of his pipe, his writing, his engagement with the world, and finally, as Walheim would say, of his phenomenology. All this was out of his control. Yet he never let himself become solidified as a statue, he kept changing his thoughts until the very last moment. During the night of March 19, 1980, when he was unusually left alone for a few hours, he collapsed, struggling for breath. He was taken to hospital, where he lived on for almost another month. Even in this final illness, he was chased by journalists who tried to get into his room by posing as nurses, and by photographers who picked him out through the window with zoom lenses from the roof opposite. On the evening of April 14, suffering kidney failure and gangrene, he slipped into a coma. The next day he died. Beauvoir was devastated, but her intellectual honesty forbade changing her lifelong conviction that death was the end, an intrusion and an abomination, with no part in life, and no promise of anything beyond. She wrote, "His death does separate us. My death will not bring us together again. That is how things are. It is in itself splendid that we were able to live our lives in harmony for so long." On leaving the École Normale Supérieure back in 1929, Sartre and Aron had made a deal that whoever outlived the other would write his obituary for the school alumni magazine. Aron survived Sartre, but did not write the obituary. He did write about Sartre in L'Express, explaining why he had elected not to stick to their deal. Too much time had passed, and he considered that the commitment no longer stood. He also commented in an interview that, although Sartre had written touching articles about Camus and Merleau-Ponty on their deaths, he doubted that he would have done the same for himself, had their deaths occurred that way round. It's not clear why he believed this. True, their relationship had declined more sharply than the others, mainly because their politics were more markedly divergent. But Sartre was unfailingly generous with his words, and despite everything, I suspect he would have found something appreciative to say about Aron in an obituary. In fact, Aron very nearly had predeceased Sartre, suffering a heart attack in 1977. He survived, but never again felt fully well. The second attack came on October 17, 1983, just as he was leaving court after giving evidence for his friend Bertrand de Juvenal, whom a journalist had accused of harboring Nazi sympathies during the war. Aron took the stand to argue not only that the accusation was false, but that it was ahistorical, failing to take into account the moral complexities of French life under occupation. He left the building, collapsed, and died instantly. Simone de Beauvoir lived 6 years after Sartre's death, almost to the hour. During those years, she continued to head the editorial board of Les Temps Modernes, which met at her home. She read manuscripts, wrote letters, and helped younger writers, including many feminists. One of these, the American Kate Millett, visited her annually in the Paris apartment, which she described as filled with books, photographs of friends, Sartre, Genet, Camus, and everybody, and these funny sort of 50s type sofas with velvet cushions that were probably all the rage the year she got it and decorated it. Beauvoir, commented Millett, was distinguished by an absolute integrity, and by such an unlikely thing, a moral authority. Just as Sartre had adopted Arlette Elcom Sartre, so Beauvoir adopted her companion and heir, Sylvie Le Bon Beauvoir, who looked after her together with Claude Lanzmann and other friends. Beauvoir was afflicted by cirrhosis of the liver, not unconnected with years of heavy drinking. Complications of this disease led to her being hospitalized on March 20, 1986, after several weeks recovering from surgery and struggling with congestion of the lungs. She slipped into a coma and died on April 14, 1986. She was buried next to Sartre in Montparnasse Cemetery. As had happened with him, her body was put in a smaller coffin inside a large one so that it could be taken for cremation later. Thousands of people watched the hearse process through the streets, piled high with flowers as Sartre's had been. It was a less grand occasion than Sartre's, but the throng of mourners was still large enough to create an obstruction at the cemetery entrance. Guards shut the gates, fearing that too many people would crowd in. Some climbed over the barriers and wall. Inside, at the graveside, Landsman read a passage from the last pages of her third volume of autobiography, Force of Circumstance, reflecting on death, life, and loss. She had written, "I think with sadness of all the books I've read, all the places I've seen, all the knowledge I've amassed and that will be no more. All the music, all the paintings, all the culture, so many places, and suddenly nothing. They made no honey, those things, they can provide no one with any nourishment. At the most, if my books are still read, the reader will think, there wasn't much she didn't see. But that unique sum of things, the experience that I lived, with all its order and its randomness, the opera of Peking, the arena of Huelva, the Candombe in Bahia, the dunes of Loud, Wabancia Avenue, the dawns in Provence, Tyrans, Castro talking to 500,000 Cubans, a sulfur sky over a sea of clouds, the purple holly, the white nights of Leningrad, the bells of the liberation, an orange moon over the Piraeus, a red sun rising over the desert, Torcello, Rome, all the things I've talked about, others I have left unspoken. There is no place where it will all live again." At the time she wrote this summing up, before signing off the book in March 1963, she still had 23 years of life to go. Beauvoir was rather given to these premature valedictory reflections. They fill her study Old Age in 1970, as well as the 1972 volume of her autobiography that really did turn out to be the last, all said and done. Yet these books, ever more tinged with melancholy, also show her resplendent talent for marveling at life. In old age, she writes of gazing at a picture of herself wearing one of those cloche hats and a roll collar on the Champs-Élysées in 1929, and feeling amazed at how things that once seemed natural can now look so unfamiliar. In All Said and Done, she describes waking after an afternoon nap and feeling childish amazement. Why am I myself? Every detail of an individual is unlikely. Why did that particular sperm meet that particular egg? Why was she born female? So many things could have been different. I might not have met Sartre, anything at all might have happened. Any piece of information that a biographer can discover about a person, she adds, is a trifle compared to the rich confusion of that person's real life, with its web of relationships and its countless elements of experience. Moreover, each of these elements means something different depending on perspective. A simple statement such as "I was born in Paris" has a different meaning for each Parisian, depending on his or her background and precise situation. Out of this elaborate perspectival network, a shared reality is woven. No one will ever make sense of this mystery, she says. The longest-lived of our main dramatis personae here was Emmanuel Levinas, who died on December 25, 1995, some 3 weeks short of his 90th birthday. The span of his life covers most of the story of modern phenomenology, from his first discovery of Husserl in 1928 to his own late career in which he took philosophy into such arcane territory that even his fans found him hard to understand. He became increasingly interested in traditional Jewish scholarship and the exegesis of biblical texts, as well as continuing to work on ethics and relationships with the other. Levinas' ideas were an influence on Benny Levy, which may be why Hope Now is filled with ideas that sound Levinasian. If true, this is another of those intriguing sidelong contacts between Levinas and Sartre. They barely knew each other, and their ideas were often radically different, yet their paths crossed at significant points. Almost half a century earlier, Sartre had bought Lavina's book in Paris after the conversation about apricot cocktails in the Bec de Gaz bar. Then, in the mid-1930s, they both produced remarkably similar writings about nausea and being. Now, through Levy, their ideas were brought into unexpected proximity again, perhaps without either one acknowledging or reflecting on the fact. The English New Existentialist Colin Wilson lived until December 5, 2013, angry to the end, but retaining the loyalty of the many international readers who had been excited and enlightened by his books. One can leave worse legacies in the world. He outlived two other great communicators, Hazel Barnes, Sartre's translator, who died on March 18, 2008, and Iris Murdoch, who had given English readers their first taste of existentialism. Murdoch died on February 8, 1999, after living several years with Alzheimer's disease. Her last novel, Jackson's Dilemma, shows signs of emerging symptoms. Around the time she was working on it, she decided to abandon a philosophical book called Heidegger, The Pursuit of Being, on which she'd been engaged for 6 years. Typescript and manuscript versions remain, as disconnected assemblies of chapters of which just a few parts have been published posthumously. Heidegger seems to have been an enigma to her, as he was to many others. No doubt she was intrigued by him as a person. Many of her novels revolve around charismatic, sometimes dangerous guru types. More importantly, his philosophy kept her attention long after she had turned away from Sartre. She was particularly taken by the Heideggerian image of the mind as a clearing in the forest, which she found beautiful, as do I. In Jackson's Dilemma, her character Bennett is also writing a book on Heidegger, and like Murdoch herself, he is struggling with the project. He wonders whether the difficulty comes from not being able to decide what he really thinks of Heidegger. Some aspects are attractive while others repel him: the Nazism, the appropriation of Hölderlin, and the relentless poeticization of philosophy, discarding truth, goodness, freedom, love, the individual, everything which the philosopher ought to explain and defend. He questions whether he is fascinated by a certain dangerous aspect of Heidegger which was in fact so deeply buried in his own, Bennett's, soul that he could not scrutinize or even dislodge it. What is it that he thinks about when he thinks about Heidegger? Later, reading through his Heidegger notes again, he says, "I am small and I do not understand." A lifelong Murdoch fan, I had previously avoided Jackson's Dilemma, expecting it to be a sad read because of the signs of illness. Coming to it now, I was astounded to find such an uncannily recognizable description of how I myself felt about Heidegger. Indeed, I found the whole book moving and thought-provoking. In this last novel, Murdoch gives us a glimpse into what it is like to be a mind, or a Dasein, that is losing coherence and connection, yet retains both the ability to put its experience into words and the fierce desire to do so to the limits of human capability. It is the phenomenological desire shared by Sartre, Beauvoir, Merleau-Ponty, and everyone in this book, including even Heidegger himself. In the last scene of Jackson's Dilemma, the title character, Bennett's servant Jackson, sits on a grassy bank by a bridge over a river, watching a spider building a web between blades of grass. As if merging with Bennett, he too has been overtaken by the sense that everything is slipping away. Sometimes, he says, he feels a shift, or loss of breath and memory. Has he simply misunderstood what is happening? Is it a dream? At the end of what is necessary, I have come to a place where there is no road. He stands up, but as he does, he feels something. It is the spider, walking on his hand. He helps the spider back to its web, goes down to the bridge, and crosses over the river. 14. The imponderable bloom. In which we ponder bloom. The famous existentialists and phenomenologists are gone now, and several generations have grown up since the young Iris Murdoch discovered Sartre in 1945 and exclaimed, "The excitement, I remember nothing like it." It has become harder to revive that initial thrill. We can still find a nostalgic romance in the black and white images of the pipe-puffing Sartre at his café table, the turbanned Beauvoir, and the brooding camus with his collar turned up. But they will never again look as raw and dangerous as they used to. On the other hand, existentialist ideas and attitudes have embedded themselves so deeply into modern culture that we hardly think of them as existentialist at all. People, at least in relatively prosperous countries where more urgent needs don't intervene, talk about anxiety, dishonesty and the fear of commitment. They worry about being in bad faith, even if they don't use that term. They feel overwhelmed by the excess of consumer choice while also feeling less in control than ever. A vague longing for a more real way of living leads some people to, for example, sign up for weekend retreats in which their smartphones are taken away like toys from children, so that they can spend 2 days walking in the country landscape and reconnecting with each other and with their forgotten selves. The unnamed object of desire here is authenticity. This theme also haunts modern entertainment, just as much as it did in the 1950s. Existential anxiety is more closely intertwined with technological anxiety than ever in films such as Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, the Wachowskis' Matrix, Peter Weir's The Truman Show, Michel Gondry's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and Alex Garland's Ex Machina. Existentialist heroes of more traditional kinds, wrestling with meaning and decision, feature in Sam Mendes' American Beauty, the Coen brothers' A Serious Man, Stephen Knight's Locke, and any number of Woody Allen films, including Irrational Man, which takes its title from William Barrett's book. In David O. Russell's I Heart Huckabees of 2004, rival existential detectives battle over the difference between gloomy and positive visions of life. In Another Part of the Forest, we find the ecstatic Heideggerian films of Terrence Malick, who did postgraduate research on Heidegger and translated some of his work before turning to filmmaking. All these divergent styles of film revolve around questions of human identity, purpose, and freedom. Of these themes, freedom may prove to be the great puzzle for the early 21st century. In the previous century, I grew up naively assuming that I'd see a constant, steady increase in this nebulous stuff through my lifetime, both in personal choices and in politics. In some ways, this has come true. On the other hand, unforeseen by anyone, basic ideas about freedom have been assailed and disputed in radical ways, so that we are now unable to agree what it amounts to, what we need it for, how much of it can be allowed, how far it should be interpreted as the right to offend or transgress, and how much of it we are prepared to give away to remote corporate entities in exchange for comfort and convenience. What we cannot do any longer is take it for granted. Many of our uncertainties about freedom amount to uncertainties about our fundamental being. Science books and magazines bombard us with the news that we are out of control, that we amount to a mass of irrational but statistically predictable responses, veiled by the mere illusion of a conscious, governing mind. They tell us that, when we decide to sit down, to reach for a glass of water, to vote, or to choose whom we would save in the trolley problem, we are not really choosing at all but responding to tendencies and associations that are beyond the reach of both reason and will. Reading such accounts, one gets the impression that we take pleasure in this idea of ourselves as out-of-control mechanical dupes of our own biology and environment. We claim to find it disturbing, but we might actually be deriving a kind of reassurance from it, for such ideas let us off the hook. They save us from the existential anxiety that comes with considering ourselves free agents who are responsible for what we do. Sartre would call that bad faith. Moreover, recent research suggests that those who have been encouraged to think they are unfree are inclined to behave less ethically, again suggesting that we treat it as an alibi. So, do we really want to understand our lives and manage our futures as if we had neither real freedom nor a truly human foundation for our existence? Perhaps we need the existentialists more than we thought. Having argued myself to that point, I must immediately add that I do not think the existentialists offer some simple magic solution for the modern world. As individuals and philosophers, they were hopelessly flawed. Each one's thought featured some major aspect that should make us uncomfortable. This is partly because they were complex and troubled beings, as most of us are. It is also because their ideas and lives were rooted in a dark, morally compromised century. The political turmoil and wild notions of their times marked them, just as our own 21st century turmoil is now marking us. But that is one reason why the existentialists demand rereading. They remind us that human existence is difficult and that people often behave appallingly, yet they also show how great our possibilities are. They constantly repeat the questions about freedom and being that we constantly try to forget. We can explore the directions the existentialists indicate without needing to take them as exemplary personalities, or even as exemplary thinkers. They are interesting thinkers, which I believe makes them more worth our trouble. I first found them interesting 30 years ago, and I still do now, but for different reasons. Looking back at them has been a disorienting and stimulating experience, like seeing familiar faces in a fairground mirror. Some features I had barely noticed before have become more prominent, while others, which used to seem beautiful, have acquired a grotesque cast. Writing this book has brought me surprises all the way, not least with the two colossi of the story, Heidegger and Sartre. When I first read Heidegger in my early 20s, I fell under the Messkirch magician's spell. My whole way of seeing the world was influenced by his raw amazement that there is something rather than nothing, by his way of looking at landscapes and buildings, by his notion of humans as a clearing in which being emerges into the light, and more. Reading Heidegger again, I feel the same gravitational pull. But even while I'm sliding back down into his dimly lit world of forest paths and tolling bells, I find myself struggling to get free, for reasons that have nothing and everything to do with his Nazism. There is something of the grave in this vegetative world. Give me the open sea of jaspers, I now think, or the highways frequented by Marcel's travelers, filled with human encounter and conversation. Heidegger once wrote that to think is to confine yourself to a single thought, but I now feel that this is the very opposite of what thinking ought to be. Thinking should be generous and have a good appetite. I find life far too valuable these days to shut out most of its variety in favor of digging down into the depths and remaining down there, as Hannah Arendt described the Heideggerian method of inquiry. I also find myself thinking back to Arendt's and Sartre's observations about the uncanny absence in Heidegger where character should be. Something is missing from his life and from his work. Iris Murdoch thought the missing thing was goodness, and therefore that his philosophy lacked an ethical center or heart. Indeed, you can never say of Heidegger what Merleau-Ponty said of Sartre, he is good. One could call this missing element humanity, in several senses. Heidegger set himself against the philosophy of humanism, and he himself was rarely humane in his behavior. He set no store by the individuality and detail of anyone's life, least of all his own. It is no coincidence that, of all the philosophers in this book, Heidegger is the one who refused to see the point of biography. He opened an early lecture series on Aristotle by saying, he was born at such and such a time, he worked, and he died, as though that were all one needed to know about a life. He insisted that his own life was uninteresting too, a view that would be convenient for him, if true. The result, despite Heidegger's mythologizing of home, is a philosophy that feels uninhabitable, to return again to Murdoch's notion of inhabited thought. Heidegger's work is exhilarating, but in the end it is a philosophy in which I cannot find a place to live. Illustrations credit 14.1. I have been surprised in a different way by the other giant in the field, Sartre, the writer who first tempted me into philosophy with nausea. I knew he would be a powerful presence in my story, but I was surprised at how much I came to respect him, and even to like him. Of course, he was monstrous. He was self-indulgent, demanding, bad-tempered. He was a sex addict who didn't even enjoy sex, a man who would walk away from friendships saying he felt no regret. He gave free rein to his obsessions with viscosity and gloopiness, and with the feeling that other people were looking at him and making judgments, he never seemed to worry that some readers might not share these idiosyncrasies. He defended a range of odious regimes, and made a cult of violence. He maintained that literature for its own sake is a bourgeois luxury, that writers must engage with the world, and that revising one's writing is a waste of time, all of which I disagree with. I disagree with quite a lot in Sartre. But then there is that question of character, and Sartre is full of character. He bursts out on all sides with energy, peculiarity, generosity, and communicativeness. All of this is captured in an anecdote by the German historian Joachim Fest, who met him at a party in Berlin in the late 1940s. He describes how Sartre held court amid some 30 people who grilled him about his philosophy. In response, he rambled on about jazz and cinema and the novels of John Dos Passos. Someone who was present said afterwards that Sartre put him in mind of a South American peasant hacking through a jungle of phenomena, sending brightly colored parrots flying up with their wings flashing in all directions. Fest remarked, "Everything that he said seemed to me to be noticeably well informed and yet disordered, in part also muddled, but always touching on our sense of the times." Everyone was impressed. If I sum up my responses, I learned through Sartre that a degree of muddle-headedness can be quite fascinating. This is what fascinates me in Sartre too. Whereas Heidegger circled around his home territory, Sartre moved ever forwards, always working out new, often bizarre, responses to things, or finding ways of reconciling old ideas with fresh input. Heidegger intoned that one must think, but Sartre actually thought. Heidegger had his big care his turn, but Sartre turned and turned and turned again. He was always thinking against himself, as he once said, and he followed Husserl's phenomenological command by exploring whatever topic seemed most difficult at each moment. All this was true in his life as well as in his writing. He labored tirelessly for his chosen causes, risking his own safety. He took his engagements seriously, and for every unwise and damaging commitment, there was a worthwhile one, such as his campaign against the government's abuses in Algeria. He was never able successfully to toe a party line on anything, however hard he tried. Perhaps Sartre's politics are best summed up in a remark he made in 1968, "If one rereads all my books, one will realize that I have not changed profoundly, and that I have always remained an anarchist." He was anarchic because he would not stop using his brain. Moreover, to quote Merleau-Ponty again, he was good, or at least he wanted to do good. He was driven to it. I am also more impressed now than ever by his radical atheism, so different to that professed by Heidegger, who abandoned his faith only in order to pursue a more intense form of mysticism. Sartre was a profound atheist, and a humanist to his bones. He outdid even Nietzsche in his ability to live courageously and thoughtfully in the conviction that nothing lies beyond, and that no divine compensations will ever make up for anything on this earth. For him, this life is what we have, and we must make of it what we can. In one of his transcribed conversations with Beauvoir, he said to her, "It seems to me that a great atheist, truly atheist philosophy was something philosophy lacked. And that it was in this direction that one should now endeavor to work." Beauvoir replied, "To put it briefly, you wanted to make a philosophy of man." When she then asked him whether he wanted to add any final remarks to their dialogues, he said that, on the whole, the two of them had lived without paying much attention to God. She agreed. Then he said, "And yet we've lived, we feel that we've taken an interest in our world and that we've tried to see and understand it. To do this freshly and, mostly, intelligently for 7 decades is an achievement more than worthy of celebration." One aspect of Heidegger's engagement with the world that really merits attention from the 21st century reader is his double interest in technology and ecology. In his 1953 lecture The Question Concerning Technology, he argued that our technology is not merely an aggregation of clever devices, it reveals something fundamental about our existence. It therefore needs thinking through in a philosophical way rather than just in a technical one. We cannot understand our lives if we ask only what our machines can do, or how best to manage them, or what we should use them for. The essence of technology, he said, is nothing technological. To investigate it properly is to be taken to much deeper questions about how we work, how we occupy Earth, and how we are in relation to being. Of course, Heidegger was thinking here of typewriters, celluloid movie projectors, big old automobiles and combine harvesters. Very few existentialists, or anyone else, foresaw the role computer technology would come to play in our lives, although in his 1954 book Existentialism and the Modern Predicament, the German author Friedrich Heinemann warned that the coming ultra-rapid computing machine would raise a truly existential question, namely that of how human beings could remain free. Heinemann could not have been more right. Later Heideggerians, notably Hubert Dreyfus, have written about the Internet as the technological innovation that most clearly reveals what technology is. Its infinite connectivity promises to make the entire world storable and available, but, in doing so, it also removes privacy and depth from things. Everything, above all ourselves, becomes a resource, precisely as Heidegger warned. In being made a resource, we are handed over, not just to other individuals like ourselves, but to an impersonal they whom we never meet and cannot locate. Dreyfus was writing in 2001, since then, the Internet has become even more intrusive and so ubiquitous that we can hardly find an angle from which to think it through. It is the very atmosphere many of us breathe all day. Yet surely we ought to be thinking about it, about what sort of beings we are or want to be in our online lives, and what sort of being we have, or want to have. Perhaps fortunately, so far, our computer technology just as frequently reminds us of what it cannot do, or at least cannot do yet. Computer systems perform poorly at navigating the rich texture of lived reality, that complex web of perceptions, movements, interactions, and expectations that make up the most ordinary human experience, such as entering a cafe and looking around for your friend Pierre. They are not even good at distinguishing foreground shapes in a visual image. In other words, as Dreyfus and others have long recognized, computers are bad phenomenologists. Such tasks are easy for humans because we swim in perceptual and conceptual complexity from a young age. We grow up immersed in the imponderable bloom of life and relationships, a phrase borrowed from E. M. Forster's prescient 1909 science fiction story, The Machine Stops. It tells of a future humanity living in isolated pods beneath the Earth's surface. They rarely meet in the flesh, but communicate through a remote vision phone system. A woman in her pod in Australia can talk to her son in Europe. They see each other's images on special plates which they hold in their hands. But the son complains, "I see something like you in this plate, but I do not see you. I hear something like you through this telephone, but I do not hear you." The simulacrum is no substitute for the real other. As Forster glosses it, the imponderable bloom, declared by discredited philosophy to be the actual essence of intercourse, was ignored by the machine. This bloom of experience and communication lies at the heart of the human mystery. It is what makes possible the living, conscious, embodied beings that we are. It also happens to be the subject to which phenomenologists and existentialists devoted most of their research. They set out to detect and capture the quality of experience as we live it rather than according to the frameworks suggested by traditional philosophy, psychology, Marxism, Hegelianism, structuralism, or any of the other isms and disciplines that explain our lives away. Of all these thinkers, the one who most directly tackled Forster's bloom was the one from whom I had initially expected nothing very dramatic, Maurice Merleau-Ponty. In the Phenomenology of Perception, he put together the fullest description he could of how we live from moment to moment, and thus of what we are, from the woman who ducks as she enters a room in a tall hat to the man who stands by a window watching the vibrating branch from which a bird has just flapped away. Merleau-Ponty arguably left the most lasting intellectual legacy of all, not least in his direct influence on the modern discipline of embodied cognition, which studies consciousness as a holistic social and sensory phenomenon rather than as a sequence of abstract processes. Merleau-Ponty gave philosophy a new direction by taking its peripheral areas of study, the body, perception, childhood, sociality, and bringing them into the central position that they occupy in real life. If I had to choose an intellectual hero in this story, it would be Merleau-Ponty, the happy philosopher of things as they are. Someone else shared Merleau-Ponty's instinct for the ambiguity and complexity of human experience, and that was Simone de Beauvoir. Besides her work in feminism and fiction, she devoted her philosophical writing to exploring how the two forces of constraint and freedom play themselves out through our lives, as each of us slowly becomes ourselves. This theme guides the second sex and the ethics of ambiguity, and it also runs through her multi-volumed autobiography, where she depicts herself and Sartre and countless friends and colleagues as they think, act, quarrel, meet, separate, have tantrums and passions, and generally respond to their world. Simone de Beauvoir's memoirs make her one of the 20th century's greatest intellectual chroniclers, as well as one of its most diligent phenomenologists. Page by page, she observes her experience, expresses her astonishment at being alive, pays attention to people and indulges her appetite for everything she encounters. When I first read Sartre and Heidegger, I didn't think the details of a philosopher's personality or biography were important. This was the orthodox belief in the field at the time, but it also came from my being too young myself to have much sense of history. I intoxicated myself with concepts, without taking account of their relationship to events and to all the odd data of their inventors' lives. Never mind lives, ideas were the thing. 30 years later, I have come to the opposite conclusion. Ideas are interesting, but people are vastly more so. That is why, among all the existentialist works, the one I am least likely to tire of is Beauvoir's autobiography, with its portrait of human complexity and of the world's ever-changing substance. It gives us all the fury and vivacity of the Existentialist Cafés, together with the sulfur sky over a sea of clouds, the purple holly, the white nights of Leningrad, the bells of the liberation, an orange moon over the Piraeus, a red sun rising over the desert, and all the rest of the exquisite, phosphorescent bloom of life, which reveals itself to human beings for as long as we are lucky enough to be able to experience it. Cast of characters. A Who's Who for reference. Nelson Algren, 1909–1981, author of The Man with the Golden Arm and other novels of the American underbelly, Simone de Beauvoir's, mostly long-distance, lover from 1947 to 1950. Hannah Arendt, 1906–1975, German philosopher and political theorist based in the U.S. after fleeing Germany in 1933, former student and lover of Martin Heidegger, author of Eichmann in Jerusalem and other works. Raymond Aron, 1905–1983, French philosopher, sociologist and political journalist, schoolmate of Jean-Paul Sartre. He studied in Germany in the early 1930s and told his friends about phenomenology. James Baldwin, 1924–1987, American author of novels and essays exploring race and sexuality. He moved to Paris in 1948 and spent much of the rest of his life in France. Hazel Barnes, 1915–2008, American translator and philosophical author who translated Sartre's Being and Nothingness in 1956. William Barrett, 1913–1992, American popularizer of existentialist ideas, author of Irrational Man, 1958. Jean Beaufret, 1907–1982, French philosopher who corresponded with and interviewed Martin Heidegger and popularized German existentialist ideas. His questions prompted Heidegger to write his Letter on Humanism, 1947. Simone de Beauvoir, 1908–1986, leading French existentialist philosopher, novelist, feminist, playwright, essayist, memoirist and political activist. Jacques-Laurent Bost, 1916–1990, French journalist who studied with Jean-Paul Sartre, co-founded Les Temps Modernes, married Olga Kozakiewicz, and had an affair with Simone de Beauvoir. Franz Clemens Brentano, 1838–1917, German philosopher and former priest who studied psychology and became the first to explore the theory of intentionality, which became fundamental to phenomenology. Edmund Husserl studied with him in Vienna from 1884 to 6. Brentano's thesis on Aristotle's uses of the term being also inspired Heidegger. Sonia Brownell, later Orwell, 1918–1980, English journalist, assistant editor of Horizon, had an affair with Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and later married George Orwell. Albert Camus, 1913–1960, French-Algerian novelist, essayist, short story writer, playwright, and activist. Ernst Cassirer, 1874–1945 German philosopher and historian of ideas, specializing in studies of science, Kant, and the Enlightenment, debated with Heidegger at a 1929 conference in Davos, Switzerland. Jean Cau, 1925–1993 French writer and journalist, Sartre's assistant from 1947. Anne-Marie Cazalis, 1920–1988 French writer and actor, one of the existentialist muses of the Saint-Germain-des-Prés district in the late 1940s and 1950s. Fyodor Dostoevsky, 1821–1881 Russian novelist generally considered a proto-existentialist. Hubert Dreyfus, 1929, American philosopher, professor at the University of California, Berkeley, a Heidegger specialist who also writes about technology and the Internet. Jacques Duclos, 1896–1975 Acting Secretary General of the French Communist Party 1950–53, arrested in 1952 on suspicion of plotting to send messages via carrier pigeons. The pigeon plot incident helped to radicalize Sartre. Ralph Ellison, 1914–1994 American writer, author of the novel Invisible Man, 1952. Frantz Fanon, 1925–1961 philosopher and political theorist born in Martinique, author of works on post-colonial and anti-colonial politics, notably The Wretched of the Earth, 1961, for which Sartre wrote the foreword. Eugen Fink, 1905–1975 one of Husserl's key assistants and colleagues in Freiburg, later involved with the Husserl archives in Louvain. Hans-Georg Gadamer, 1900–2002 German philosopher, best known for his work on hermeneutics, studied briefly with Husserl and Heidegger in Freiburg and recorded anecdotes about both. Jean Genet, 1910–1986 French thief, vagrant, and prostitute turned poet, novelist and autobiographer, subject of Sartre's major work Saint Genet, 1952, which began life as a foreword to Genet's works. Alberto Giacometti, 1901–1966 Italian-Swiss artist, noted for his sculptures, a friend of Sartre and Beauvoir who sketched Sartre and others. J. Glenn Gray, 1913–1977 American philosopher, professor at Colorado College, and translator of Heidegger, also wrote The Warriors, a sociological study of men in war. Juliette Greco, 1927, French singer and actor, one of the existentialist muses of the Saint-Germain-des-Prés district, and a friend of Merleau-Ponty, Sartre, and others. Václav Havel, 1936–2011 Czech playwright and dissident, studied phenomenology with Jan Patočka, and served as president of Czechoslovakia and then the Czech Republic from 1989 to 2003. G. W. F. Hegel, 1770–1831 German philosopher whose phenomenology of spirit and dialectical theory influenced most of the existentialists. Elfriede Heidegger, née Petrie, 1893–1992 wife of Martin Heidegger, bought and designed their property in Tottenauberg. Fritz Heidegger, 1894–1980 banker in Meeskirch, brother of Martin Heidegger, helped him type his manuscripts and tried to make him write in shorter sentences. Martin Heidegger, 1889–1976 German philosopher who studied with Husserl, author of Being and Time and many other influential works. Friedrich Hölderlin, 1770–1843 German poet admired and studied by Heidegger. Edmund Husserl, 1859–1938 philosopher born in German-speaking Moravia, founding father of the phenomenological movement, disappointed mentor to Martin Heidegger. Malvine Husserl, née Steinschneider, 1860–1950 wife of Edmund Husserl, also born in Moravia, helped to manage the rescue of his archive and manuscripts in 1938. Gertrude Jaspers, née Meyer, 1879–1974 wife of Karl Jaspers and collaborator on much of his work. Karl Jaspers, 1883–1969 German existentialist philosopher, psychologist, and political thinker, based at the University of Heidelberg until 1948 when he and his wife moved to Switzerland, friend of Hannah Arendt and, intermittently, of Martin Heidegger. Francis Jeanson, 1922–2009 left-wing French philosopher, co-editor of Les Temps modernes. In 1952 he wrote a critical review of Camus' The Rebel which triggered the falling out between Camus and Sartre. Hans Jonas, 1903–1993 German philosopher, mostly based in the US, former student of Heidegger, and author of works on technology, environmentalism, and other themes. Walter Kaufmann, 1921–1980 German-American philosopher and translator, born in Freiburg, author of the popular work Existentialism from Dostoevsky to Sartre, 1956. Søren Kierkegaard, 1813–1855 Danish proto-existentialist philosopher and contrarian of a religious bent, influential on the later existentialists. Arthur Koestler, 1905–1983 Hungarian novelist, memoirist, and essayist, friend of Sartre and others, but fell out with them over politics. Olga Kozakiewicz, 1915–1983 actor, protégé of Beauvoir and lover of Sartre, married Jacques-Laurent Bost. Wanda Kozakiewicz, 1917–1989 actor, sister of Olga and lover of Sartre. Viktor Kravchenko, 1905–1966 Soviet defector to the U.S., author of I Chose Freedom, 1946, which occasioned a high-profile lawsuit and controversy in France in 1949. Ludwig Landgräbe, 1902–1991 Austrian phenomenologist who worked as Husserl's assistant and colleague in Freiburg, and then in the Husserl archives in Louvain. Claude Lanzmann, 1925, French filmmaker best known for his 9-hour Holocaust documentary show, lover of Simone de Beauvoir, living with her from 1952 to 1959. Elizabeth Lecoin or Lacoin, 1907–1929 childhood friend of Simone de Beauvoir, was briefly engaged to Merleau-Ponty, but died aged 21, possibly of encephalitis. Henri Lefebvre, 1901–1991 French Marxist theorist interested in the sociology of everyday life, initially critical of existentialism, then more sympathetic. Michel Léris, 1901–1990 French writer, ethnographer, and memoirist, friend of Sartre and Beauvoir. His autobiographical style helped inspire Beauvoir in writing The Second Sex. Emmanuel Levinas, 1906–1995 Lithuanian Jewish philosopher based mostly in France, studied with Husserl and Heidegger, then developed a very different post-existentialist philosophy based on ethics and the encounter with the other. A short early book of his was Sartre's first primer in phenomenology in 1933. Claude Lévi-Strauss, 1908–2009 French structuralist anthropologist, friend of Merleau-Ponty, but took issue with phenomenology and existentialism. Benny Levy, 1945–2003 philosopher and activist, Sartre's assistant and co-author of the controversial series of interviews, Hope Now, 1980. Karl Loewe, 1897–1973 German philosopher and historian of ideas who studied with Heidegger, and wrote memoirs of the experience. György Lukács, 1885–1971 Hungarian Marxist, often critical of existentialism. Norman Mailer, 1923–2007 American novelist and polemicist who intended to run for New York mayor as the Existentialist Party candidate, but had to delay the campaign after stabbing his wife. Gabriel Marcel, 1889–1973 French Christian existentialist philosopher and playwright. Herbert Marcuse, 1898–1979 philosopher and social theorist associated with the Frankfurt School, former student of Martin Heidegger who criticized him severely after the Second World War. Tomáš Masaryk, 1850–1937 served 4 terms as president of Czechoslovakia after 1918, youthful friend of Husserl who also studied with Franz Brentano in Vienna, and later helped organize the rescue of his papers in Prague. Albert Memmi, 1920, Tunisian Jewish novelist, essayist and post-colonial social theorist, author of The Colonizer and the Colonized, 1957, a double work for which Sartre wrote a foreword. Maurice Merleau-Ponty, 1908-1961, French phenomenologist and essayist specializing in questions of the body, perception, childhood development and relations with others, author of The Phenomenology of Perception and other works, including polemical essays written at different stages of his life, that argued for and against communism. Max Müller, 1906-1994, German Catholic philosopher who studied with Heidegger in Freiburg and later became a professor there himself. He wrote an account of how Heidegger failed to protect him when he was in trouble with the Nazi regime in 1937. Iris Murdoch, 1919-1999, Anglo-Irish philosopher and novelist, an early writer on Sartre and existentialism who later turned away from it, although she worked on a study of Heidegger towards the end of her life. Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844-1900, German proto-existentialist philologist, aphorist, and philosopher, influential on the later existentialists. Paul Nizan, 1905-1940, French Marxist novelist and philosopher, boyhood friend of Sartre, killed in battle during the German invasion of France. Jan Potocka, 1907-1977, Czech phenomenologist and political theorist who studied with Husserl and in turn taught many others in Prague, including Václav Havel, one of the key signatories of the dissident Charter 77. He was fatally persecuted for this by the regime. Jean-Paul Hahn, 1884-1968, French writer and critic who left small anti-collaborationist poems around Paris during the Second World War. One of the co-founders of Les Temps Modernes in 1945, he was more noted as long-term director of the Nouvelle Revue Française. Heinrich Wiegand Petzet, 1909-1997, German writer, the son of a shipping magnate and a friend of Heidegger who wrote a detailed memoir of the relationship in 1983, Encounters and Dialogues with Martin Heidegger. Jean-Paul Sartre, 1905-1980, leading French existentialist philosopher, novelist, biographer, playwright, essayist, memoirist and political activist. Stephen Spender, 1909-1995, English socialist poet and diarist, traveled widely in Europe after the war, and took issue with Sartre on the question of political engagement. Edith Stein, 1891-1942, philosopher born in Wrocław in Poland, worked as Husserl's assistant before leaving to complete her study of the phenomenology of empathy, and then to convert from Judaism to Catholicism and take orders as a Carmelite nun. She died in Auschwitz. Olivier Todd, 1929, French biographer, memoirist, and journalist, a friend of Sartre and biographer of Camus. Frédéric de Taornicki, 1920-2008, Austrian-born French translator and journalist who visited Heidegger on several occasions in the 1940s and wrote accounts of their conversations. Herman Leo van Breda, 1911-1974, Franciscan monk and philosopher who heroically organized the rescue of Husserl's archives and manuscripts from Freiburg in 1938, and then founded and managed the Husserl archives in Louvain for many years. Boris Vian, 1920-1959, French jazz trumpeter, singer, novelist, and cocktail mixer, a central figure in the post-war Saint-Germain-des-Prés scene and a friend of the existentialists. He affectionately mocked Sartre and Beauvoir in his novel L'écume de Jours or Mood Indigo in 1947. Michelle Vian, née L'Église, 1920, first wife of Boris Vian, also a part of the Sartre circle for many years. Simone Weil, 1909-1943, French ethical philosopher and political activist, died in England during the Second World War after refusing to eat or accept any physical comforts while others were suffering. Colin Wilson, 1931-2013, English novelist and author of popular works of new existentialist philosophy and cultural history, notably The Outsider, 1956. Wohls, Alfredo Otto Wolfgang Schulz, 1913-1951, German painter and photographer mostly based in France and friends with some of the existentialist circle, died prematurely of illness related to alcoholism. Richard Wright, 1908 to 1960, American writer who lived for many years in Paris, author of works including The Outsider, 1953, an existentialist novel of Black American life.